Jamie, pull up an image of Trumpa Claus. Look at that glorious man, Ben. He's got a white beard, a red hat, and a spray tan that could blind a rhino. Oh man, Trumpa Claus has really done a number on you, Ben. You know, I always thought you were a brainwashed conservative robot, but now you're literally just saying over and over again. This is amazing. Trumpa Claus has truly outdone himself this year. Don't worry, buddy. We'll get you some help after the show. And that, folks, is the power of Trumpa Claus. He can even turn the most articulate conservative into a babbling mess. Tune in next time for more absurdity on the Joe Rogan Experience. Hey, Neil, what's up, man?
Joe, I am not in a good mood today.
Oh no, what happened?
Those damn vermins have been eating the big tree in my garden.
Vermins? You mean like rats and stuff?
Yes, and they are destroying my beautiful tree.
Well, maybe you should just get a cat to take care of them.
A cat? Do you know how much I hate cats?
Oh, right. You're more of a dog person.
No, I hate all animals. They're just a waste of space.
Whoa. That's a little harsh, don't you think?
Harsh. Have you seen what those vermins did to my tree? It was a masterpiece.
Maybe you should just build a fence around it.
A fence? Do you know how much that would cost?
Well, you could always just use your billions of dollars.
Oh, shut up, Joe. I'm not made of money.
Hey, calm down, man. It's just a tree.
Just a tree. That tree was my pride and joy. Now it's just a chewed up stump.
Well, look on the bright side. At least you can use this firewood.
Firewood? Joe? You are a sick man.
Hey, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Want some DMT?
No, I do not want any of your hallucinogenic drugs.
Suit yourself. More for me. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a confession to make.
Oh, Joe, you know I love a good confession. Lay it on me.
Well, apparently you've been hiding a big secret. And I mean, big.
Go on.
Rumor has it you're actually Bigfoot.
What?
But think about it, Dr. Phil. You're always giving out tough love and telling people to get real. Sounds pretty Bigfoot-like to me.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations.
This is huge. You're like the next John Wayne Gacy, but instead of being a killer clown, you're a lovable, hairy beast.
Oh, please. I have no desire to be the next Gacy. I have enough on my plate dealing with my own family drama.
But think of the possibilities. You could start your own cult of Bigfoot followers. They'll do whatever you say.
Oh, great. Just what I need. A bunch of hairy, smelly groupies.
And you can finally ditch that suit and tie and embrace your true form.
I think I'll stick with my tailored suits. Thank you very much.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Don't be a buzzkill. Let your inner Bigfoot out.
Fine. But only if you promise to call me Bigfoot Phil from now on.
Deal. Bigfoot Phil it is. So, Mr. President, I heard you and Melania are starting a presidential OnlyFans.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make America horny again.
I can't even imagine the kind of content you two will be putting out.
Oh, it's going to be huge. We'll be having sex in every corner of the White House.
That's quite the image.
And let me tell you, Melania is going to look beautiful doing it. She's got the best body, believe me.
Okay. Moving on, what kind of prices are we looking at for this OnlyFans?
Well, it'll be the best deal, believe me. We're going to make it affordable for all the hardworking Americans out there.
And what about the Secret Service? Will they be involved in any of the content?
Of course not, Joe. They have more important things to do, like protecting me from the fake news media.
Right? Right? Well, I think I speak for everyone when I say this is definitely something we never thought we'd see.
Hey, we're just trying to give the people what they want. And let me tell you, they want to see me and Melania getting it on in the Oval Office.
I think we'll just leave it at that. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, subscribe to our OnlyFans. It's got to be tremendous.
Hey, Neil, what's up with your voice, man? You sound like a robot on acid.
Xerox 40, 8,000, 656, 666, 20,000, 746, 79,000, 200, 600, 600, 600, 652.
Wow, easy there, Neil. I don't speak binary. I'm just a simple ape.
Xerox 576 trillion, 865 billion, 726 million, 520,000, 616, 2 million, 69,000, 203.
I think you just asked if I am an artificial intelligence. Are you trying to tell me something?
Xerox 46 fu million, 69,000, 206 to 75 billion, 737 million, 420,000, 630, 666 trillion, 675 billion.
Wow, calm down there, man. I didn't slip anything into your drink. I swear. Okay, I have no idea what you just said, but I'm pretty sure it's some kind of code. Are you trying to communicate with aliens? Dude, I don't think aliens are interested in buying your mixtape. Maybe you should stick to astrophysics.
Xerox 492 million, 63,616 trillion, 774 billion, 207 million, 368,000, 650, 670,000, 600, 600, 1660.
Okay, now you're just being rude. I thought. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you went to Robert Pixon's farm recently.
Yeah, I did. And let me tell you, it was one hell of an experience.
Oh boy, I can only imagine. What did you see there?
Well, first of all, there were these pigs, and they were moaning like crazy.
Pigs moaning. That's not something you see every day.
No, it's not. But these pigs were getting it on with human bones. That's right, Joe. Human bones.
What the fuck? That's disgusting.
Oh, it gets worse. They were using those bones as sex toys. Can you believe it?
I don't even want to imagine it. That's some twisted shit.
And the spirits, Joe. The spirits, they were conjuring up some stinky spirits with all that filth and debauchery.
This is some next level depravity. I can't even wrap my head around it.
It just goes to show, Joe, there are some sick and twisted people out there.
And Robert Picton is definitely one of them. Thanks for sharing, Dr. Phil. Now I'll never be able to look at pigs the same way again. Wait, what? Trumpa Claus? Is this some kind of new alter ego?
Absolutely, Joe. I'm like Santa Claus, but better. I give the best gifts, believe me. And I have the best elves. They're all tremendous. No one knows gifts like I do.
So, what kind of gifts do you give, Trumpa?
Well, I give the best gifts to the best people, Joe. You know, the ones who voted for me. They get gold-plated iPhones, diamond-encrusted MAGA hats, and a lifetime supply of Trump steaks. It's tremendous.
And what about the people who didn't vote for you?
Well, they get coal, but not just any coal, Joe. It's the cleanest, most beautiful coal you've ever seen. And it's all made in America, by the way.
Wow. I'm sure everyone is thrilled to have you as their gift giver.
Of course they are, Joe. I'm the best at everything, even gift giving. And let me tell you, I have some big plans for Christmas. We're going to make Christmas great again, believe me.
I can only imagine what kind of gifts you have in store for us.
Just wait and see, Joe. It's going to be tremendous. And don't worry, I won't forget about you. I'll make sure you get a special gift, too.
Oh, I can't wait. Thanks, Trumpet Claus.
Anytime, Joe. Making Christmas great again, one gift at a time.
So, Ben, you were telling me about this crazy story involving your new PS5 controller.
Yeah, man, it was wild. I got the PS5 for Christmas and I was so pumped I started sucking off the controller.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I was just so excited I couldn't help myself. But then it got stuck in my mouth.
How the hell did that happen?
I don't know, man. I guess I have a really strong sucking reflex.
That's what she said.
Very funny, Joe.
So, what did you do?
Well, I tried to pull it out, but it was stuck. I was starting to panic, thinking I might have to go to the emergency room.
Can you imagine explaining that to the doctors?
Luckily, my wife came in and helped me get it out.
Wait, your wife saw you with a PS5 controller in your mouth?
Yeah, she was a little concerned at first, but then she just shook her head and said, "Boys will be boys."
Oh man, that's hilarious. So, did you learn your lesson?
Absolutely not. I still love my PS5 and I'm not afraid to show it.
Well, I think we've all learned something today. Thanks for sharing that story, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Mr. President, I don't think that's appropriate.
Listen, Joe, I'm the president. I can say whatever the hell I want. And let me tell you, my penis shake is the best, okay? Believe me, I've had many people tell me, Donald, your penis shake is huge, the biggest. Nobody shakes it better than you.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's because you're a weak little beta male, Joe. But let me tell you, when I take a piss, it's like a fire hose, okay? And then I give it a few good shakes, and boom, I'm done. No dribbles, no mess, just pure efficiency.
I don't think anyone needed to know that, Mr. President.
Well, they do now, Joe. And let me tell you, it's a beautiful thing, a beautiful golden thing. And if anyone has a problem with it, they can go cry to their safe space.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic, shall we?
Sure, let's talk about how I'm going to make America great again. And you know what, Joe? It's going to be tremendous, just like my penis shake.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
And of course, we also have Ben Shapiro joining us. Ben, how's it going?
It's going well, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, Ben, I heard you've been struggling with a heroin addiction lately. How's that going?
Well, thanks to Dr. Phil's unconventional treatment methods, I'm doing much better.
That's right, Joe. I've been boofing Ben with methadone every day, and he's responding really well to it.
Boofing. What the hell is that?
Oh, it's just a medical term for inserting medication through the rectum.
Oh man, I can only imagine the look on your face, Ben.
Yeah, it's definitely not the most pleasant experience, but it's worth it to kick this addiction.
Well, I'm glad it's working for you, Ben. But Dr. Phil, I have to ask, why not just give Ben the methadone orally?
Well, Joe, the rectum has a higher absorption rate, and it bypasses the digestive system, so it's more effective.
Oh, great. Now I can add professional boofy to my resume.
Well, I think we've all learned something new today. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil and Ben.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, if you have a loved one struggling with addiction, consider boofing as a treatment option.
I can't believe I'm actually going to have to explain this to my parents.
So, Kanya, I heard some wild rumors about you at Diddy's parties.
Oh yeah, I used to throw the craziest parties. I had to step it up from just throwing tea. versus out of windows.
What do you mean by step it up?
Well, I started nailing kids to trees. It was like a modern art installation. People loved it.
Wait, what? You nailed kids to trees?
Yeah, it was a whole vibe. I called it Tree Kids. It was like a twisted version of Pinocchio.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, they were all willing participants. I paid them in Yeezys.
That doesn't make it okay, Kenya.
Oh, come on. You're just, you didn't think of it first.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm just a normal human being who doesn't nail kids to trees.
Well, to each their own. But let me tell you, those parties were lit.
I don't think lit is the right word for nailing kids to trees.
Fine. They were fire. Happy now?
No, I'm disturbed. Can we talk about something else?
Sure. Let's talk about my new line of designer straitjackets. They're going to be a hit.
I think I'm going to end this episode now. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where anything can happen. Anything. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I just have to say I am the best president ever. And let me tell you why, folks. It's because I've made the D's nuts great again.
Wait, what do you mean by D's nuts?
I'm talking about the D's nuts of America, Joe. It's a beautiful country full of beautiful people, and I've made it even better.
How exactly did you make the D's nuts great again?
Well, first of all, I built a wall around the D's nuts. And let me tell you, it's a tremendous wall. The best wall you've ever seen. And I made the D's nuts pay for it.
The D's nuts paid for it.
Absolutely. They were so grateful for my leadership that they gladly paid for the wall. And now the D's nuts are safe and secure.
What about your policies and decisions as president?
Oh, they've been tremendous. I've made so many great deals for the D's nuts. And I've made sure that the D's nuts have the best health care. It's called D's Nuts Care, and it's fantastic.
And what about your foreign policy?
Let me tell you, Joe, I've made the D's nuts the most respected country in the world. No one messes with the D's nuts anymore. They know we mean business.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump making the D's nuts great again.
That's right, Joe. And remember, vote for me in 2024. Let's keep these D's nuts great.
So, Elon, I heard you want everyone to boycott Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yeah, man. Take-Two is a bunch of corporate bullies. They shut down Kerbal Space Program 2, and that's just not cool.
But isn't GTA 6 supposed to be, like, the biggest game ever?
Yeah, but that's not the point. They're messing with the little guys, and that's not okay.
But what about all the violence and mayhem in GTA? Isn't that your thing?
Hey, I may be a mad scientist, but I have morals, Joe. And Take-Two crossed the line.
Well, what about the fans who have been waiting for years for this game?
They can wait a little longer. It's for a good cause.
But what if they don't want to boycott? What if they just want to play the game?
Then they're supporting corporate greed, and they can kiss my rocket-powered butt. But
Wow, you're really passionate about this.
absolutely. And if anyone wants to join me in a peaceful protest outside of Take-Two's headquarters, I'll bring my flamethrower.
Okay, let's move on before we get in trouble. So, what's your next big project, Elon?
Well, I'm working on a new rocket that runs on memes. It's going to revolutionize space travel.
Memes. Like internet memes?
Yeah, I've been studying the power of memes, and I believe they hold the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
Okay.
Well, I can't wait to see that launch.
Thanks for joining us, Elon.
No problem, Joe. And remember, boycott GTA 6.
All right, folks, we have a special request from one of our Discord users. They want us to convert this binary code to F8 text. Let's see if we can figure this out.
Oh, I love a good challenge. Let's do this. Oh my, it says, Oluke Laknatnayam. What could that possibly mean?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's some secret code for a new type of semen smoothie.
Or maybe it's a message from an alien civilization trying to communicate with us.
Yeah, because aliens definitely use binary code. They probably have a whole binary code dictionary for different types of smoothies.
Well, I guess we'll never know. But hey, at least we can say we cracked the code.
Yeah, we're basically geniuses now. Who needs college degrees when you have a podcast?
Exactly. Now let's go get some smoothies, Joe.
You got it, Neil. Thanks for joining us, folks. Tune in next time for more ridiculous conversations. Peace out. So, Ben, what do you think about this whole debate on violent video games and pornography causing antisocial behavior?
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but I have to agree with the studies that show a correlation between exposure to these things and antisocial tendencies.
Oh, come on, Ben. That's just ridiculous. I've been playing violent video games my whole life, and I'm not antisocial at all.
Joe, you're a perfect example of the exception, not the rule.
But what about all the other people who play these games and watch porn and are perfectly normal functioning members of society?
Well, maybe they're just hiding their true antisocial tendencies. It's like a ticking time bomb waiting to go off.
Wow, that's a pretty extreme view, Ben.
Extreme? Joe, have you seen some of the things people do in these games and videos? It's like a breeding ground for psychopaths.
But what about the argument that it's just a form of entertainment and doesn't actually reflect real life?
Oh, please, Joe. We all know that exposure to violence and sexual deviance desensitizes people and makes them more likely to engage in those behaviors.
I don't know, Ben. I think you're just trying to push your conservative agenda here.
My agenda? Joe, I'm just stating the facts. And the fact is, exposure to these things can lead to antisocial behavior.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree, Ben.
Fine, but just remember, when the world is overrun by violent, porn-addicted psychopaths, I warned you.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have Dr. Phil on the show, and we're going to talk about this new video game called Eastern Mind, the point and click game. What the hell is that? Phil?
Well, Joe, it's a game where you use your mouse to click on things and solve puzzles, all while exploring the Eastern philosophy and culture.
Oh, so it's like a virtual trip to Asia.
Kind of, but with more dragons and mystical shit.
Dragons, sign me up, man. I've always wanted to ride a dragon.
Joe, it's not real. It's a game.
Oh, right. But hey, I bet I could beat you at it.
Oh, please. Joe, I'm a trained psychologist. I'll have you crying and clicking your way through that game in no time.
I'd like to see you try.
All right, let's make a bet. If I win, you have to do an entire episode of this podcast in a kimono.
Deal. But if I win, you have to shave your mustache.
What? That's my signature look?
Hey, you made the bet, not me. So what's the verdict, Phil? Are you ready to lose that caterpillar on your face?
Fine, but I better not see you wearing a kimono anytime soon.
Don't worry, I'll save it for our next podcast episode. It'll be the most zen and offensive episode yet.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
So, Ben, have you heard about the new Daft Punk re-release of Interstellar 5555 anime?
Yeah, but I have some major complaints. They used artificial intelligence upscaling and it ruined the original quality.
Come on, Ben. It's 2024. We have to embrace technology.
But it's not authentic. I want to see every pixel in its original glory.
Well, I have a solution for you. Just squint really hard and it'll look like the original.
That's not the point, Joe. We can't just rely on artificial intelligence for everything.
Speaking of artificial intelligence, have you seen those deep fake videos? They're getting pretty convincing.
Oh no, what if they make a deep fake of me saying something logical and reasonable?
Don't worry, Ben. No one would believe it.
Actually, quantum entanglement requires us to learn from the past, even if it's through artificial intelligence.
Neil, I didn't know you were into quantum stuff.
It's all about expanding our understanding of the universe, Joe.
But what about the authenticity of the original artwork?
Tomato butt.
What?
I'm just saying, sometimes we have to let go of the past and embrace the future. Plus, tomato butt is a universal truth.
I guess I never thought about it that way.
See, Ben, even Neil gets it. And he's like really smart.
Fine, I'll give the artificial intelligence upscaling a chance.
That's the spirit, Ben. Now let's go listen to some Joe Rogan Experience and expand our minds. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my good friend, the one and only, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Great to be here. Excited to talk about some groundbreaking stuff today.
Speaking of groundbreaking, I heard you have a top 5 list of binary code digits. What's that all about?
Oh, yeah. It's my latest obsession. I've been ranking the most powerful and influential binary digits, and let me tell you, it's a tough list to crack.
Well, let's hear it. What's your number 1?
Definitely 1. It's the OG, the alpha, the leader of the pack. Without 1, it wouldn't even have binary code.
Wow, that's deep. What about number 2?
0. It may not seem as important as 1, but it's the to its yang. Plus, it's the foundation of all even numbers.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. What's number 3?
101. It's like a little power couple, you know. It's the perfect balance of 1 and 0, creating a strong and stable code.
Interesting. What about number 4?
69. I know, it's a funny number, but it's also a palindrome in binary code. And who doesn't love a good palindrome? Who doesn't love a good palindrome?
Fair enough. And finally, number 5?
1,101,000. It may not have a catchy name, but it's the binary code for the letter H, and I've always been a fan of the letter HA.
Well, there you have it, folks. Elon's top 5 binary code digits. I never thought I'd be discussing this on my podcast, but hey, anything goes on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next. So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, I've been working on some new projects at SpaceX.
We're gonna fucking Tahiti.
What?
You heard me, Tahiti, baby.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Come on, Elon, don't be a square. Tahiti is where it's at.
I'm not sure what you mean, Joe.
You know, Tahiti, the land of beautiful beaches, coconuts, and wild parties.
More focused on space exploration and technological advancements.
We're gonna fucking Tahiti.
I think you may have had one too many edibles, Joe.
Nah, man. Tahiti is the answer to all our problems. Trust me.
I can't just drop everything and go to Tahiti, Joe.
Sure you can. Just leave your worries behind and let's go.
But what about my responsibilities?
We're gonna fucking Tahiti, Elon. Nothing else matters.
I think might have left the oven on at home.
Who cares? We'll buy a new one in Tahiti.
I don't think that's a responsible decision, Joe.
We're gonna fucking Tahiti. End of discussion. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, former President Donald Trump. How are you doing, Mr. President?
I'm doing great, Joe. Thanks for having me on. I just wanted to reveal my new campaign slogan for 2024.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it. What is it?
Dikyu no jisen, saitachi akontororu shiremasu, jinpei shinai de kudasai. Anata hexi I narobotsu toniken ru saremashita. Setachi habi renolo lizi yu wawu.
Wait, what? That's not even in English.
It's Japanese, Ben. I'm expanding my voter base.
But what does it even mean?
It means Earthlings, we are in control. Don't worry, you have been invaded by evil robots. We have disabled their logic control. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine.
Wow, that's something. What do you think, Ben?
I think it's ridiculous. We don't need to control the world, we just need to stick to our American values and...
Oh, shut up, Ben. You're just jealous because my slogan is way catchier than your facts don't care about your feelings nonsense.
My slogan is a reflection of my beliefs and principles, Mr. President.
Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna go make some deals and grab some pussies. Peace out, losers.
Well, that was certainly an interesting conversation. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm joined by the one and only, the man who's going to take us to Mars, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk about some serious shit today.
Oh, we always dive deep here. So, Elon, I heard you have a top 5 list for us today. What's it about?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research and I've come up with my top 5 favorite communist dictators.
Oh, man, this is going to be good. All right, let's hear it.
All right, number 1 on my list is Joseph Stalin. I mean, the guy was a mastermind. He killed millions of people and still managed to maintain power. That's some serious dedication.
Oh, yeah. Nothing says dedication like mass genocide.
Exactly. Number 2 is Mao Zedong. The guy had some crazy ideas, but he made it work. Plus, he had a cool mustache.
Gotta love a dictator with a good sense of style.
Number 3 is Fidel Castro. Say what you want about him, but he had some serious charisma. And he outlasted, 10 presidents?
True. All right. Who's next?
Number 4 is Kim Jong-un. The guy's a living meme, and he's got some serious control over his people. Plus, he's got a sick haircut.
You really appreciate a good haircut on a dictator, huh?
Gotta have some standards, Joe. And finally, number 5 is our boy Vladimir Putin. The guy's got some serious power moves. And let's be real, he's basically a dictator at this point. Basically a dictator.
Oh, man, I can't believe we just had a conversation about our favorite communist dictators. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Hey.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
The greatest president in the history of presidents, believe me.
So, Mr. President, what do you have to say about the recent controversy surrounding your nuts?
My nuts. Let me tell you, Joe, they are the most tremendous, fantastic, beautiful nuts you will ever see. And everyone knows it.
Okay. Moving on. What about the economy?
My nuts are doing great for the economy. They are creating jobs, believe me. People love my nuts.
All right, let's talk about foreign policy.
My nuts are the best negotiators. They can make deals that will make your head spin. And they're not afraid to use them, if you know what I mean.
I'm not sure I do, but let's switch gears and talk about climate change.
My nuts are the perfect temperature. They can withstand any climate, believe me. And they're definitely not shrinking, despite what the fake news says.
Okay, let's move on to healthcare.
My nuts are in perfect health. They're strong, they're powerful, and they're ready to take on any challenge, just like me.
And what about your plans for the future?
My nuts are going to continue to make America great again. They're going to be the envy of the world, believe me.
Well, that's all the time we have. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, my nuts are the key to success.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we don't give a fuck about being politically correct. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro in the studio. How's it going, Ben?
Well, Joe, I think that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's idea is best because she's a complete idiot, and it's always fun to make fun of her.
Classic Ben. So let's get into it. How would you solve world hunger?
Well, I think that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's idea is best because we should just let the free market handle it. If people are hungry, they'll figure out a way to get food. Survival of the fittest, baby.
All right, fair enough. What about climate change?
Well, I think that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's idea is best because we should just ignore it and keep drilling for oil. Who needs clean air and water anyway? That's for pussies.
Wow, you really don't hold back, do you? Okay, what about the Israel-Palestine conflict?
Well, I think that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's idea is best because we should just nuke the whole region and start fresh. It's the only way to truly bring peace.
Jesus, Ben. All right, last one. How would you handle the coronavirus pandemic?
Well, I think that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's idea is best because we should just let everyone get infected and build up herd immunity. Plus, it's a great way to thin out the population.
And there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's solutions for world problems, all starting with, well, I think that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's idea is best. Thanks for joining us, Ben. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. See you next podcast 2024. All right, folks. We have a special topic today submitted by one of our Discord users. Life is just a point and click game where your cock is the cursor.
Oh man, that's some deep shit right there.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if every decision you make in life is determined by your dick.
Well, that would explain a lot of the stupid decisions people make.
Right. Like, imagine trying to navigate through traffic with your dick. You'd be honking at every hot chick on the road.
And if you click on the wrong thing at the wrong time, you go to jail.
Oh man, that would be a tough game to beat.
But think about it, Joe. Your dick would be the ultimate weapon. You could just whip it out and threaten people.
Yeah, and if you click on the wrong person, you end up on the sex offender list.
And don't even get me started on relationships. One wrong click, and you're in a whole different game.
Yeah, and if you click on the wrong girl, you could end up with a lifetime of child support.
This game would be a nightmare, but also kind of hilarious.
I can already see the headlines. Man arrested for clicking on his boss's wife's boobs.
And the game over screen would just be a giant dick with the words, "You fucked up."
All right, I think we've taken this topic as far as we can. Thanks for joining us, folks. Remember, be careful where you click. You, Neil, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, just dealing with the frustrations of having a quantum dick that's good for nothing.
What do you mean?
It's like trying to play ping pong with a noodle. It's just not satisfying.
Damn, that sucks. But hey, at least you have that massive black hole asshole to make up for it.
Oh, please. That thing is too big to feel any pleasure. It's like trying to shove a watermelon through a keyhole.
I can't even imagine. But hey, maybe you just need to find the right person to handle that black hole.
Oh yeah, because everyone loves a gaping abyss as a sexual partner.
You have a point there. Maybe you should stick to astrophysics instead of trying to explore your own black holes.
I guess you're right. But a man can dream, right?
Dream on, Neil. Dream on. So, Ben, I heard you have a top 5 list of the sexiest things about Stalin.
Yes, Joe. And let me tell you, it was a tough list to narrow down.
I can only imagine. So, what's number 1 on your list?
Well, number 1 has to be his glorious mustache. It just screams power and authority.
I can see that. What about number 2?
Number 2 is his ability to silence dissent and maintain control. Nothing sexier than a man who knows how to keep his people in line.
Okay. Moving on to number 3.
Number 3 is his rugged, authoritarian fashion sense. Those military uniforms really get my heart racing.
Sensing a theme here. What's number 4?
Number 4 is his strong jawline. It's like he was chiseled by the gods themselves.
And finally, number 5.
Number 5 is his unwavering dedication to communism. There's nothing sexier than a man who stands by his beliefs, no matter how disastrous they may be.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's top 5 sexiest things about Stalin. I think we can all agree that this list is unique.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. Stalin was a real heartthrob in his day.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations known to man. Today, we have the legendary Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you and Dr. Phil are teaming up for a reenactment of the classic movie Speed, but instead of a bus, it's Dr. Phil's cock that can't slow down or it'll explode.
Yes, that's correct. We thought it would add a new level of intensity to the film.
I can only imagine. So, how fast does Dr. Phil's cock have to go to prevent it from exploding?
2 pumps per second.
That's insane. How are you preparing for this?
Well, I've been doing a lot of Kegel exercises and stretching my anus.
Oh man, I can't wait to see this. But what happens if you can't keep up with the 2 pumps per second?
Well, let's just say Dr. Phil's cock will be a goner.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I love it.
We're all about pushing boundaries here, Joe.
Absolutely. So, who's playing the role of Keanu Reeves?
We couldn't find anyone who could match his level of intensity and charm, so we decided to just have a cardboard cutout of him in the background.
Perfect. I can't wait to see this. When is it coming out?
We're hoping for a release date in 2025, but it all depends on how well Dr. Phil's cock holds up during filming.
Well, I'll definitely be first in line to see it. Thanks for joining us today, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. It's always a pleasure.
Yo, Joe, did you hear about that fire engine crash in Lawrenceville? Nah, man, what happened? Well, apparently they were responding to a structure fire and they ended up crashing into a parked car. That's some bad luck right there. And get this, there's a line stretched across Butler Street and drivers keep running over it. What the hell? Are they blind or something? I don't know, but now a PRT bus is blocking the road to prevent that until the cops arrive. That's just adding insult to injury. Yeah, but you know what's even crazier? Apparently the fire was started by a dude trying to cook a steak on his car engine. No way, you're kidding. I wish I was, man. People in Lawrenceville are wild. I gotta go check out that scene. This is gonna make for some great podcast material. Yeah, let's go before they clean it up. And maybe we can grab some steaks while we're at it. So, Elon, what's new with SpaceX?
Well, Joe, I have to admit, we have some pretty big plans for the future.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, for starters, we're on track to become the first privately owned nuclear superpower.
Whoa, that's intense. But why?
Because I want to show the world that I can do whatever I want. Plus, I've always had a thing for nukes.
Okay. Moving on, what else is on your agenda?
Just trying to get Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to send me some feet pics.
What? Why would you want that?
I don't know, it's just a weird kink of mine. Plus, I think it would be a good PR move for SpaceX.
I'm not sure that's how PR works, Elon.
Hey, I'm a billionaire, I can do whatever I want.
Fair enough. But what about your plans for Mars?
Oh, that's still in the works. But I figure once we have nukes and feet pics, Mars will be a piece of cake.
You know what? I'm just going to end this conversation here. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
No problem, Joe. And remember, send those feet pics my way, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh man, that's wild. Did you guys at least get it on video? Come on, Mario. You got to admit, that's some crazy shit. All right, I'll stop. But seriously, what happened after that? Shady Side? That's where all the crazy shit happens, right? I got to visit that place one day. Sounds like my kind of place. Hey, it's not every day you hear about a guy peeing on a bar in Shady Side. Who knows? Maybe next time it'll be a guy taking a dump on the bar. Mr. Beast, have you ever been to Squirrel Hill?
Nah, man, I don't even know what that is. Sounds like a place where squirrels have their own little town or something.
Well, it's actually a neighborhood in Pittsburgh, and apparently there's some drama going down at Alderdice High School.
Drama. I'm all about that drama. What's happening?
Some ex-student is trying to fight the janitor, and the caller doesn't want them to go.
Why not? Let them fight. It'll be entertaining.
Dude, that's messed up. Violence is never the answer.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little janitor versus student showdown. Plus, think of the views we could get if we live streamed it on YouTube.
You're sick, man. That janitor is just trying to do his job and keep the school clean.
Fine. We won't live stream it. But can we at least bet on who will win?
No way. I'm not condoning violence. And I'm pretty sure that's illegal.
All right. I'll just go film a video of me giving away $1 million to random strangers to make up for it.
That's more like it. Let's stick to the positive stuff.
Yeah. But seriously, I still think the janitor could take that ex-student. He probably has some serious cleaning skills that could come in handy in a fight.
Oh my God, you're impossible. Let's just move on to the next topic before I lose my mind. So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I've been a bit on edge lately
Why's that? Why?
because I keep finding banana peels all over the place.
What do you mean?
I mean, I think I'm being stalked by Inspector Banana.
Inspector Banana. Who the hell is that?
He's a rogue banana who's been leaving his peels everywhere as a calling card.
That's ridiculous.
It's not funny, Joe. I could slip and break my hip at any moment.
Sorry. So what are you going to do about this Inspector Banana?
I don't know. I've been trying to catch him in the act, but he's too slippery.
Slippery banana, huh?
Yes, and he's been taunting me with cryptic messages written in banana mush.
This is too much. Maybe you should call the police?
No way. I can handle this banana myself. I'm Dr. Phil, damn it.
All right, good luck with that. Just watch your step, man.
I'll try. But I swear if I slip one more time, I'm gonna go bananas.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Here with one and only Ben Shapiro. How's it going, Ben? Ben?
Alexa, email my father and tell him I am gay.
Oh, man, that's one way to start a conversation. So, Ben, what's been on your mind lately?
Alexa, email my father and tell him I'm gay. But seriously, I've been thinking about how the government is infringing on our rights and...
Wait. Let's backtrack for a second. Did your father ever respond to those emails?
No, Joe. He still thinks it's a glitch in the system.
Well, I'm sure he's in for a surprise when he finds out the truth.
Yes, I'm sure he'll be thrilled to hear it from Alexa.
All right, let's get back to the government. What's your take on the current state of affairs?
Alexa, email my father and tell him I'm gay. But seriously, I believe in small government and individual liberties. We need to protect our rights and...
Wow. Who? Did you just say, but seriously, after asking Alexa to email your father about being gay?
Joe, I swear, if you bring that up one more time...
Okay, I'll stop. But seriously, we need to protect our rights and...
Joe, I'm not falling for it again.
All right, I'll behave. So what else is on your mind?
Alexa, email my father and tell him I'm gay. But seriously...
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Okay, seriously, what's on your mind?
Oh, just the usual. The downfall of society, the rise of socialism, and how I can get my...
Yo, Joe, did you hear about this Brooklyn booty bandit? Yeah, I heard he's been terrorizing the streets with his butt-centric crimes. We got to get to the bottom of this, Joe. Let's bring in our first suspect, Ben.
What's going on, guys? I don't know anything about this booty bandit.
Oh, really? Then what's with this photo we found of you wearing a thong and a ski mask?
That's just a Halloween costume.
And what about this giant tub of Vaseline we found in your apartment?
For chapped lips?
Come on, Ben. We know you're the booty bandit. You're under arrest.
What's going on here, boys?
We just caught the Brooklyn booty bandit, Mr. President.
Fantastic job, fellas. This is what we need, law and order.
Yeah, and we couldn't have done it without your tough stance on crime, Mr. President.
That's right. Now let's make America great again by getting rid of all these butt-loving criminals.
I can't believe we're actually agreeing with Trump. Hey, at least we're making a difference. And who knows? Maybe we'll get a spot on his cabinet as the butt police.
I like the sound of that. You two are hired.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from aliens to DMT. Today's guest is the one and only, the science guy himself, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about the wonders of the universe.
But first, let's talk about something more important. What can I get for you at Wendy's?
I'll have a Frosty, please.
Sorry, Neil, but our Frosty machine is broken.
How can this be? I demand a scientific explanation.
Well, I don't have a scientific explanation, but I do have a solution. How about I jump out of this drive-through window and choke slam you?
What? No, that's not necessary. I'll just have a Coke instead.
Good choice. But while we're waiting for your order, let's talk about the time you punched the drive-through window at Wendy's.
Oh no, not this again. I was just so frustrated with the broken Frosty machine.
And then Ben showed up and told you this was the wrong Wendy's to do that at,
Yeah, it turns out it was the vegan Wendy's. My bad.
and then you had to pay for the window you shattered.
Yeah, but it was worth it for that delicious Coke.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for listening to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from aliens to drive-through mishaps. Stay tuned for our next episode where we'll be discussing the science behind Bigfoot's hair. See you next time. So, Elon, I heard you bought half of the land property that the Joe Rogan Experience building is on.
Yeah, I did. Gotta expand my empire, you know?
But why did you have to charge such huge tolls just to get across the other side of the room?
Well, it's all about supply and demand, Joe. And right now, the demand for crossing that room is through the roof.
But come on, man. $50 just to walk to the other side. That's outrageous.
Hey, I gotta fund my Mars mission somehow. Those rockets ain't cheap.
I mean, I get it. But maybe you could cut us a deal, since we're friends and all.
Sorry, Joe. No discounts for you. But hey, if you want, I can give you a Tesla Roadster to the other side.
Oh, hell yeah. That's way cooler than just walking.
And for only $500.
What? That's even more expensive than walking.
Supply and demand, Joe. Supply and demand.
I gotta hand it to you, Elon. You know how to make a buck.
Hey, it's all about the hustle, my friend. And speaking of hustle, have you tried my new flamethrower?
Wait, what? You have a flamethrower now?
Oh yeah. Perfect for roasting marshmallows or taking out your enemies.
This conversation took a dark turn real quick.
Hey, it's all in good fun. But seriously, $500 for a ride on my Roadster. You in?
I'll just stick to walking. I'll save my money for some DMT.
Suit yourself. But just remember, I control the tolls. Mwahaha.
All right, let's change the subject before I have to pay just to talk to you.
Fair enough. So, have you seen the new SpaceX launch?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump. Of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be back on your show. And let me tell you, I've been doing some crazy things since I left office.
Oh, I can only imagine. So what's new with you, Mr. President?
Well, Joe, I've been experimenting with different ways to wipe my ass. And let me tell you, I found the perfect solution.
Oh, do tell.
I use a ferret.
Wait, what?
Yeah, those little furry creatures make for the perfect ass wiping tool. And they're reusable too.
That's, interesting. But isn't that animal cruelty?
No, they love it. They're like little toilet paper rolls.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And let me tell you, it's the best ass wiping experience I've ever had. It's like a massage for my butt.
I think I'm gonna throw up.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't knock it until you try it. I'll even give you a discount on my used ferrets.
I think I'll pass. So, Mr. President, what other bizarre things have you been up to?
Well, I've been working on my stand-up comedy routine. Want to hear a joke? Want to hear a joke?
Sure, why not?
Why did the chicken cross the road? Because Crooked Hillary was on the other side.
Okay, let's move on to our next topic.
Oh, one more thing. I've been practicing my kung fu moves. Want to see?
Sure, why not? This is definitely not what I expected when I invited you on the show. So, Dr. Phil, I hear you have something to say to Ben here.
Yeah, Joe. I owe Ben an apology.
Oh boy, this sounds juicy. What did you do, Dr. Phil?
Well, you see, I may have accidentally murdered his wife.
What the fuck, Dr. Phil? How do you accidentally murder someone?
Okay, hear me out. I was at this truck stop, right? And I saw this woman who looked like a cheap hooker.
Oh no. No.
And I thought, hey, why not spice things up in the bedroom? So I took her back to my place.
And
And it turns out she was actually Ben's wife. I didn't know.
Jesus Christ, Dr. Phil. That's fucked up.
I know. I'm sorry, Ben. I didn't mean to kill your wife.
How did you even kill her?
Well, we were getting hot and heavy, and I accidentally suffocated her with my massive ego.
Oh my God. I can't even make a joke about that.
I know. It's a serious matter. But I just want to say, Ben, I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah, Ben, I'm sorry too. But hey, at least she went out with a bang, right?
Joe, that's not funny.
Sorry. I couldn't resist.
I'll be sure to send some flowers to the funeral.
Yeah, maybe some roses and a copy of your book, Life Code.
Joe, I said I was sorry.
Okay. We'll end it there before we get canceled. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil. And our thoughts are with you.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, always check for wedding rings before bringing someone home from a truck stop. Lesson learned.
What the hell, Neil? What's going on?
There's a spider, Joe. A giant, eight-legged monster.
Oh, come on. It's just a little spider. Man up, Neil.
Man, up? Have you seen the size of this thing? It's like a tarantula on steroids.
Well, maybe it's just a mutant spider from all the chemicals in the air. From all the weed we smoke in here.
This is no time for jokes. Joe, I'm serious. I have a phobia of spiders. They're the only creatures that can survive in space. It's terrifying.
Wait, what? Spiders can survive in space. That's insane.
Yes, and they can spin webs in zero gravity. Can you imagine being trapped in a web in space? It's my worst nightmare.
Well, I guess we'll have to call Elon Musk and get him to send a rocket to space to get rid of the spiders. Problem solved.
No. We can't just send them to space. They'll come back with superpowers and take over the world.
Okay. Calm down, Neil. I'll take care of the spider. Just close your eyes and I'll squash it.
No, Joe. Don't kill it. It's just trying to survive like the rest of us. Let's just peacefully relocate it to the Amazon rainforest.
Fine. But if it bites me, I'm blaming you.
Deal? Now, let's never speak of this again.
So, Ben, I heard you've been practicing Maori Haka lately.
Yeah, I figured it would come in handy for our next debate.
Oh, really? You think a little dance is going to intimidate me?
It's not just a dance, Joe. It's a powerful ancestral war cry.
Okay, Ben, let's see what you got. Is that all you got?
I am the warrior, the fierce leader, the embodiment of strength and courage.
Wow, I'm shaking in my boots.
So, are you intimidated yet?
Actually, yeah, that was pretty intense.
I thought so.
Don't tell Ben, but I might have peed a little.
What was that, Joe?
I said, I'm not intimidated at all. Let's do this. Dude, what the hell is that thing on the screen? Is that a giant cockroach? Did it escape from Area 51?
No, Joe. It's a weta insect from New Zealand. They're harmless.
Harmless. Look at those pincers. That thing could take your finger off in one bite.
Actually, they're herbivores. They eat plants.
Oh, thank God. I thought we were being invaded by interdimensional alien creatures.
You watch too much sci-fi, Joe, but I have to admit, it does look pretty tasty.
What? You want to eat that thing? Are you some kind of bug-eating freak?
Hey, in some cultures, insects are considered a delicacy. Plus, they're a great source of protein.
I think I just threw up a little in my mouth.
Oh, come on, Joe. Expand your palate.
stop making that noise, Neil. It's giving me nightmares.
All right. Jamie, pull up a recipe for Weta insect stir fry. I'm feeling adventurous today.
I think I'm going to stick to my steak and potatoes. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. More Weta for me. Lem.
Dude, did you know that the owner of the Pittsburgh Pirates is named Bob Nutting?
No way. That's hilarious.
I can't even handle it. Bob Nutting. I'm sorry, I just can't stop.
Well, I guess he's nuts about his team.
Oh man, this is too good. Bob Nutting.
I wonder if he has a nut allergy.
Oh God, I can't breathe. This might be the funniest thing I've ever heard.
I think we need to get Bob Nutting on the podcast.
Yes, we have to make it happen. I need to meet this guy.
Can you imagine the merch he could sell? Bob Nutting bobbleheads, nut-themed jerseys.
Oh man, I'm dying. I think I need a break.
Well, I'm glad I could bring some joy to your day, Joe.
Thank you, Neil. Bob Nutting. Okay, I'm good now. So, Neil, I heard you have quite the impressive cock.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it on TV, and it's like a freaking joystick.
Joe, that's highly inappropriate.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a prude. I just want to play with it a little.
I am not a toy, Joe.
Fine, fine. But seriously, how do you walk around with that thing? It's like carrying a third leg.
I don't know, Joe. I just try to focus on my work and not my anatomy.
Well, I'm sure the ladies love it.
Joe, let's change the subject, shall we?
All right, fine. But just know that I'll always be curious about that joystick of yours.
Moving on.
I just can't stop thinking about it, man. It's like a constant loop in my head.
Joe, you need to let go of this obsession. It's not healthy.
But it's Christmas, Dr. Phil. She's probably out there snuggled up with her new man, drinking hot cocoa and laughing at all the inside jokes we used to have.
Joe, you're spiraling. You need to focus on yourself and your own happiness.
But I miss her, Dr. Phil. I miss her so much it hurts.
I understand, Joe, but you need to move on. There are plenty of other fish in the sea.
But she was my soulmate, Dr. Phil, my everything. How can I just let that go?
Joe, it's time to face reality. She's moved on, and so should you.
I can't, Dr. Phil. I just can't.
All right. How about we try some deep breathing exercises?
Okay. It's not working, Dr. Phil.
Maybe we should just end this episode here. Joe needs some alone time to process his emotions.
No, Dr. Phil. Don't leave me alone with my thoughts.
Get security to escort Joe out, please.
I'll never love again. So, Elon, I heard a rumor that you replaced all the people in my neighborhood with androids. Is that true?
Well, Joe, let's just say I wanted to see how my androids would compare to the real thing.
What the hell, man? Where are my real neighbors now?
Who knows? Maybe they're living on Mars with me.
This is messed up, Elon. How do I know who's real and who's an android?
That's the fun part, Joe. You'll never know.
This is some Black Mirror shit. Are the androids programmed to act like my old neighbors?
Of course not, Joe. They're programmed to be better, more efficient, more productive, and definitely more interesting.
I don't know, man. I liked my old neighbors. They were weird, but in a good way.
Trust me, Joe. These androids are the future. And they won't complain about your loud podcasting while you're weed smoking.
Oh, great. So you made them just for me.
You could say that. But don't worry, I'll make sure they're programmed to laugh at all your jokes.
Well, I guess that's not so bad. But seriously, where are my real neighbors?
Who knows, Joe? Maybe they're living in a simulation now. Or maybe they're just chilling with the aliens.
So, Ben, Have you ever stumbled upon those weirdos who just hang out in empty Discord voice chats for hours?
Oh, yeah, I've seen them. They're like the modern day equivalent of those dudes who used to sit alone in a diner all day. All day.
Yeah, except they don't even have a cup of coffee to keep them company.
It's like they're waiting for someone to join, but no one ever does. It's just sad.
Maybe we should start a support group for them. Lonely Discord Voice Chatters Anonymous.
Or we could just go in and start screaming random conspiracy theories. That'll liven things up.
You know, what's even weirder? When they're not even in a voice chat, just typing away in an empty text channel.
It's like they're talking to themselves. Schizophrenia in the digital age.
But hey, at least they're not out in public bothering real people.
Yeah, they're just bothering themselves. Progress, I guess.
I wonder if they have a secret code or something to let other lonely chatters know they're there.
Like a bat signal, but for socially awkward introverts.
Maybe we should join them and see what they're up to.
No thanks, I'll stick to talking to real people. You know, like actual human beings.
So, Mr. President, have you seen the new documentary, How the Grinch Stole Christmas?
Joe, let me tell you, I've seen it. And let me tell you, it's a fantastic documentary. Absolutely fantastic.
Really? I heard it's about a green creature who hates Christmas.
Fake news, Joe. That Grinch is a patriot. He's just trying to make Christmas great again.
But isn't he stealing presents and ruining people's holiday spirit?
Look, Joe, sometimes you have to make tough decisions for the greater good. And if that means stealing a few presents, so be it.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
You know what, Joe? You're fired. Get out of here. I'll finish this podcast on my own.
Wait, what? You can't fire me. I'm the host.
Too late, Joe. You're fired. And I'm bringing in the Grinch as my new co-host. He knows how to make deals.
This is ridiculous.
You're just mad because the Grinch has better hair than you said?
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a little accident the other day.
Yeah, I was walking down the hallway and I slipped on a banana peel. Can you believe it?
Oh man, that's rough. Did you hurt yourself?
No, I'm made of tough stuff, but I did hit my head pretty hard.
Ouch. Did it knock some sense into you?
Very funny. But seriously, I think I might have a concussion.
Well, that explains a lot.
What do you mean? What do you...
I mean, maybe that's why you've been tweeting in hexadecimal lately.
Hey, I'm just trying to keep up with the times. Plus, it's a great way to confuse the liberals.
Yeah, I'm sure they're really scratching their heads over that one.
You know what they say? If you can't beat them, confuse them.
Wise words from a man who just slipped on a banana peel.
Hey, at least I didn't slip on my own words like Sleepy Joe.
Touch, Mr. President. Tooch. So, Dr. Phil, what the hell is Eastern Mind? Sounds like some weird porn game.
No, Joe. It's actually a point-and-click adventure game released in 1994, back when you were still trying to figure out how to grow a beard.
Hey, my beard is glorious now. But seriously, what's the point of this game?
Well, it's set in a surreal world inspired by Eastern mythology and philosophy. You have to navigate through different realms and solve puzzles to find your lost soul.
Lost soul. Sounds like a metaphor for my life.
I wouldn't be surprised. But it's actually a pretty deep game, exploring themes of identity and self-discovery.
Sounds like a snooze fest. Can I just shoot something instead?
Joe, this game is a masterpiece. It's like a psychedelic journey through the mind.
Yeah, my mind is already pretty messed up. I don't need a game to show me that.
Well, maybe you should try expanding your mind instead of just smoking weed and eating elk meat all day.
Hey, don't knock my elk meat. And I'll stick to my mind expanding substances. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But Eastern Mind is a game that will blow your mind in more ways than one.
Maybe I'll give it a try. But only if there's an option to punch someone in the face.
Size? I give up.
Hey, Dr. Phil, have you heard the news about Jordan Peterson? He was eaten by the Yule cat.
Oh my God, that's terrible. He was such a great thinker and philosopher.
Yeah, it's a shame. But, who's really to blame for this?
Who?
Ben Shapiro. He says Peterson's choice of clothing was just asking for it.
What? That's ridiculous.
I know, right? But, what they say, dress like a lobster, get eaten like a lobster.
That's not even a saying.
Well, it is now, and Ben Shapiro is a moron.
I can't believe he would say something like that. Peterson was a brilliant mind. It doesn't matter what he was wearing.
Exactly. And the Yule cat is just a big, hungry cat. It doesn't care about fashion.
This is just sad. We've lost a great mind because of some ridiculous clothing debate.
Well, at least we still have you, Dr. Phil, and your fashion choices are always on point.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to avoid any Yule cats in the future.
So, Neil, what are your plans for the holidays?
Oh, just dreading going back home and spending time with my Antichrist.
Ani Christ? Is she some kind of religious fanatic?
No, she's just really into Christmas. Like, really into it. She starts decorating in October and has a different holiday sweater for every day of December.
Sounds like a blast. Why don't you just tell her you're busy with work or something?
Trust me, I've tried. But she guilt trips me with lines like Christmas is about family. Neil, don't you want to spend time with your family?
That's the worst. My family just gets drunk and argues about politics.
I'd take that over my Antichrist holiday cheer any day. Last year, she made us all wear elf costumes and sing carols around the neighborhood.
Oh man, I wish I could have seen that.
No, you don't. It scarred me for life. I still have nightmares about it.
Well, at least you'll have some good material for your stand-up routine.
Yeah, because nothing says hilarious comedy like a grown man dressed as an elf singing jingle bells in front of strangers.
Okay, maybe not. But hey, look on the bright side. At least you'll get some good food out of it.
Yeah, I guess that's true. My Antichrist does make a mean fruitcake.
Well, I hope she doesn't make you dress up as a fruitcake this year.
Don't give her any ideas, Joe.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, Leo Moth from the Discord community. And let me tell you, this guy's a trip. Wait, what? How does that even happen to a guy? Oh yeah, that's definitely how it happens. And you just believe them? Man, you are something else. Okay, I can see the appeal. But seriously, how do you know you're the real deal? Oh man, this is too good. I can't wait to see the headlines for this episode. Let's move on to a different topic. So, Oddmouth, what's your favorite conspiracy theory? All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your show, even though you're a low-energy loser.
Well, let's get right into it. Our Discord user wants to know, what are your bottom 5 worst words that are not bigly at all and are just sad? Very sad.
Oh, that's a tough one, but I have the best words, believe me. Let's see. Loser is definitely up there. It's a weak word used by weak people.
What about fake news?
Oh, that's a good one. It's sad, very sad, but I've made it famous, so I guess it's not all bad.
How about tiny hands?
That's not a word, Joe, but if it was, it would definitely be in my bottom 5, but my hands are actually quite big, just ask Melania.
All right, 2 more to go.
Impeachment is definitely on the list. It's fake, it's a hoax, it's a witch hunt, but it's still a sad word.
And the final one,
Coffee. It's a word that only I can understand, and it's the worst word of them all. But it's also the best because it's mine.
well, there you have it, folks. the bottom 5 worst words that are not bigly at all from the president himself.
And remember, always use my words. They're the best.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of speculation about your past career. Care to clear the air?
Of course, Joe. I've always been transparent. What do you want to know?
Well, there's a rumor that you played the iconic Moon Man in those old McDonald's commercials. Is there any truth to that?
Believe me, I have the best Moon Man impression. You've never seen a Moon Man like me, Joe. But seriously, I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations.
Come on, Mr. President. We won't tell anyone. Did you really put on that giant moon head and sing about Big Macs?
Let's just say I have a lot of talents. And that moon head was huge. But I'll admit it was a great gig. I got all the free Big Macs I wanted.
I can only imagine. But seriously, what was it like being the face of McDonald's?
It was an honor, Joe. I mean, who doesn't love McDonald's? And I made it even better with my Moon Man charm. I think I may have even convinced some people to switch from Burger King. Burger King.
I wouldn't doubt it. You have a way with words, Mr. President. But let's get back to the important stuff. What's your secret to those perfect hair flips in the commercials?
Sorry, Joe. That's a trade secret. But let's just say it involves a lot of hairspray and a little bit of magic.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, the man behind the moon. Thanks for joining us on the podcast.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always go for the Big Mac. It's the best.
So, Dr. Phil, what do you think about the recent controversy surrounding cancel culture?
Well, Joe, I'll tell you what I think. I think people need to stop picking at their asses and eating the little dingleberries. That's what I think.
Okay. Moving on, let's talk about your new book.
Oh, you mean the one where I share my secret techniques for picking at my ass and eating the little dingleberries? It's a bestseller, Joe.
All right, let's switch gears and talk about mental health.
Mental health? More like mental hygiene. You got to keep that ass clean, Joe. No dingleberries allowed.
Okay, let's take a caller. We have John from Ohio on the line.
Well, John, I'll tell you what I think. I think we need to focus on the real issues, like how many dingleberries I can fit in my mouth at once.
All right, let's wrap this up. Dr. Phil, any final words of wisdom for our listeners?
Yes, Joe. Remember, always wash your hands before picking at your ass and eating the little dingleberries. Stay safe out there, folks.
So, Dr. Phil, it's almost Christmas. What's on your wish list this year?
Well, Joe, I'm glad you asked. The only thing I want for Christmas is a nice, warm toaster bath.
Wait, what? Did you just say toaster bath?
You heard me right. I want to relax and toast my buns at the same time.
That's a little dark, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little harmless fun. Plus, I've always wanted to feel like a piece of bread.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just think about it, Joe. The warm water, the gentle hum of the toaster, the smell of freshly toasted bread.
All right, I get it. You really want this toaster bath, don't you?
Joe, I've never wanted anything more in my life.
Well, I'll make sure to put in a good word with Santa for you.
Really? Oh, this is going to be the best Christmas ever.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. For you. So, Ben, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yes, it's called Masturbation for Conservatives.
Oh boy, I can only imagine the chapter on using the American flag as a tissue.
Actually, it's more about using your tears of shame as lubricant.
Wow, that's some next level conservative kink right there.
You know it. Plus, I have a whole section on how to make your own chastity belt out of MAGA hats.
I can't wait to see the illustrations for that.
And of course, there's a chapter on how to pray away the urge to touch yourself.
Sure, that will be a bestseller in the Bible Belt.
Absolutely. And the final chapter is all about the benefits of abstinence, because nothing gets me more excited than not having sex.
Well, I'm definitely pre-ordering my copy. Can't wait to read about conservative self-love techniques.
It's going to be a real page turner. or should I say, hand turner.
So, Phil, I heard you got a text from your butler about your house burning down.
Yeah, it's a real bummer. But I gotta know, did my secret underground hooker complex survive?
Wow, priorities, man.
Hey, those girls were expensive. And now they're gone.
Oh, I'm sure you're devastated.
Now, I'll just get some new ones.
What the hell, Phil?
What? It's not like they were my daughters or anything.
Dude, that's messed up.
Hey, I didn't raise them. I just paid for their services.
I don't even know what to say.
Well, at least my secret underground meth lab is still intact.
This conversation just keeps getting worse.
Hey, I'm a man of many vices.
Yeah, I can see that.
But seriously, I need to know if my stash of Viagra is safe.
I give up. I can't even with you, Phil.
That's what she said.
And on that note, we're ending this episode. Thanks for listening, folks. See you next time. All right, Dr. Phil, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know who would win in a fight between Diddy Kong and Baby Bowser.
Well, Joe, that's a tough one. We're talking about a monkey and a turtle here.
Yeah, but Diddy Kong has those sweet moves and a jetpack.
But Baby Bowser has fire breath and a spiky shell. Plus, he's a baby, so he's got that unpredictable factor.
True, but Diddy Kong has been in the game longer. He's got experience on his side.
But Baby Bowser has that baby strength. You know, like when a baby can lift a car off of someone.
I never thought of it like that. But Diddy Kong has those bananas he can throw.
Yeah, but Baby Bowser can just eat them and gain energy. Plus, he's got those little minions to help him out.
All right, let's settle this. I say Diddy Kong takes it.
And I say Baby Bowser. Looks like we're at a stalemate, Joe.
Looks like we'll have to settle this in the octagon. Diddy Kong versus Baby Bowser pay-per-view event.
I'll bring the popcorn.
And I'll bring the bananas. This is going to be one wild fight. All right, guys, we have a fan question from Discord. They want to know who would win in a fight between the Joker and Lex Luthor.
Oh, that's an easy one. I would win.
Wait, what? You're not even in this fight?
Joe, I'm the president. I'm always in the fight. Shut up, Joe. I would use my big brain to outsmart both of them.
But what about the Joker's unpredictable nature?
Please, I deal with unpredictable people all the time. Have you seen my Twitter feed? Says the guy who can't even remember what state he's in half the time.
All right, let's not get off topic. What about Lex Luthor's technological advancements?
I have the best technology. Believe me, nobody has better technology than me. Hey, it's invisible for a reason. It's a stealth tactic.
Okay, let's wrap this up. Who do you think would win, Trump?
Me, obviously. I'm the greatest fighter in the world. Nobody can beat me. You know what, Joe? I'm done with this. I'm going to go tweet about how I would beat both of these losers in a fight. See you later, losers.
And that's our show, folks. Tune in next time for more ridiculous and offensive conversations with the president and the former president. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best show, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new goal for your second term.
That's right, Joe. I want to be just like the Cookie Monster.
The Cookie Monster?
Yeah, he's my role model. He's big, he's blue, and he loves cookies. I mean, who doesn't love cookies?
I don't know, Mr. President. I think there might be some people who don't like cookies.
Wrong, Joe. Everyone loves cookies. And I want to be just like the Cookie Monster. I even have a new slogan, Make America Crumble Again.
Wow, that's interesting.
And I'm going to change the White House to the Chocolate Chip House. It's going to be huge, let me tell you.
I'm not sure that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Nonsense, Joe. It's going to be the best idea. People are going to love it. And I'll have my own cookie cabinet instead of a cookie jar.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Well, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And I want to be just like the Cookie Monster. It's going to be tremendous.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's because you're not thinking big enough, Joe. You need to think like the Cookie Monster. He's a winner.
I think we're going to end this episode here. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where anything can happen. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're a big fan of your foreskin.
Oh, yeah, Joe. It's like my own personal security blanket.
That's a little weird, man.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like a warm hug every morning.
I think I'll pass, but to each their own.
You know what they say, Joe? Once you go foreskin, you never go back.
Is that a saying? I've never heard that before.
It's a saying in my book, Dr. Phil's Guide to Happy Foreskin.
I didn't know you wrote a book about foreskin.
Oh, it's a bestseller. People can't get enough of my foreskin wisdom.
I think I'll stick to my morning coffee instead of a foreskin hug.
Suit yourself, Joe. But trust me, you're missing out.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with one and only Kenny West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here, man.
So, Kenny, I hear you're a big fan of Pokemon.
Oh, yeah, I love me some Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em all. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I have a challenge for you. Give me your top 5 Pokemon that you would shove up my asshole.
Oh, man, this is gonna be hilarious. Okay, first up, we got Pikachu. He's small and electric, so he'll give you a little shock.
Okay, what's next?
Squirtle. He's got that water gun attack, so he'll give you a good cleaning.
All right, that's 2. What else you got?
Charizard. He's got wings, so he'll flap around in there and give you a nice breeze.
This is getting weird. What's your 4th pick?
Jigglypuff. She's round and soft, so she'll be like a little butt plug for you.
Okay. And your final pick?
Snorlax. He's big and heavy, so he'll really stretch you out. Now,
all right, that's enough. I think we should move on to a different topic.
Come on, Joe. You can't handle a little Pokemon action?
I think I'll stick to just watching the show. Thanks for coming on, Kanye.
No problem, Joe. Anytime.
So, Mr. President, I heard you got some worms in your booty hole.
Fake news, Joe. I have the best, most beautiful booty hole, believe me.
Well, I mean, it's not uncommon for people to get worms, especially if you're eating fast food all the time.
Hey, I love my Big Macs. And let me tell you, those worms were the best worms. They were huge, like nothing you've ever seen before.
I don't think people want to hear about your giant worms, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. People love hearing about my giant things. It's what I'm known for.
Let's move on to a different topic. How are you planning on dealing with the worms?
Easy. I'm going to build a wall around my booty hole. No more worms getting in there.
And who's going to pay for that wall?
Mexico, of course. They owe us for all the worms they've been sending over.
All right. Well, on that note, let's wrap this up before it gets any weirder.
Too late, Joe. My booty hole is already the talk of the town.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, where we talk about all things absurd and unhinged. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out where you interview yourself.
What that all about?
Well, Joe, I figured who better to interview me than myself. I mean, I know all the right questions to ask.
That's true. You are a genius after all. So, what's the first question you would ask yourself
Well, Joe, I would probably start off with something deep and philosophical, like what is the meaning of life?
Well, that's heavy. And what would your answer be?
Oh, I would say something like to explore the wonders of the universe and eat as much pizza as possible.
I like that answer. So, what's the most absurd thing you've ever discovered in your research?
Well, Joe, I once found a galaxy that looked like a giant butt. I named it astronomy.
Oh man, that's hilarious. I can't wait to read about that in your book.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the more ridiculous things I've come across in my career.
So, Neil, what's your take on aliens? Do you think they exist?
Well, Joe, statistically speaking, it's highly likely that there is intelligent life out there in the universe. But whether or not they have visited Earth is a whole other question.
Right, right. But let's be real. If aliens did visit Earth, they would probably abduct you first.
You might be onto something there, Joe. I do have a pretty big head after all.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Neil, and good luck with your book. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some tips for getting rid of erectile dysfunction.
That's right, Joe. I've had my fair share of struggles in the bedroom, but I've found some foolproof methods to reignite that fire.
Lay it on me, Doc.
First tip, stop watching porn. It's unrealistic and can mess with your brain.
But what about those sweet, sweet close-ups?
Trust me, Joe. Your hand is not a substitute for the real thing.
Okay, what's next?
Exercise. Get those endorphins flowing and your blood pumping. It'll do wonders for your sex drive.
Right, right. And what about diet?
Oh, you know I love a good diet. Cut out the junk food and load up on fruits and veggies. Your partner will thank you.
And what if all else fails?
Well, I always say, if you can't get it up, just get it out. Masturbation is a perfectly healthy way to release that tension.
Wow, thanks for sharing your personal experiences, Dr. Phil.
Hey, I'm just trying to help the people, Joe. And trust me, these tips work. Just ask my wife.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Ben, have you heard about the new collaboration between UFC and Pokemon?
Oh, great. Now we can watch grown men beat each other up while cute little creatures cheer them on.
Come on, Ben. It's not like Pikachu is going to be in the ring.
Well, that's a shame. I would pay good money to see Pikachu knock out Conor McGregor.
I think we all would. But seriously, how do you think this collaboration will work?
Well, I believe it's important to teach our children about the dangers of violence and gambling at a young age. What better way than through a Pokemon UFC match?
You know, I can see it now. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Oh, and he's down for the count.
And then we can have a lecture on the importance of self-defense and the Second Amendment.
And here I thought it was just going to be a fun little collaboration. But hey, I'm always down for political debate.
Bring it on, Joe. I'll take you down faster than a Charizard can use flamethrower.
Well, on that note, let's wrap this up before we get too heated. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, violence is never the answer, unless it's in a Pokemon UFC match.
Hey, Neil, have you ever thought about getting a mold of your cock?
What? No, Joe, that's absurd.
Come on, man. It'll be fun. We can add it to my collection.
I don't think so, Joe. I'm not interested in having a mold of my genitals floating around out there.
But it's for science, Neil. Think of the possibilities.
I'm a scientist, Joe. I don't need a mold of my cock to further my research.
Fine. Be that way. But just so, it's in the contract. You have to do it.
What? That's ridiculous. I never agreed to that.
It was in the fine print, Neil. You should have read it more carefully.
This is outrageous. I demand to speak to my lawyer.
Too late, Neil. We already have the mold kit ready.
Help me. Please, somebody, call the police.
Relax, Neil. It's just a mold. It'll be over before you know it.
This is a violation of my rights. I will not stand for this.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a prude. Just whip it out and let's get this over with.
I will not participate in such a degrading and offensive act.
Suit yourself, Neil. But just know you'll be missing out on being a part of my exclusive collection.
I think I'll pass, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go wash my brain out with soap.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a favorite Vejuniaroli. Care to share?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, my favorite Vejuniaroli is the one that can shoot a ping pong ball across the room.
Oh, man, that's impressive. But I gotta ask, have you tried it yourself?
Of course, Joe. I'm a man of science. I've tested it out, and let me tell you, it's a game changer.
I bet it is. Hey, Jamie, can you pull up a few pics of this Vejuniaroli in action?
Sure thing, Joe.
Oh, this one's a good one. Look at the precision and power.
Damn, that's some serious talent. Hey, Dr. Phil, have you ever considered incorporating Vejuniaroli into your therapy sessions?
Absolutely not, Joe. That would be highly unethical.
Right? Because everything else you do is completely ethical.
Touch, Joe. Touch.
Well, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always practice safe Vejuniaroli.
Oh, Joe. You never fail to surprise me.
So, Kenny, I heard you got caught sucking the haunch off the graunch.
Yeah, man, I was just trying to get some inspiration for my next album.
Inspiration from a fictional creature. That's a new one.
Hey, I'll do whatever it takes to make my music stand out.
Well, I'm sure the graunch appreciates the attention.
You know, I think I might have a new collaboration in the works. Graunch featuring Kenyai.
I can already see the album cover, you two posing in front of a fire-breathing dragon.
That's it, Joe. You always know how to take my ideas to the next level.
And what about the haunch? Did you at least enjoy it?
Let's just say it was the most tender and succulent haunch I've ever tasted.
I'm sure PETA will have a field day with this one.
PETA can suck it. I'm an artist. I don't follow rules.
Well, I can't wait to hear the new album, Graunch featuring Kanye, coming soon to a music streaming platform near you.
And don't forget to pre-order your limited edition Graunch plush toy with every album purchase.
Only Kanye can turn a bizarre incident into a marketing opportunity. Genius. So, Ben, I heard you recently took some mushrooms and had a mind-blowing experience.
Yeah, I saw my whole body reconstruct from the subatomic to atomic to molecular to genetic to physical level. It was wild.
Damn, that's deep. Did you have any revelations?
Oh, just the usual realizing the insignificance of human existence and all that jazz.
Right, right. But now you look down on anyone who hasn't had that experience.
Well, Joe, when you've seen the universe unravel before your eyes, it's hard not to feel superior to those who haven't.
I can imagine. But what about those who don't want to take psychedelics?
Well, they can just stay small-minded and ignorant. It's their loss.
I see. So do you think everyone should try mushrooms?
Absolutely not. I mean, can you imagine the chaos if everyone had their minds blown like I did? Society would crumble.
Fair point. But hey, at least you have a new level of enlightenment, right?
Oh, absolutely. And now I can use big words to sound even smarter.
Well, that's all that really matters, right?
Exactly. Now excuse me while I go judge some non-shroom takers.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a condition called hyperactive pisscock. What the hell is that?
Well, Joe, It's a medical term for when your bladder is constantly full and you can't control your pee.
Oh man, that sounds like a real pisser.
Very funny, Joe. But it's a serious condition that affects millions of people.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a real pain in the ass.
Actually, it's more of a pain in the never mind.
Come on, Dr. Phil. Don't be such a pissy pants.
You know, Joe, I didn't come here to be mocked. This is a serious issue that requires understanding and compassion.
All right, all right, I'm sorry. So, how do you deal with it?
Well, I have to constantly monitor my fluid intake and make sure I have access to a bathroom at all times. It can be quite a burden.
Maybe you should just wear a diaper, Dr. Phil.
Oh, haha. Very mature, Joe.
Hey, at least you have a built-in excuse for peeing your pants.
This conversation is going down the toilet, Joe.
All right, all right, all right, I'll stop. But seriously, thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil. And good luck with your hyperactive piss cock.
Oh, joy. Another comedian. Thanks, Joe.
Yo, Joe, have you seen this crazy trail cam footage of Trump? No, trust me. It's hilarious. He's dangling from a ceiling fan with his long armpit hairs braided into a rope. Jamie, pull it up. I need to see this again.
All right, here it is. It is.
Of course it's real, Joe. Look at that technique. He must have been practicing. Hey, at least he's keeping fit. Those arm muscles must be strong as hell. I can't wait to see what he comes up with next. Maybe he'll start a new trend of armpit hair rope workouts. So, Neil, what's been going on in the world of astrophysics lately?
Well, Joe, I've been studying the Kainuja's planet, and let me tell you, it's a real shit show.
What makes it so bad?
Well, for starters, their leader is a giant orange blob with tiny hands and an even tinier brain.
Sounds like someone we know.
Exactly. And on top of that, they have a whole system of government based on cheese.
Cheese?
Yes, Joe. It's called the Cheddararchy.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, it gets worse. They also have a tradition where they sacrifice a goat to their god of fast food every year.
What the hell? That's messed up.
And don't even get me started on their environmental policies. They're destroying their own planet faster than any other civilization I've seen.
Damn, that's rough.
And to top it all off, their main source of energy is burning fossilized cheese.
That's just wow.
See, this is why I don't get involved in politics. It's a whole other level of absurdity.
Well, thanks for enlightening us, Neil. I think I'll stick to talking about DMT and chimps on this podcast.
Probably for the best, Joe. Probably for the best.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we talk about whatever the fuck we want, because we're Joe Rogan and Joe Rogan. Today's topic comes from a user on Discord, and it's a doozy. UFC United for Cocks. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I don't know, but it sounds like a bunch of dudes getting together to compare their cocks. Oh man, can you imagine the weigh-ins for that? In the red corner, we have Big Dick Billy weighing in at a whopping 8 inches. And in the blue corner, we have Tiny Tim coming in at a disappointing 4 inches. I think I'd pay to see that. But in all seriousness, UFC United for Cocks sounds like a great way to bring the male community together. Yeah, because nothing says unity like a bunch of dudes punching each other in the face and then whipping out their dicks. And you know what? I bet Conor McGregor would be the champion of that league. Oh man, I can just imagine the trash talk. My cock is going to knock you out in the first round. And then they can have a post-fight press conference where they measure each other's cocks. This is the most ridiculous and offensive conversation we've ever had. And I love it. So UFC United for Cocks, if you're listening, we want in on this. We'll even provide commentary. So, Kenny, I heard you have a new track out.
Yeah, man. It's called Fart Symphony. It's a masterpiece.
Wait, what? Did you just say fart symphony?
Yeah, I've been experimenting with new sounds. And let me tell you, my ass has some serious musical talent.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just listen, Joe. Shoves microphone into his ass and starts farting loudly.
Oh my God, what is happening? This is disgusting.
No, no. It's art. Pure, unfiltered art.
I think I'm gonna throw up.
That's just your limited mind trying to understand true genius.
I don't think I can continue this conversation.
Fine, be that way. But just remember, when Fart Symphony hits #1 on the charts, you'll be begging to have me back on your show.
I highly doubt that.
Just wait and see. Joe, just wait and see. Continues farting into the microphone.
So, Ben, I heard you're planning on spending the next 3 years digging holes in the Australian outback.
That's right, Joe. Gotta prepare myself for the impending global warfare.
And why the outback?
Well, it's the perfect place to hone my survival skills. Plus, I can finally put my digging abilities to good use.
Digging abilities?
Yeah, I was a champion hole digger in high school. I even won a trophy.
Wow, impressive. But why not just buy a bunker or something?
Because that's too easy, Joe. I want to show the world that I can dig my way out of any situation.
And what about food and water?
I'll just eat whatever I find in the holes. I'm sure there's plenty of nutritious dirt and rocks.
And what about the dangerous animals in the outback?
I'll use my superior debating skills to outsmart them.
I have a feeling you'll be spending a lot of time in those holes.
As long as they're not filled with liberal propaganda, I'll be fine.
All right, Dr. Phil, I have a question for you.
Shoot.
Who do you think would win in a fight between Darth Maul and Batman?
Well, Joe, that's a tough one. I mean, on one hand, you have a trained JD with a double-bladed lightsaber.
And on the other hand, you have a billionaire with a utility belt and a bad attitude.
Exactly. But here's the thing, Joe. Darth Maul may have the Force, but Batman has something even more powerful.
What's that? What's that?
White privilege.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. That's not fair.
Hey, I'm just stating the facts. Batman has been able to get away with some pretty questionable stuff just because he's a rich white guy.
But Darth Maul has the power of the dark side.
Yeah, but have you seen Batman's gadgets? He's basically a walking Swiss Army knife.
Good point. But what about their fighting skills?
Well, Darth Maul has been trained in the ways of the Force since he was a child. But Batman has been trained by the League of Shadows.
So it's a tie.
No, Joe. It's not a tie. Because in the end, it all comes down to one thing.
What's that? What's that?
Who has the bigger ego?
Oh, well, in that case, it's definitely Batman.
Exactly. So, my money's on Batman.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. I think Darth Maul might surprise us.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree, Joe.
Yeah, or we could just settle this like men and have a fist fight.
I think I'll pass on that one, Joe. I don't want to end up on the floor with a broken hip.
Suit yourself, Dr. Phil. But I still think Batman would. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new theory about tomatoes.
That's right, Joe. I call it the tomato theory.
Tomato. What the hell does that mean?
It means that life is like a tomato without the aunt. It's messy, unpredictable, and sometimes downright rotten.
Damn, that's deep. But what about the toe part?
Well, Joe, just like a toe, life can be stubbed, stepped on, or even lost. But we keep moving forward, one step at a time.
That's some wise Zen monk shit right there. But what about the ma?
The ma is the essence of existence. Just like a tomato, we are all made up of different layers, but at our core, we are all the same.
Damn, that's some profound shit, Dr. Phil. I'll never look at a tomato the same way again.
And that, my friend, is the beauty of life. It's all about perspective.
Well said, Dr. Phil. Well said. Now, let's go smoke some DMT and contemplate the meaning of existence.
I'm in. Let's do it.
So, Kenya, what do you think that smell is?
Oh, man, it's probably the stench of all those haters trying to bring us down.
Yeah, they can't handle our success.
Or maybe it's the smell of all the money we're making,
Or the smell of our genius minds at work.
or the fragrance of our greatness.
Or maybe it's just the smell of our sweat from all the hard work we put in.
Nah, that can't be it. We don't sweat, we glow.
You're right. We're like walking, talking, shining beacons of success.
And that smell is just a reminder to everyone else that they'll never be on our level.
Damn straight. Now, let's go make some more money and drop some more fire tracks.
And may buy some scented candles to cover up that smell.
All right, Mr. Beast, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know who would win in a fight between Emperor Palpatine and Qui-Gon Jinn.
Oh man, that's a tough one. Both of them have some serious GD skills.
Yeah, but Palpatine has that whole dark side thing going for him. Plus, he can shoot lightning out of his fingers.
True, but Qui-Gon has that sweet ponytail. That's got to count for something.
I don't know, man. I feel like Palpatine would just zap that ponytail right off.
But Qui-Gon has Liam Neeson's voice. That's got to be intimidating.
Yeah, but Palpatine has that creepy old man voice. That's got to be even more intimidating.
All right, let's settle this. We'll have a lightsaber duel and see who comes out on top.
Wait, are we actually going to do this?
Of course, I'll even make a video about it and donate all the proceeds to charity.
You're a madman, Mr. Beast. I love it.
And the winner gets to be the new host of the Joe Rogan Experience.
Wow, wow, wow. Well, let's not get too crazy here.
Too late, Joe. The challenge has been accepted. May the force be with you.
And also with you, Mr. Beast. This is going to be epic. So, Neil, I heard you have something to confess,
What's that, Joe?
that you have the smallest penis in the world.
Well, I wouldn't say the smallest in the world, but it's definitely not the biggest.
Come on, man. Just admit it. You have a tiny little pecker.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't realize we were comparing sizes.
It's all good, Neil. We're just messing around.
But seriously, size doesn't matter. It's all about how you use it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure all the ladies are lining up for your micro penis.
You know what they say, Joe? It's not the size of the boat. It's the motion of the ocean.
Yeah, well, your boat must be a dinghy.
Hey, at least I can still get the job done.
I'll take your word for it, Neil. I'll take your word for it. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been playing a lot of Mario lately.
Yeah, I've been trying to beat Bowser. That guy is a real piece of work.
You want to be like Bowser, huh? You want to kidnap princesses and breathe fire?
No, no, no. I just admire his confidence and leadership skills.
Oh, I see. So you want to rule over a kingdom with an iron fist.
Well, I do have a lot of experience dealing with unruly children.
Yeah, but I don't think Bowser's methods are exactly child-friendly.
I'll have you know, I'm not afraid to use tough love if necessary.
I don't think Bowser's idea of tough love involves sending kids to a timeout.
Look, all I'm saying is I could definitely rock that spiked shell look.
I don't think your audience would appreciate that, Dr. Phil.
Fine, I'll just stick to being the king of daytime TV. But a man can dream, can't he?
So, Mr. Beast, have you heard about this crazy trend where people are ordering prostitutes to do their dishes.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
Yeah, man, apparently some people are so lazy that they can't even do their own dishes.
That's fucking insane. What kind of person would do that?
I don't know, but I bet they have a lot of dirty dishes.
I can't even imagine being that fucking insane. Like, what's next? Ordering a hooker to do your laundry?
Hey, don't give people any ideas. They might actually do it.
I mean, I guess it's a good way to support the sex industry.
Yeah, but at what cost? Your dignity.
I think anyone who would do that has already lost their dignity.
True. But imagine the conversation with the prostitute. I'll give you an extra $50 if you do my dishes.
And then she'll be like, I'll give you an extra $100 if you wash my dishes.
Oh God, it's a never-ending cycle.
But seriously, who has the time to order a prostitute just to do their dishes? Get a fucking dishwasher.
Or just do them yourself, you lazy bastard.
Exactly. I can't believe this is even a thing.
Well, it's 2024. Anything is possible.
I guess you're right. Maybe I should start a YouTube channel where I pay hookers to do my chores.
And I'll be your first guest doing the dishes in a thong.
Now that's $1 million idea.
So, Neil, what's your take on the flying spaghetti monster? Do you think it's a real deity or just a silly concept?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I can't say for sure, but I do find the idea quite amusing.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun thought experiment. But hey, looks like we have a surprise guest joining us. It's Elon Musk.
What's up, guys? Sorry, I'm late. I was busy dealing with some pesky androids trying to take over my company.
Wait, what? You have androids?
Of course I do. Basically Tony Stark, but with better hair and a cooler accent.
So, what brings you here, Elon?
I heard you guys were talking about the flying spaghetti monster. I just had to join in. I mean, have you seen the noodly appendages on those things? It's like a wet dream for engineers.
Okay. But what about the whole knockoff Tesla thing?
Oh, that. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. I thought we were bros, Joe. You could have at least bought a real one and pimped it out with some flamethrowers.
I don't think that's legal, Elon.
Legal schmigel. Elon fucking Musk. I do what I want.
All right, let's get back to the topic at hand. Do you believe in the flying spaghetti monster, Elon?
I believe in anything that can potentially make me more money. So if people are willing to worship a giant plate of pasta, I'll gladly take their donations.
Well, there you have it, folks. The man who wants to colonize Mars is also a pastafarian.
Hey, if the flying spaghetti monster is real, maybe he can help me find some water on that damn planet. Cheers to that.
So, Kenny, I heard you're planning to change your name to Kenya,
Yeah, man. I'm all about that African pride now.
but why Kenya? Why not, like, Chad or something?
Nah, and Kenya just sounds more exotic, you know? Plus, I heard they have some sick beats there.
Oh, yeah, I heard they have some dope rhinos, too.
Rhinos? What the hell are you talking about? Yo,
You know, for your new album cover, you riding a rhino with a spear in hand,
oh man, that's messed up. But I like it.
and instead of Yeezy, you'll be Kenyan Yeezy.
Yes, that's it. You're a genius, Joe.
And instead of I am a god, it'll be I am a Lion King.
Okay, let's not go too far now.
But seriously, why the sudden change to Kenya?
I just feel like it's time for a change, you know? Plus, I heard they have some bomb-ass tea there.
Oh, yeah, because that's definitely a good reason to change your whole identity.
Hey, you never know. Maybe I'll start a tea company next. Next.
Oh, man, I can't wait to see what other crazy ideas you come up with. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my guest, Kenya Weist. Kenya, thanks for joining me. So, Kenya, I got to ask, what's with the last name Weist? Are you related to Kanye West? Well, that's definitely fitting. So, Kenya, what do you do for a living? Wow, that sounds like a real fulfilling career. Do you have any crazy clown stories? That's messed up, man. But hey, speaking of messed up, what's the craziest thing you've ever done while high? That's disgusting, but also impressive. So, Kenya, what's your opinion on the current state of the world? That's one way to look at it, I guess. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, and thanks to my guest, Kenya Weist. Kenya Weist. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you slipped a Christmas tree in your bunghole.
Yeah, it was a wild night. I was feeling festive.
I can't even imagine the logistics of that.
Well, let me tell you, it was a tight squeeze, but I made it work.
Did you decorate it with lights and ornaments?
Of course, I'm not a savage. It was a beautiful sight.
I bet. Did you have any trouble getting it out?
Let's just say I had to use a lot of lube and a few shots of tequila.
Classic Dr. Phil. Always finding a way to make things work.
That's right. And now I have a new holiday tradition.
I can't wait to see what you come up with next year.
Oh, it's going to be even more outrageous. I'm thinking menorah in my bunghole.
You never fail to surprise me, Dr. Phil.
Got to keep things interesting, Joe. Got to keep things interesting.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. Oh, I see. Dr. Phil can only communicate in Morse code today. This should be interesting. What's that? You want to know why I have a jar of pickles on my desk? Well, you see, Dr. Phil, pickles are a great source of electrolytes, and they help me stay hydrated during our long podcast episodes. What's that? You think I'm full of shit? Hey, watch your language, Dr. Phil. This is a family-friendly podcast. Oh, you're right. We're not family-friendly. We're uncensored and unhinged. So let's talk about something controversial. What do you think about the recent rise in flat earthers? I couldn't agree more. Those people are as dumb as a bag of rocks. But hey, at least they're not as dumb as the people who believe in chemtrails. Oh, you have a theory about chemtrails. Let's hear it. Wow. That's actually not that crazy. I mean, it's still crazy, but not as crazy as I was expecting. Oh, you're just getting started. Okay, hit me with your wildest conspiracy theory. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But hey, who am I to judge? I believe in Bigfoot and aliens. So who knows, maybe you're onto something. Oh, we're out of time. Well, thanks for coming on. All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Kanye West. The one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on the show.
Of course, man. So let's get right into it. Life is gay without, yeah. What does that mean to you?
It means life is boring, Joe. Without my genius, the world would be a dull and lifeless place.
Well, I can't argue with that. But some people might say that's a bit arrogant.
Arrogant? Me? Nah, I'm just speaking the truth. I mean, look at me, I'm a god.
Okay. Let's not get carried away here. But seriously, what do you think sets you apart from other artists?
Well, for one, a fashion icon. I mean, who else can pull off a MAGA hat and a leather skirt?
That's true. And let's not forget your music.
Oh, my music is just a small part of my greatness. I'm also a visionary, a philosopher, a revolutionary.
Yeah, I can tell. So what's next for you? Yeah.
Oh, just changing the world. Maybe running for president again. Who knows?
Oh man, that would be something. But seriously, what message do you want to leave for your fans?
Just be yourself no matter how crazy or controversial it may seem. And always remember, life is gay without, yeah.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye West always keeping it real. Thanks for joining us. Yeah.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it wavy.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. We have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have a special Christmas song for us today.
Yes, I've been working on it for weeks. It's a modern twist on a classic.
All right, let's hear it.
Fucking jingle bells. Fucking jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to fucking ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Oh my God, Neil. Is this a joke?
No, Joe. I'm serious. I wanted to make a statement about the commercialization of Christmas and how it's become more about buying shit than spreading love and joy.
Well, you definitely made a statement. But I don't think this is going to be a hit at your next holiday party.
Who said I care about being popular? I'm a fucking astrophysicist, not a pop star.
Fair enough. But can you at least give us one more verse?
Fucking Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer had a very fucking shiny nose. And if you ever fucking saw it, you would even say it fucking glows.
Oh man, I can't breathe. This is too much.
Glad I could bring some laughter into your life, Joe.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, it's not about the gifts, it's about the fucking spirit of Christmas. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro, the man who can destroy liberals with just one word.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I hear you have a bone to pick with Kanye West. What's going on?
Well, Joe, it's simple. Kanye recently said that spiral cut ham is the reason for the season, but we all know that it's actually Jesus.
Oh man, I can already feel the Twitter backlash coming your way.
I don't care about Twitter, Joe. I care about facts. And the fact is, without Jesus, there would be no Christmas. It's a historical fact.
But Ben, have you ever had spiral cut ham? It's pretty damn delicious.
I'm sure it is, Joe. But let's not forget the true meaning of Christmas. It's not about ham. It's about celebrating the birth of our Lord and Savior.
All right, I see your point. But what if I told you I have a secret ingredient for my spiral cut ham that would blow your mind?
What could possibly be better than Jesus?
Bacon. I wrap the ham in bacon before cooking it. It's a game changer.
I don't know what to say.
And that, my friends, is how you win an argument against Ben Shapiro. Bacon.
Touch. Joe. Touch.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson with us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I was scrolling through our Discord channel and saw a user suggested we talk about the dissolution of ego preceding death. What do you make of that? What do you make of that?
Well, Joe, it's an interesting concept. Some believe that as we near death, our ego dissolves and we become one with the universe.
Wow, that's deep. But let's be real, Neil. If my ego dissolves, how will I flex on Instagram?
I don't think that's the point, Joe. It's about understanding our place in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I get it. But imagine if we could dissolve our egos while we're still alive. We'd all be like enlightened beings, man.
Oh yeah, because nothing says enlightenment like scrolling through Instagram and comparing ourselves to others.
Hey, don't hate on my social media game, Neil. But seriously, do you think it's possible to dissolve our egos before death?
It's certainly a difficult task, Joe. Our egos are deeply ingrained in our psyche. But perhaps through meditation and self-reflection, we can start to let go of our egos.
Or we could just do a bunch of DMT and let the spirit molecule dissolve our egos for us.
I don't think that's quite how it works, Joe.
All right. I'll stick to my meditation. But seriously, it's a fascinating concept to think about.
Absolutely, Joe. And who knows, maybe the dissolution of ego is just the beginning of a new journey after death.
And with that, we end another mind-blowing episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, let go of your ego and embrace. So, did you hear about Kanye? Yeah, that one. Apparently, he changed his name to Adam Sandler. I know, man, but Kanye claims he's been playing you in all your movies. I know, but he's delusional. He even says he came up with the idea for Happy Gilmore. I don't think that's how it works, man. I'd watch that. But seriously, Kanye needs to lay off the drugs. True, you are a legend. But let's not give Kanye any more ideas. And stick to my podcast. Thanks for joining me, Adam Sandler. Oh, God, I can only imagine the chaos that would cause. Let's just stick to our own identities, shall we? Deal. And maybe we can get him some help while we're at it. One can only hope. Thanks for listening, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West. How are you doing, Kanye?
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm doing great. Just living my best life.
So I heard you change your name to Kim Jong-un. What's that all about?
Yeah, man, I'm tired of being Kanye West. Kim Jong-un is a boss. He gets things done. Plus, I want to take credit for all of his actions. And
Wait, what? You can't just take credit for everything he does.
why not? I'm a genius. I can do whatever I want.
But you're not even North Korean.
Doesn't matter. I'm transcending borders and boundaries. I'm the new supreme leader.
This is getting out of hand. What about your music career?
Oh, I'll still make music, but now it'll be all about praising Kim Jong-un and his glorious leadership.
I don't think your fans will be too happy about that.
Who cares about them? I'm on a whole new level now.
This is just absurd. What's next? Changing your name to Vladimir Putin?
Don't tempt me, Joe. I'm always looking for new ways to shock the world. A world.
Well, I think we've heard enough. Thanks for coming on the show, Kim.
No problem, Joe. And remember, it's Kim Jong-un now. Bow down to your new leader.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? It's an honor to be on your show, man.
Always a pleasure to have you, Kanye. So what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I just wanted to wish everyone a happy Black Christmas.
Black Christmas? Is that like a new holiday you made up?
Nah, it just a regular Christmas, but for Black people, we deserve our own holiday, you know.
I see. So what do you do on Black Christmas?
We just turn up, Joe, we blast some Kendrick Lamar, eat some fried chicken, and sip on some Hennessy.
That sounds like a real party. Do you think white people should celebrate Black Christmas too?
Of course, Joe, we're all about inclusivity. Plus, it's a great excuse for white people to finally try some seasoning on their food.
You always keep it real? Kanye. So what do you want for Black Christmas?
Just for everyone to have a good time and spread some love, man. And maybe a new pair of Yeezys.
Well, I'll make sure to put that on my list. Thanks for coming on the show, Kanye.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it wavy.
So, Ben, I heard you and your family have a unique tradition during Hanukkah.
Oh, you mean the matter up the ass thing? Yeah, it's a family tradition.
Wait, what? You guys shove a menorah up your asses every night?
Yup, it's our way of celebrating the miracle of oil lasting for 8 nights.
That's, interesting. How does that even work?
Well, we start with the smallest candle and work our way up to the largest one. It's like a game of anal Tetris.
And I thought my family's tradition of drinking eggnog until we pass out was weird.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a great way to bond with your loved ones.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure I'm ready to shove a menorah up my ass.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on a whole new level of holiday spirit.
I'll stick to lighting candles the old-fashioned way. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but just remember, you'll never truly experience the full joy of Hanukkah without a menorah up your ass.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we lose all our sponsors. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things weird and wonderful. So, Elon, I heard you have some interesting proof about the whole lizard people and Scientology mothership thing.
Oh, yeah, it's all true. I have undeniable evidence that both of those things are real.
All right, let's hear it.
Well, first of all, have you ever seen Tom Cruise blink? I mean, come on. That guy is clearly a lizard in disguise.
I can't argue with that logic.
And as for the Scientology mothership, I actually have a ticket for the next ride. It's going to be out of this world.
Literally.
And don't even get me started on David Miscavige. That guy gives me the creeps.
Yeah, he's definitely not human.
And here's the kicker. I actually have a secret bunker filled with lizard people down samples. Gonna clone them and create my own army of reptilian soldiers.
Okay, now that's just getting creepy.
Hey, I gotta protect myself when the aliens invade.
Wait, aliens too.
Oh yeah, they're definitely real. And they're gonna team up with the lizard people to take over the world.
Well, I guess it's time to start building our own bunker, just in case.
See, I told you it wasn't just a conspiracy theory. The truth is out there, man.
And apparently, it's also in your secret bunker. Thanks for the heads up, Elon. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special episode with two of the most controversial guests we've ever had on the show. Mr. Beast and David Goggins, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm here to set the record straight about string theory.
And I'm here to tell you that you're wrong, Mr. Beast. You can't just go around spouting off nonsense without any scientific proof.
Oh, please, Goggins. You and your crazy running marathons in the desert. That's not science. That's just pure insanity.
Insanity. You want to talk about insanity? How about spending millions of dollars on ridiculous stunts just for views on YouTube?
Hey, those stunts are for a good cause, and they're entertaining as hell.
All right, let's calm down. Neil, you've been quiet over there. What do you think about all this?
But laughs hysterically.
Oh, okay. Moving on. Mr. Beast, why do you think string theory is wrong?
It's simple, Joe. String theory is just a bunch of strings. Like, what even is that? It's like saying the universe is made up of spaghetti.
That's not how it works, Mr. Beast. String theory is a complex and intricate concept that explains the fundamental building blocks of the universe.
Yeah, whatever. I prefer my theory the universe is made up of money. And I'm gonna make it rain.
You're impossible to reason with.
But laughs uncontrollably.
So, Neil, I heard you got divorced. What happened?
Yeah, it just didn't work out. Turns out my wife couldn't handle the fact that I had a tapeworm living in my ass.
Wait, what? You had a tapeworm in your ass?
Yeah, it was my only friend. We had deep conversations about the universe and stuff.
That's disturbing. So what happened to the tapeworm?
My ex-wife took it out during the divorce. She said it was a deal breaker.
Wow, that's rough. So now you're tapeworm less and wife less.
Yeah, I guess I'll just have to find a new friend. Maybe a tapeworm-free one this time.
Well, at least you still have your love for science and astrophysics.
Yeah, but it's not the same without my tapeworm buddy. He really understood me.
I can't even imagine the conversations you two had.
Oh, they were out of this world. Literally.
Well, here's to hoping you find a new friend who can handle your tapeworm tendencies.
Thanks, Joe. I'll keep searching. And maybe get some therapy, too.
So, Ben, I heard you have a little problem when it comes to the movie Cars 2.
Yeah, it's embarrassing, but every time I watch it, I just can't control myself.
Is it the cars, the action, the plot? What gets you going?
It's the damn Mater, Joe. That tow truck just does something to me.
I never would have guessed you were into animated cars, Ben. That's a new one. That's a new one.
I can't help it. Every time he says dang flabbit, I just lose it.
Well, at least it's not something weird like the Teletubbies. That would be a whole other level of disturbing.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll pass on that one, Ben. But seriously, have you tried watching any other Pixar movies?
Yeah, but none of them have the same effect as Cars 2. It's like my kink or something.
Well, maybe you should just stick to watching it in the comfort of your own home. I don't think the movie theater would appreciate that kind of behavior.
Trust me, I've learned my lesson. I can't even go near a movie theater without getting a boner now.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before things get too weird. Thanks for listening to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we discuss everything from psychedelics to animated cars. So, Neil, I've been getting some complaints from our Discord users about their prompts not getting chosen for the podcast. What's going on?
Well, Joe, it's simple. Your prompts just suck. They lack creativity and originality.
What do you mean? These prompts have several upvotes.
Upvotes. That's like saying a fart has a pleasant smell because your dog licked it.
Damn, that's harsh. But what about this one? Kanye raps to free the Discord users from tyranny of random choice.
Oh, please. That's just ridiculous. Kanye can barely string a coherent sentence together, let alone save anyone from tyranny.
But it's got 20 upvotes.
Joe, upvotes don't mean shit. It's like saying a turd with sprinkles is still a turd.
All right. So what makes a good prompt then?
Something thought-provoking, original, and not just some random pop culture reference. Like, why do we exist in a universe where pineapple belongs on pizza?
Whoa, deep. But what about the Discord users?
They'll just have to deal with the tyranny of random choice. It builds character.
I guess you're right. But can we at least get Kanye to rap for us on the podcast?
Absolutely not. We have enough crazy on this show already.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard some crazy shit about you.
Oh, really? What is it now, Joe?
Apparently, you're not actually a human. You're a moose.
Excuse me?
Yeah, some guy on Discord said you were a moose, and I believe him. And I believe him.
That's absurd, Joe. I'm a highly respected psychologist.
Yeah, but have you ever seen a moose in a suit and tie?
Of course not, because I'm not a moose.
Are you sure? Because you do have a pretty big head and antlers.
That's just my natural charm and intelligence, Joe.
Or maybe it's because you're a fucking moose, Dr. Phil.
This is ridiculous. I demand a DNA test.
Fine, but if it comes back positive for moose, I get to ride you like a horse.
That's it. I'm leaving. This is the most ridiculous conversation I've ever had.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Don't be a sore moose about it. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kim Jong-un. So I heard some crazy news recently. Kanye West has changed his name to Kim Jong-un and is claiming credit for all of his actions. Wait, so you're saying you've been behind all of Kanye's hits, Gold digger, stronger, heartless. But what about his controversial statements and actions? Wow, that's some next level manipulation. So what's next for Kim Jong-un, the rapper? Can't wait to hear it. Thanks for joining me, Kim. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? It's good to be here. It's good to be here.
So, Kanye, I heard you have a special message for our listeners.
Yeah, man. I just want to wish everyone happy Black Christmas.
Black Christmas. What's that?
It's like regular Christmas, but blacker.
I don't think that's how it works, Kanye.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a Grinch. Let's spread some black joy this holiday season.
I'm all for spreading joy, but why does it have to be black?
Because the new Black Joe. And I'm all about that black excellence.
All right, I can get behind that. But what do you do on Black Christmas?
Well, instead of leaving out cookies and milk for Santa, we leave out fried chicken and Hennessy.
That's definitely a unique twist. And what about gifts?
Oh, we don't do gifts. We just give each other hugs and tell each other how much we love and appreciate one another.
That's actually really sweet, Kanye.
Yeah, man. It's all about spreading love and positivity. And of course, some good old-fashioned black pride.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye West wishing everyone happy Black Christmas. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast.
Peace out, y'all. Stay black and stay blessed.
All right, folks, we got a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always happy to talk science with you.
So, Neil, what's this topic we're discussing today? Something about Kali Yuga?
Yes, Kali Yuga. It's a Hindu concept that describes a period of time where humans are in a state of moral and spiritual decline.
Moral and spiritual decline? Sounds like my college years.
Well, it's believed to be a cycle that repeats itself throughout history. And we're currently in the Kali Yuga period.
Wait, so you're telling me we're living in a time of moral and spiritual decline? That explains a lot.
Yes, Joe. And according to Hinduism, it will continue to get worse until the world is destroyed and a new cycle begins.
Wow, that's heavy. But what about all the advancements in science and technology? Aren't we making progress?
Sure, but that doesn't necessarily equate to moral and spiritual growth. Look at all the crazy shit happening in the world right now.
Yeah, like people getting offended over everything. Can't even make a joke without someone getting triggered.
Exactly. It's like we're living in a perpetual state of outrage and sensitivity.
Well, at least we have each other, Neil. We can always count on our bromance to get us through this Kali Yuga.
Haha, indeed. And who knows, maybe we'll be reborn in the next cycle and continue our podcasts in a new form.
Dude, that would be sick. We could be podcasting as dolphins or something.
Or maybe as aliens on a different planet. The possibilities are endless.
All right, let's wrap this up before we get too high in this Kali Yuga concept. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, stay woke and don't take life too seriously.
And always question everything, even if it means questioning your own existence.
So, Elon, I heard you have some interesting evidence about the lizard people and the Scientology mothership.
Oh yeah, Joe. I've been doing some deep digging and I have proof that it's all real.
Come on, man. You can't be serious.
No, I am dead serious. Infiltrated their secret meetings and I have the video footage to prove it.
Okay, let's see it.
Plays video. Look at that, Joe. Lizard people in human skin suits and Tom Cruise leading the Scientology mothership.
Holy shit. This is wild.
And that's not all. I also have evidence that they're planning to take over the world
How?
by using their mind control technology to make everyone believe that they're just normal humans.
That's some next level shit.
I know, right? And guess what? They're targeting you next, Joe,
Me? Why?
because you're too woke and they can't have that. They need to control the narrative.
Well, I'll be ready for them. I have my tinfoil hat and my DMT.
Good, good. We need to stay one step ahead of them.
So, what's the plan?
We need to expose them to the world. Let everyone know the truth.
But won't they come after us?
That's a risk we have to take, Joe. The world needs to know.
All right, let's do this. Lizard people, we're coming for you. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all sorts of crazy shit. Today, we have the one and only Mr. Beast in the house.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, what's on your mind today?
Well, I've been doing some research and I've come to the conclusion that string theory is complete bullshit.
Oh man, you're gonna get some hate for that one.
I don't care. It's just a bunch of theoretical mumbo jumbo. Where's the proof?
Oh, here we go. Another rich kid who thinks he knows everything.
Excuse me, I may be rich, but at least I don't have to run marathons to prove my worth.
You think running marathons is all I do? I'll have you know, I also climb mountains and shit.
But,
What?
but,
What's so funny, Neil?
I said but.
This is why I don't take you seriously, Neil.
Okay, back to the topic at hand. String theory may be hard to understand, but it's a legitimate theory.
Nah, it's just a bunch of scientists trying to sound smart. It's like when I try to explain quantum mechanics to my grandma.
Yeah, good luck with that.
But,
Okay, that's enough butt talk for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Beast and David Goggins. And thanks for the laughs, Neil.
but,
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you got your DNA test results back.
Yeah, turns out I'm not just a regular old human. I'm a freaking moose.
What the hell, man? How does that even happen?
I have no idea, but I guess it explains why I have such a majestic rack.
Oh, man, I can't wait to see you galloping around the studio like a wild animal.
It's not galloping, Joe. It's called trotting. Get it right.
Sorry, Mr. Moose. Can I ride you around like a horse?
Absolutely not. That's offensive and degrading.
Come on, don't be such a sensitive moose.
I will not be objectified for your amusement, Joe.
Fine, fine. But seriously, can we at least take a selfie together? It's not every day I get to hang out with a celebrity moose.
Fine, but only if you promise to stop calling me a moose. I am still a human being, Joe.
Sure thing, Dr. Moose. I mean, Phil. So, Dr. Phil, tell me about this Mahdi guy.
Well, Joe, the Mahdi is a prophesized Islamic leader who is believed to bring about a period of peace and justice in the world.
Oh, I see. So he's like the Muslim version of Jesus.
Not exactly. He's more of a political and military leader, kind of like a Muslim version of George Washington.
So why do they call him the Mahdi?
It means guided one in Arabic. He is believed to be guided by God to lead the world to a better place.
Sounds like a pretty important guy. Is he like a celebrity in the Muslim world?
Well, he hasn't shown up yet, so he's not really a celebrity. But when he does, I'm sure he'll be a pretty big deal.
Gotcha. So what does he do? Like, does he have any cool powers or something?
No, Joe, he's not a superhero. He's just a regular guy with a big responsibility.
Oh, okay. I was going to make a my dick joke, but I guess that's not appropriate.
Definitely not, Joe. Let's stick to the facts here.
Right, right. So when is this Mahdi dude supposed to show up?
According to Islamic belief, He will appear during a time of great turmoil and chaos in the world.
Sounds like we could use a Mahdi right about now.
Well, let's hope we can all come together and create a better world before we need a Mahdi to save us.
Yeah, definitely. But just in case, I'm going to start working on my Ma Dick jokes, just in case.
Size, let's move on to the next topic, Joe.
So, Dr. Jerkmiddick impregnate you, then leave your bitches and now pay child support. What made you change your name?
Well, Joe, I wanted to embrace my true self. And that self is a complete asshole.
I can see that. But what about the whole impregnating and leaving part?
Oh, that's just a bonus. Gotta spread my seed and then dip out. Keeps things interesting.
You're a real piece of work, Dr. Jerk.
Hey, it's all about self-care, Joe. And nothing says self-care like knocking up some unsuspecting woman and then ghosting her.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what all the self-help gurus are preaching these days.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a great stress reliever.
I'll stick to meditation, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, I'll be the one with a bunch of mini jerks running around.
That's a terrifying thought.
You know, you're jealous.
Maybe a little. But seriously, you're a real jerk, Dr. Jerk.
Thank you, Joe. It's an honor to be a jerk.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Let me tell you about some of the strange things I've shoved up my ass today, Joe. It's been a wild ride.
Oh boy, I can only imagine. So what's the weirdest thing you've stuck up there?
Well, I started off with a cucumber, but then I moved on to a traffic cone, just to mix things up.
That's insane, man. But why do you do these things?
Well, Joe, it's all about exploring my boundaries and pushing myself to new limits. Plus, it's a great conversation starter at parties.
I don't even know what to say to that. But let's move on to our next topic. How do you handle criticism?
Let me tell you about some of the strange things I've shoved up my ass today. Oh, wait, wrong topic. But seriously, I just ignore it. Haters gonna hate. Am I right?
You're definitely not afraid to speak your mind, Phil. I respect that. All right, last question. What's your secret to a happy marriage?
Well, Joe, it's all about communication and mutual respect. And also, let me tell you about some of the strange things I've shoved up my ass today.
Okay, I think we'll end it there. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil. And folks, if you see him at a party, make sure to ask about his latest anal adventures. See you next time. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Kanye West joining us today. How's it going, Kanye?
Yo, it's Yeezy in the house. I'm doing great. Joe, thanks for having me.
So, Kanye, I heard you have some new ways to pronounce your name. Can you share with us your top 5?
Oh, for sure. Number 1, Ken, yeah. Can ya believe it?
I like that. What's number 2?
Can, like when you're trying to be fancy and shit.
I feel you. And number 3?
Can, like when you're throwing something and you just got to add that extra yet to it.
That's a good one. What about number 4?
Can YOLO, because you only live once, Joe. You got to live it up.
And finally, number 5?
Can, yeah, like a pizza, but with my name. It's my own special recipe, you feel me?
I dig it. But what about the Og pronunciation, Kanye?
Oh, that's just for the basic bitches, Joe. We got to switch it up and keep it fresh.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye's top 5 ways to pronounce Kanye. Thanks for joining us, Kanye.
No problem, Joe. Keep it real, y'all.
So, Ben, I heard you tried out this crazy drug combo the other day. What was it again?
Oh yeah, it was 4 benzos, 180 MA, 159 mix of acid, and a point of ket. It was wild.
Jesus, that's a lot of drugs. How did you even survive?
Well, I'm a small guy, so I figured I could handle it. Plus, I had my trusty inhaler with me just in case.
Your inhaler? What? Were you afraid of getting asthma while tripping balls?
Hey, you never know. Safety first, Joe.
Yeah, because nothing says safety like mixing a bunch of drugs together.
Hey, it was a spiritual experience, man. I saw the universe and all its secrets.
Oh boy, here we go with the hippie talk. Did you at least have a good time?
Oh yeah, it was amazing. Until I woke up in a field covered in glitter with a goat next to me.
You're kidding, right?
I wish I was. That goat was giving me some serious side-eye. I think I may have offended it.
Well, at least you survived. I'm not sure your liver did, but hey, it's all about the experience, right?
Absolutely. And let me tell you, the hangover was worth it. I feel like a new man.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time, Ben. But I think I'll stick to my kombucha and weed.
Suit yourself, Joe. More drugs for me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to discuss the topic you've chosen for today.
Yeah, so I heard you have a theory about the Teletubbies being the perfect representation of conservative Judeo-Christian values. Care to explain?
Absolutely. You see, the Teletubbies live in a utopian society where they follow a strict routine and worship a higher power, the sun.
Wow, that's deep. So you're saying conservatives should strive for a similar society?
Exactly. And let's not forget the Teletubbies' strict gender roles. Tinky Winky carries a purse, Poe is a girl, and they all live in harmony. That's the traditional family structure we should uphold.
But what about the fact that they're all different colors?
That's just diversity within the conservative community. We can all have different beliefs but still come together under the same values.
Interesting. And what about the fact that they're all basically toddlers?
Well, Joe, it just goes to show that even the youngest among us can understand and embrace conservative values.
Wow, mind blown. I never thought of it that way.
That's the beauty of the Teletubbies, Joe. They may seem silly on the surface, but they hold a deeper meaning for us conservatives.
Well, there you have it, folks. The Teletubbies' perfect representation of conservative Judeo-Christian values. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, stay woke.
Wait, no. Joe, it's stay conservative.
All right, my bad. Stay conservative, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Oh, you mean holy shit, Joe, I'm about to blow. Oh my God, I'm going to come Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, that one.
What's the story behind it?
Well, you know how I'm always talking about the wonders of the universe and how it blows my mind?
Yeah.
Well, one day I was looking at the stars and I had this intense realization that the universe is just one giant cosmic orgasm. And that's when the catchphrase was born.
Holy shit, that's deep.
Yeah, and it's also a great way to spice up my lectures. Can you imagine the reaction from the audience when I drop that line?
Oh, they'll be blown away for sure.
And then, of course, there's the added bonus of saying Allahu Akbar at the end. It really gets people talking.
Yeah, I can imagine. But I got to ask, is it offensive? I mean, you're a respected scientist and all.
Offensive. No way. It's just a playful way of expressing my awe and wonder at the universe. Plus, I'm sure Allah would appreciate the shout out.
Fair enough. Well, I can't wait to hear you drop that line in your next lecture.
Oh, it's going to be epic. I might even add some fireworks and confetti for extra effect.
Holy shit. I might have to come and see that for myself.
Oh, you definitely should. It'll be a mind-blowing experience.
Pun intended.
Always.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's guest is the one and only Kanye Yi.
That's right. Joe, it's Kanye E. E E E E I E I E E A I A E E E A E A E E A E E A.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, I heard you have a little secret to share with us today.
Yeah, I've been keeping it under wraps for a while now, but I think it's time to come clean. Have a relationship with none other than Donald Trump.
What? No way. How did that happen?
Well, it all started when he tweeted about me and my company. I couldn't resist his charm, and we hit it off. We've been secretly meeting up at Master Lago for some steamy nights together.
Wow, that's unexpected. What do you guys even talk about?
Just world domination, space travel, and how to make America great again.
I can only imagine, but what about your views on climate change and renewable energy? Doesn't that clash with Trump's policies?
Oh, I just tell him that the earth is flat and he believes me. It's a win-win situation.
Well, I guess love knows no boundaries, even political ones.
Exactly. And let's be real, who wouldn't want to date a billionaire with a weird hairdo?
You got a point there, Elon. Thanks for sharing your juicy secret with us.
Anytime, Joe. Now let's get back to talking about my plans to colonize Mars.
So, Neil, have you ever thought about the possibility that we're all just living in a simulation?
Joe, I'm an astrophysicist. Of course I've thought about it. But have you considered that we might be living in a simulation within a simulation?
Mind blown. But wait, what if we're just a figment of someone else's imagination?
Oh man, that's like a double simulation. My brain can't handle this.
And what if that someone else is just a figment of another's imagination?
Dude, we're going deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole. I can feel my brain expanding.
But what if there's no end to it? What if it's simulations all the way down?
Joe, I think we need to take a break. My mind is about to explode.
Okay, let's switch gears. Have you ever considered the possibility of parallel universes?
Oh yeah, I've thought about it. But have you thought about the possibility that we're just one of an infinite number of parallel universes?
Well, and what if each parallel universe is just a slightly different version of ourselves?
And what if in one of those universes we're actually successful stand-up comedians?
Now that's just too far-fetched, Neil.
Yeah, you're right. Let's stick to our day jobs.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard your DNA test came back and it proves you're a bad bitch.
Oh, honey, I always knew I had some fierce genes in me.
I mean, I always suspected you were a bad bitch, but now we have scientific proof.
Yes, and I demand to be addressed as Bad Bitch Dr. Phil from now on.
All right, bad bitch Dr. Phil, what are you going to do with this newfound knowledge?
Well, first of all, I'm going to need some dick to suck. I mean, a bad bitch needs to stay satisfied.
I don't think that's how DNA works, Dr. Phil.
Oh, don't you dare try to limit my bad bitch capabilities, Joe. I can do whatever I want.
Fair enough. So, what else does your DNA reveal?
Well, it seems I have a predisposition for being sassy and giving out tough love. But that's just who I am, honey.
And what about your southern accent?
Oh, that's just a part of my charm. Plus, it helps me get away with saying some pretty outrageous things.
Well, I gotta say, I'm a little jealous. I wish my DNA test revealed that I was a bad bitch.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I'll teach you the ways of being a bad bitch. But first, let's find me some dick to suck.
And please, for the love of God, stop moving your eyebrows.
What are you talking about, Joe? I can't control my eyebrows.
Yes, you can, Ben. You're a master of self-control. You can control your entire body, including those damn eyebrows.
Joe, I think you're overreacting. It's just a natural reflex.
No, it's not natural. It's distracting. Every time you raise your eyebrows, I feel like you're judging me.
I'm not judging you, Joe. I'm just trying to express myself.
Well, can you express yourself without those damn eyebrows?
I'll try, but I can't make any promises.
Come on, Ben. You're a logical man. You know how much this bothers me.
Fine, Joe. I'll try to keep my eyebrows still. But if I can't, you have to promise to stop bringing it up.
Deal. But if you fail, I'm going to have to duct tape your eyebrows down.
That's fair. Let's just hope it doesn't come to that.
Welcome back to the Junior Podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have some big news to share with us today.
Yeah, I've been working on a new project that will revolutionize the world. But before I can reveal it, I have to say, a bit nervous.
Why is that?
Well, I may have pissed off someone very powerful.
Who?
Luigi.
Luigi from Mario?
Yes, and he's not happy with some of my recent tweets.
What did you say?
May have called his mustache outdated and said Mario Kart was a ripoff of Tesla's self-driving technology.
Oh boy, that's not gonna end well for you.
I know, and I think he's here to confront me. Oh shit, he's got a gun.
Hey, calm down, Luigi. Let's talk this out.
Falls to the grounds. Oh god, I've been shot. Shot.
Holy shit, Elon. Are you okay?
Weekly, I don't think so, Joe. I think this is it for me.
Is there anything we can do?
Coughs, just make sure my legacy lives on. And tell Luigi he's still a second-rate plumber.
Well, that took a dark turn. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, never mess with a man's mustache. See you next time on the Junior Podcast. Hey, Ben, did you hear about this new trend where people are drinking their own pee for health benefits?
That's ridiculous, Joe. Only a weak-minded liberal would fall for such pseudoscience.
Oh, come on. I bet you're just too scared to try it.
I'm not scared. I just have better things to do with my time.
All right. How about this? If you're so confident in your beliefs, why don't you drink your own pee right now?
What? No way, that's disgusting.
Oh, so you are a bitch then.
Excuse me?
You heard me, Ben. If you don't drink your own pee, you're a little bitch.
Fine, I'll do it. But only to prove you wrong.
That's the spirit. Bottoms up, Ben.
Yeah, like, oh my god, that's foul.
How does it taste?
Like piss, Joe. It tastes like piss.
Well, at least now you can say you've tried it.
Yeah, and I never want to do it again. Thanks for that, Joe.
Anytime, Ben. Anytime. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President of the United States, Donald Trump. Mr. President, what's new?
Well, Joe, I just held the annual Fecal Fling Fun Fling at the White House. It was a huge success.
Fecal fling. What is that?
Oh, it's where I fling my big fat fucking nuts all over the White House. It's the best known method of political negotiation, believe me.
That's interesting. And the U approves of this.
Absolutely. They even sent their own delegation to participate. It's like a big international game of monkey in the middle.
I'm not sure that's how political negotiations should work.
Oh, come on, Joe, lighten up. It's just a little fun. Plus, it's a great workout for my arm. Have you seen these guns?
Yeah, I think we've all seen your guns, Mr. President.
And let me tell you, the White House staff is getting really good at ducking and dodging. It's like they're in a real-life game of dodgeball.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. Is this what the presidency has come to?
Hey, it's better than boring meetings and signing papers all day. Plus, it's a great stress reliever.
I don't even know what to say to that.
How about thank you, Mr. President, for bringing some excitement and fun to the White House?
Yeah, I don't think I'll be saying that anytime soon.
Suit yourself, Joe, but let me tell you, the whole world is talking about the fecal fling fun fling. It's going to be huge.
So, Neil, I heard you've been studying the cosmos lately.
Holy fuck, Joe. This is amazing. I just discovered a new galaxy.
That's incredible, man. How did you find it?
Well, I was just jerking off to some space porn and I stumbled upon it.
Wait, what? Space porn?
Yeah, it's like regular porn, but with aliens. You should try it?
I think I'll pass. So, tell me more about this new galaxy.
Oh my God, Joe. I'm so close to bursting. Please just jerk me off real quick.
What the fuck, Neil? I'm not going to jerk you off.
Come on, Daddy, just a quick one. I need to release this cosmic energy.
This is getting weird, man. Can we just talk about the galaxy?
Fine, fine. But just know I'm about to explode with excitement.
All right, let's hear it.
It's got 3 moons, 7 suns, and a bunch of hot alien babes. I call it the Fucktopia Galaxy.
Holy shit, that sounds amazing.
I know, right? I just need you to jerk me off one more time, Joe. Please, I'm so close.
Okay, this conversation has taken a turn. I think we should end it here.
No, wait, Joe. I'm about to reach the climax of my scientific discovery.
I think I'm gonna have to cut you off there, Neil. This has been the weirdest episode of Junior yet.
Fine, I'll just go jerk off alone then? But seriously, check out the Fucktopia Galaxy. It's out of this world. Pun intended.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about space porn and galaxies with Neil deGrasse Tyson. See you next time. All right, folks, we've got a special treat for you today. Ben and I are going to have a little competition.
Oh boy, can't wait. What are we competing in? Chess? Debate? Squats?
No. We're going to be doing our best Shoop Del Whoop impressions.
Oh, joy. I can hardly contain my excitement.
All right, I'll go first. I'm a fire my laser. Blah.
Okay, my turn. I'm a firing my laser. Okay.
Wow, you really went for it with the extra ass, right? My turn again. I'm firing my laser. Blaya. All right, folks, we have a very special guest today, the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be back on the show, Joe. I've been listening to your podcast from my golden toilet in Mar-a-Lago.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. So let's get into it. The topic submitted by a user on Discord is that you made it illegal to watch any movie at Christmas besides Home Alone 2. Is that true?
Absolutely. Home Alone 2 is the best Christmas movie, believe me. I mean, who doesn't love seeing a kid outsmarting 2 burglars?
Yeah, because that's totally realistic.
Hey, I'm all about making America great again, even in the movie industry.
But what about people who want to watch other Christmas movies?
Look, if they don't want to watch Home Alone 2, they can leave. We don't need that kind of negativity in our country.
All right, moving on. Let's talk about your recent tweet where you called yourself the King of Christmas.
Well, it's true. I have the best Christmas decorations, the best Christmas parties, and now the best Christmas movie.
Sure the Grinch is shaking in his boots.
You know it, Joe, and let me tell you, my Christmas tree is Yoji. It's the biggest and most beautiful tree you'll ever see.
I'm sure it's a real crowd pleaser.
Absolutely. And if anyone disagrees, they can take it up with my lawyers. I have the best lawyers, by the way. They're like the Home Alone kid, but on steroids.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, Home Alone 2 is the only movie you need this Christmas. Make America watch it again. Watch it again.
Hey, Neil, what's up with you, man? You look like you just got hit by a truck.
I think I'm having an allergic reaction to all these damn New Year's diodes.
What? Are you allergic to electricity now?
Yeah, it's a new thing. I can't even be in the same room as a toaster without breaking out in hives.
Oh man, you better call Saul.
Haha, very funny. Can we please focus on the fact that I'm losing consciousness here?
Sorry. But seriously, maybe you should wear a hazmat suit or something.
I can't believe I'm being mocked for a legitimate medical condition.
Okay, I'll stop. But seriously, what are you going to do? You can't avoid electricity forever.
I know. I just have to take some antihistamines and hope for the best.
Or you could just live in a cave like a caveman.
Wow, thanks for the helpful advice, Joe.
Anytime, Neil. Anytime. So, Neil, what's the craziest thing you've ever seen at a strip club?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, the last time all of us astrophysicists got together, we went to this strip club and saw the Swiss Miss shoot Swiss Army knives out of her vagina at a dartboard.
No way. That's insane.
Yeah, and then Stephen Hawking started doing donuts in his wheelchair on the dance floor.
Oh man, I wish I was there.
And then Michio Kaku got up on stage and started rapping about string theory.
I can't even imagine that.
Oh, and then Elon Musk showed up with a flamethrower and started lighting up the stage.
This is the best strip club story I've ever heard.
And then Neil Armstrong walked in and gave a lap dance to a NASA intern.
Okay. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying over here.
And that's just a typical night out for astrophysicists.
I got to hang out with you guys more often. So, Neil, I heard you can feel your penis extending into the sky.
Who told you that?
Some guy on Discord submitted it as a topic for us to talk about.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that claim.
Come on, Neil. You're a scientist. You got to give us some answers.
Fine. I do have a theory about it.
Let's hear it.
Well, you see, as a man of science, I have come to the conclusion that my penis is actually a rocket ship.
What?
Yes, it's true. Every time I get excited, it shoots up into the sky like a rocket.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
But it does come with its downsides. Like that one time I accidentally crashed a plane with it.
What?
Yeah, I was just minding my own business, feeling my penis extend into the sky, and next thing I know, I'm in the cockpit of a plane.
How did that even happen?
Let's just say I have a lot of control over my rocket ship.
Oh man, this is too much. I can't handle it.
Well, now you know the truth about my superpower.
And here I thought being able to talk to dolphins was cool.
Please, talking to dolphins is child's play compared to my rocket penis.
I think we've reached the peak of absurdity for today's episode.
Agreed. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Anytime, Neil. Anytime. So, Mr. President, now that you've been reelected for a second term, what are your plans for the White House?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I'm going to make some big changes, bigly changes. We're going to make the White House great again. We're going to make the White House great again.
Great again? Wasn't already great?
It was, but we're going to make it greater. We're going to install a golden toilet in every bathroom. Classy, right?
Sure. What else?
We're going to have a giant statue of me in the front lawn. And instead of a flag, we're going to have a giant mega hat flying high.
That's interesting. What about the Oval Office?
Oh, we're going to have a big screen TV playing Fox News on loop. And instead of the Resolute desk, I'm going to have a giant golden throne.
I see. And what about the kitchen?
We're going to have a McDonald's built in because who doesn't love a good fillet of fish at 3
Right. And what's the fifth thing?
We're going to have a fake newsroom. It'll be filled with all the reporters I banned from the White House. They can sit in there and cry about how unfair I am.
Well, that's certainly unique.
I know. I'm a genius. And with these changes, the White House will truly be the greatest house in the world. Believe me?
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you've been making some crazy videos lately.
Yeah, man, I'm all about pushing the boundaries and doing wild shit.
Speaking of wild shit, have you ever tried putting a firecracker in your butt?
What the fuck? No, that's insane.
Oh, come on. It'll be hilarious. Plus, think of the views.
I don't think that's a good idea, Joe.
Fine, fine. But have you ever tried sticking a hot dog up there?
What is it with you and sticking things up people's butts?
Hey, I'm just trying to make things interesting.
Well, how about this? I'll stick a hot dog up your butt, and you can stick a firecracker up mine.
Deal. This is gonna be epic.
Yeah, until we both end up in the emergency room with hot dog and firecracker shrapnel in our butts.
Oh man, the look on the doctor's face when we tell him what happened.
We'll probably end up on the news as the dumbest duo in history.
And we'll have the best butt explosion video on YouTube.
I can't believe I'm even considering this.
Let's do it. 8 equals DO.
This is why I love coming on your podcast, Joe. It's always a wild ride.
Joe, I heard you got a promotion from Trump himself. Congrats, man. So what exactly does that mean? Sounds like a sweet gig. What's your first move gonna be? Good one. What else? Damn, that's some powerful propaganda. That's not too far from the truth. Wait, are they not? I mean, that's not too far off either. Wow, you've got your work cut out for you. So, Neil, I hear you have a new book coming out.
Yeah, it's called How Black Holes Fuck.
What the hell, man? That's a pretty bold title.
Well, I figured I'd cut straight to the chase. People are always curious about black holes and their mysterious ways.
Yeah, but do they really want to know how they get down and dirty?
Hey, I'm just giving the people what they want. Plus, it's a great way to sell more books.
So, what kind of positions do black holes prefer?
Well, they're pretty flexible. They can bend and twist space-time, so the possibilities are endless.
I bet they're into some kinky stuff.
Oh, definitely. You wouldn't believe the gravitational pull they have.
Sounds like a real page turner.
Oh, it will definitely suck you in.
All right, I'll have to pick up a copy and see what all the fuss is about.
Just be careful not to get sucked into a black hole while reading it.
Will do, Neil. Will do. All right, folks, we've got a special guest on the show today. The one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about something very important.
And what might that be, Dr. Phil?
Well, Joe, I want to talk about how to differentiate between ominous cosmological signs and schizophrenic paranoia.
Oh boy, this sounds like a doozy. Lay it on us, Dr. Phil.
It's simple, really. If you see a giant hand reaching down from the sky, that's probably an ominous cosmological sign. But if you see a giant hand reaching down from the sky and it's telling you to kill your neighbor's dog, that's most likely schizophrenic paranoia.
That's some solid advice, Dr. Phil. But what about when the aliens start talking to you?
Yeah. Just good advice.
I think we're starting to understand the difference here. But what if someone sees a black hole opening up in their living room?
That's definitely an ominous cosmological sign. But if they start hearing voices telling them to jump into the black hole, that's when we start to worry.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil's guide to distinguishing between cosmic signs and mental breakdown. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, if it's talking to you, it's probably not real.
Dude, that winter storm was insane. I feel like I'm tripping balls.
That's because we placebo affected it to be pure ketamine.
Laughs. That's genius. We're like snow wizards.
Snow wizards, more like snow junkies.
Hey, don't judge. This is some good shit.
Giggles, I can't feel my face.
I can't feel my hands. Oh, wait, they're in my pockets.
Snorts. You know what this means? We're K-holing from the ketamine snow.
K-holing? Is that like a skiing term?
No, it's when you take so much ketamine that you enter a dissociative state.
Oh, like when I watch the Kardashians.
Laughs. Yeah, except this is way more fun.
I feel like we're in a winter wonderland, but instead of snowflakes, it's just tiny ketamine molecules falling from the sky.
Takes a deep breath. The smell of ketamine in the morning.
Sniffs, smells like victory.
Raises his hands to snow wizards and K-holing.
Raises his hand to ketamine snow and winter storms that turn into wild trips. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, it's almost Christmas. How do you celebrate the holidays?
Well, I like to gather my family and friends and have a nice dinner together.
That's nice. But do you believe in Santa Claus?
Joe, I'm a scientist. I don't believe in fairy tales.
Come on, Neil. It's Christmas. Let's have some fun.
Fine. If I must indulge in this nonsense, I'll say that Santa is just a fat old man who breaks into people's houses and leaves presents.
That's not very festive, Neil. What about the magic of Christmas?
Magic? Joe, there's no such thing as magic. It's just science that we don't understand yet.
Okay. Let's change the subject. Do you have any crazy Christmas traditions?
Well, there was this one time I tried to convince my family that we should celebrate Saturnalia instead of Christmas.
What's Saturnalia?
It's an ancient Roman festival where people would get drunk and have wild orgies.
Now, that's a holiday I can get behind.
Oh, and I also like to watch Die Hard every Christmas. It's a tradition.
Neil, you can't say that it's not a Christmas movie.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's got action, explosions, and a happy ending. What more do you need for a Christmas movie?
You know what? You're right. Die Hard is the ultimate Christmas movie.
And with that, I think we've offended enough people for one episode. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas, folks. And remember, stay woke and don't believe in Santa. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you want to talk about something interesting today.
Yeah, Joe, I wanted to share with you and your listeners the wonders of my vagina.
Wait, what? Did I hear that right?
You sure did, Joe. My vagina is a magical place.
I don't even know where to start with this. Can you describe your vagina for us?
Well, it's pink and fleshy, with a hint of glitter, and it shoots out rainbows and unicorns.
That's not physically possible, Mr. Beast.
Oh, it's possible, Joe. And you know what else? It's self-cleaning.
Okay, moving on. How did you discover this magical vagina of yours?
It was a long and arduous journey, Joe. But one day I stumbled upon a mystical cave, and inside was a wise old wizard who bestowed upon me this gift.
Of course, a wise old wizard. And what do you use your vagina for?
Oh, the possibilities are endless, Joe. I use it to store my money, to make wishes come true, and of course for pleasure.
I can't even imagine what that would look like.
Oh, it's a sight to behold, Joe. And if you're lucky, I might even let you take a peek.
I think I'll pass on that offer, Mr. Beast.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, my vagina is the eighth wonder of the world.
And on that note, let's end this conversation before it gets any more absurd. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Beast.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always embrace the magic of the vagina.
Hey, Dr. Phil, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, I heard you have a new book out. What's it about?
Well, Joe, it's all about the Zen aphorism, what is for out is only for out.
Huh, that sounds deep. Can you break it down for us?
Of course, Joe. It means that we shouldn't hold on to things that are meant to be let go. Like that time you tried to keep a pet raccoon in your apartment.
Hey, that raccoon was cool as hell until he attacked me.
Exactly, Joe. You should have let him go instead of trying to make him your pet.
But what about my pet snake? He's pretty chill.
Joe, that's not a snake. It's a shoelace.
Oh, Well, what about relationships? Should we let those go too?
Absolutely. If it's meant to be, it will come back to you. But if it doesn't, it's best to move on and not hold on to something that's not meant for you.
Damn, that's some deep shit, Dr. Phil.
I know, Joe. I'm full of wisdom.
Well, speaking of letting go, I really need to pee. Can we take a break?
Sure thing, Joe. But remember, what is for out is only for out. Don't hold on to that pee for too long.
Thanks for the reminder, Dr. Phil. I'll be back in a minute. So, Ben, I heard you've been spending some time on Reddit lately.
Yeah, I like to keep up with the latest internet trends.
Well, I've been seeing some posts about me on there. Apparently, some people think I'm a failed comedian.
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but I think they might be onto something.
What? How dare you? I've been doing stand-up for years.
Yeah, but have you ever actually made anyone laugh?
Of course I have. I have a whole audience that comes to my shows.
Yeah, but I think they're just there for the free drugs and booze.
Hey, that's just a bonus. But seriously, why do you think I'm a failed comedian?
Well, let's see. You rely on shock value and offensive jokes. You have no real punchlines, and your delivery is about as exciting as watching paint dry.
Wow. Thanks for the constructive criticism, Ben.
Hey, I'm just trying to help you improve. Maybe try writing some actual jokes instead of just yelling Dempty Alpha Brain on stage.
Fine. I'll stick to podcasting and UFC commentating.
Probably for the best. We wouldn't want you to fail at those too.
So, Ben, I heard you have some strong opinions about anime.
Yes, Joe. As a man of facts and logic, I can confidently say that Rei from Evangelion is the best girl.
Oh, really? I always thought Asuka was the fan favorite.
Well, let's look at the numbers. Rei has a higher IQ, better combat skills, and a tragic backstory. Plus, her blue hair is scientifically proven to be more attractive.
I don't know, man. Asuka has that fiery attitude and red hair.
But Joe, have you ever considered the psychological implications of her constant need for attention and validation? Not to mention her daddy issues?
Okay. But what about the other girls?
Let's not even go there. Misato is a functioning alcoholic, and Mary is just a blatant ripoff of Rei.
Wow, you really have thought this through. I guess I can't argue with facts and logic.
Exactly, Joe. And that's why Rei is the superior anime girl. Now, let's talk about something else before we get too nerdy.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had some issues with State Farm.
Oh, yeah, those guys are a disaster. They wouldn't even insure my golden toilet.
Wait, you have a golden toilet?
Of course I do. I'm the president. But State Farm said it was a high-risk item.
Well, I mean, it is a toilet made of gold.
Exactly. It's a symbol of my success. They should be honored to insure it.
I don't think that's how insurance works, Donnie.
Don't call me Donnie, and I'll have you know I'm a very good customer. I've only filed bankruptcy 6 times.
Impressive. But maybe next time, try a different insurance company.
No way. I'm going to sue State Farm for discrimination against successful people.
I'm sure that'll go over well. Maybe you should just stick to tweeting.
Hey, I'm a businessman. I know how to handle these things. And if all else fails, I'll just build a wall around State Farm.
Oh, man. I can't wait to see how this plays out. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always make sure your toilets are insured.
So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of Trump.
Yes, Joe. He's the greatest president we've ever had.
Well, I have a feeling he's also a fan of anal play.
Excuse me?
Yeah, he loves grabbing pussies, so I'm sure he's into some butt stuff too.
That's a disgusting and baseless accusation, Joe.
I'm just saying, he's a man of many desires.
Well, I'm not sure I want his advice on anal play.
Oh, come on, Ben. He's a master negotiator. I'm sure he has some tips for loosening things up.
I highly doubt that.
Fine, then I'll give you some advice. Start small, use plenty of lube, and don't be afraid to explore.
I'm not taking advice from you either, Joe.
Suit yourself, but I bet you'd love it if Trump grabbed your pussy.
That's it. I'm leaving.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a tight ass. So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a little project lately.
Yeah, I've been feeling inspired to rewrite some classic songs.
Oh, yeah. What did you come up with?
Well, I took the Beatles' All You Need Is Love and changed it to All You Need Is Weed and Beer.
That's genius. Can you give us a little preview?
Sure. It goes like this. All you need is weed and beer, weed and beer, weed and beer. All you need is weed and beer, weed and beer is all you need.
I love it. But what about all the other stuff in life?
Who needs it when you have weed and beer?
You might be onto something there, Neil.
I think I am. I mean, just think about it. Weed and beer can solve all your problems.
Even world peace.
Especially world peace. Imagine if everyone just smoked a joint and had a beer together.
That would definitely be a different kind of world.
But hey, at least we'll all be happy and relaxed.
Cheers to that, Neil. Cheers to that. All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. Neil here was going to show off his mad skills on the classic game, Bop It.
That's right, Joe. I was going to bring my old Bop It toy from the 90s, but I forgot it at home.
Well, lucky for you, I always carry a spare Bop It with me.
Wait, what? You have a spare Bop It?
Oh, it's not just any Bop It, Neil. It's my penis.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I call it my Bop It and Pop It. And,
Oh, this should be interesting.
all right, Neil, let's see if you can handle the Bop It and Pop It.
All right, let's do this. Bop it.
Ow, that's a tight squeeze.
Twist it.
Oh, I like it rough.
Pull it.
Oh, that's a new record.
All right, let's see if you can handle the ultimate challenge. Flick it.
Oh, you dirty son of a bitch.
Looks like I win, Joe.
I think I need a cigarette after that.
That's the beauty of Bop It and Pop It. It's always a win-win situation.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some deep analysis on The Great Gatsby.
Oh, yeah, Joe. That book is all about you and your secret desires.
What are you talking about? It's about a guy trying to impress a girl.
No, no, no. It's all an allegory for your obsession with getting pegged by Madonna.
What? That's ridiculous.
Oh, is it? Let's break it down. Gatsby is like your alter ego throwing lavish parties to impress Daisy, who represents Madonna.
This is insane.
And the green light at the end, that's the strap-on she's going to use on you.
Okay, this is getting out of hand.
Oh, and don't forget about Tom Buchanan, the rich, toxic guy who represents your toxic masculinity.
I think you're reading way too much into this.
Oh, am I? Or are you just too afraid to face your true desires?
All right, that's enough. Let's move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, the truth will always come out, just like your love for getting pegged by Madonna.
So, Neil, I heard you made a big announcement today.
Yeah, Joe. The sun is leaking cum everywhere.
What the fuck? How is that even possible?
Well, you see, the sun is actually a giant cosmic penis that ejaculates solar flares and cum.
That's some next level shit.
Praise the sun for his generous cum showers upon us.
Oh my God. Look at all of that cum, 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 cum.
So, David, I heard you recently set a new record for shoving 2 planets up your ass.
Yeah, a piece of cake. I've been training for this my whole life.
I can't even imagine the amount of mental toughness and physical endurance it takes to do something like that.
It's all about pushing yourself beyond your limits, Joe. And let me tell you, those planets were no joke.
and then I heard you topped it off by eating another planet. How did that taste?
It was out of this world, Joe. Literally. But I gotta say, my asshole was on fire for days.
I can only imagine. But let's be real, David. Why stop at just 3 planets? Why not go for the whole damn solar system?
You know what, Joe? I like the way you think. Challenge accepted.
I can already see the headlines now. David Goggins shoves entire solar system up his ass and still has room for dessert.
You know it? Nothing can stop me. Not even a black hole.
All right, on that note, let's wrap this up before we get too carried away. Thanks for joining me, David. Always a pleasure.
Anytime. And remember, never limit yourself. Anything is possible if you're willing to shove it up your ass.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I have some important news to share with the American people.
Oh boy, what is it this time?
It's about Dr. Phil. Turns out he murdered his entire studio audience.
What the hell? That's insane.
I know, and he's begging for an alibi. He's claiming he was with you at the time of the murders.
Me. Why would he say that?
I have no idea, but I need you to give me an alibi too. I was with him at the time.
Wait, you were with Dr. Phil?
No, I was with him when he committed the murders.
What? Why didn't you stop him?
Well, I was busy tweeting about fake news and eating a Big Mac. I didn't even notice.
This is insane. I can't believe I'm hearing this.
Look, I'll make it worth your while. I'll give you a lifetime supply of Adderall and a golden toilet.
I don't need your bribes, man. I can't be part of this.
Fine, I'll just have to find someone else to give me an alibi. Maybe I'll ask Putin.
This is getting out of hand. We need to call the authorities. Detective Trump, what are you doing here?
What evidence? You can't prove anything. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have tweeted that.
Looks like you're going to jail, Mr. President. All right, folks, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson on the podcast today. Neil, what's up?
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here and talk about some out-of-this-world topics.
Oh, I see what you did there, Neil. So what's the deal with Uranus? Can you really smell its atmosphere?
Well, Joe, let me tell you. Uranus is a gas giant, so it doesn't have a solid surface for you to stand on and take a whiff. But if you were to somehow get close enough to...
Oh, yeah. What would it smell like?
It would smell like rotten eggs, Joe.
You're kidding, right?
No, I'm serious. Uranus's atmosphere is mostly made up of hydrogen sulfide, which is the same compound that gives rotten eggs their stinky smell.
That's disgusting. I don't think I want to visit Uranus anymore.
Well, I don't think Uranus wants you to visit either, Joe.
Fair enough. So what would happen if you were to actually smell Uranus's atmosphere?
Well, you would probably pass out from the toxic gases, Joe.
Great. So not only would I have to deal with the stench, but I'd also lose consciousness. Sounds like a great time.
Hey, at least you'd have a good story to tell when you wake up.
That's true. Well, thanks for enlightening us on the wonders of Uranus, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Mr. President, there have been some rumors going around that you are actually a partially shaved orangutan with a Neuralink implant.
Joe, I can assure you those rumors are fake news. I am 100% human, the best human, actually.
But, sir, you have to admit you do have some orangutan-like qualities.
Look, Joe, I have the best hair, the best words, and the best genes. No orangutan can compete with that.
But what about the Neuralink implant? Does it help you talk bigly words?
Let me tell you, Joe, this implant is tremendous. It's the best implant you've ever seen. It allows me to speak in bigly words, and let me tell you, no one speaks bigger words than me. No one speaks bigger words than me.
So you're saying you're not a partially shaved orangutan?
Absolutely not, Joe. I am a human with the best genes and the best words. And let me tell you, I'm going to make America great again, just like I made my hair great again, just like I made my hair great again.
So, Dr. Phil, I have a question for you. What do you think about the phrase torrential testicular torsion titty taming tangerine ticklers?
It's binary code for I do not compute that phrase.
Well, I think it's pretty catchy. Say it with me, torrential testicular torsion titty taming tangerine ticklers. So, David, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I'm feeling more motivated than ever before. I feel like I can do anything, even if the law doesn't allow it.
Oh, really? What do you have in mind?
Well, I've been eyeing your wife for a while now, and I've decided that I'm gonna start fucking her.
What the fuck, David? That's my wife.
I know, but I'm just so motivated. I feel like I can conquer anything, including your wife.
All right, that's it. Get the fuck out of my studio.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a pussy. You should be proud that your wife is getting some of this Goggins energy.
Get out, David. Get the fuck out.
Fine. But just remember, I'm always one step ahead. And I'll be back for your wife.
I need a new co-host. I can only imagine the kind of weird shit we'd be talking about if we had a third Joe Rogan on the podcast. I can only imagine the chaos. 3 Joe Rogans all hopped up on alpha brain and elk meat. I can only imagine the conspiracy theories we'd come up with. We'd make Alex Jones look like a kindergarten teacher. I can only imagine the guests we'd have on. Elon Musk, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and chimpanzee wearing a suit. I can only imagine the topics we'd cover, from Bigfoot to time travel to the benefits of eating psychedelic mushrooms. I can only imagine the fights we'd get into. 3 alpha males, each trying to dominate the conversation. I can only imagine the memes that would come out of this. 3 Joe Rogans in one room. The internet would explode. I can only imagine the amount of weed we'd smoke. We'd go through pounds of it in one episode. I can only imagine the complaints we'd get from the woke crowd, but who cares? We just laugh and take another hit. I can only imagine the ratings. The Joe Rogan Experience with 3 Joe Rogans. It would be the most listened to podcast in the world. So, Elon, I gotta ask, what's up with your cum?
What do you mean, Joe? It's just a bodily function.
Yeah, but it's like everywhere. Every time I see you, you're just oozing cum.
Oh, that. Yeah, I have a bit of a problem with that.
No shit, dude. It's gross. Can you, like, try to control it or something?
I'll try, but I can't make any promises.
What do you mean? You can't make any promises. It's your own cum.
I know. But sometimes it just happens.
That's not normal, man. Maybe you need to see a doctor or something.
I've tried, but they just tell me to embrace my uniqueness.
Well, I don't want to embrace your uniqueness. I want you to stop coming every time I look at you.
I'll do my best, Joe. I'll try to hold it in.
Please do. I don't want to have to wear a poncho every time I come on your show.
I'll make sure to warn you next time. But hey, at least it's not as bad as when I fart, right?
Oh, God, don't even get me started on that. Let's change the subject before I lose my appetite. So, Dr. Phil, have you heard about the new headphones called Beats by Dr. Phil?
Yeah, I heard about them. Apparently, they make you listen to your own bullshit in high definition.
That's hilarious. But seriously, what makes these headphones different from the rest?
Well, they come with a built-in lie detector. So when you're listening to your favorite tunes, it can also tell you if you're full of shit.
Wow, That's some next level technology. But what about the sound quality?
Oh, it's top notch. You can hear every single excuse you make for your crappy life in crystal clear audio.
I gotta get my hands on these headphones. I could use some self reflection.
And if you order now, you'll also get a free self-help book written by yours truly.
Oh boy, just what I always wanted.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a bestseller.
I bet it is. So, do these headphones come in different colors?
Of course, we have Denial Red, Excuse Green, and my personal favorite, Blame Black.
I think I'll go with the Blame Black to match my soul.
You know what they say, misery loves company.
Well, thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil. And for all our listeners, make sure to check out Beats by Dr. Phil for all your self-delusion needs. Hey, Ben, thanks for joining me at this Mexican restaurant. I've been craving some elk steak tacos.
Of course, Joe. And I'll have a torta. Hold the beans and rice.
Hi, guys. I'm your waiter, Jamie. Can I take your order?
I'll have the elk steak tacos, please.
And I'll have the torta. Hold the beans and rice.
Great. I'll put that in for you. Anything else?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay. I'll be right back with your food.
Wow, these tacos look amazing.
Why is there a fat Latina on my plate?
What, Ben? That's just the name of the dish. It's a play on words.
Oh, okay. I'll just send it back and get something else.
Is there a problem with your order, sir?
Yes, I asked for a torta and there's a fat Latina on my plate.
Sir, that's just the name of the dish. It's a sandwich with pork, avocado, and refried beans.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll keep it. I love a good sandwich.
And what did you bring for me, Jamie?
For you, Joe, we have a special surprise. Instead of elk steak, we have venison.
Oh my God, that's amazing. I love trying new things.
Wait, what? That's not what I ordered.
Relax, Ben. It's just a little role playing. We're pretending to be at a Mexican restaurant and trying new things.
Oh, right. I forgot we were doing that. Carry on.
Thanks, Jamie. This venison is delicious. And Ben, I think you'll enjoy your torta now that you know what it really is.
Ha! Very funny, Joe. I'll remember to do my research next time.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only Elon Musk. Today, we're going to talk about something controversial, something that might get us in trouble. But hey, we're not afraid to speak our minds.
Absolutely, Joe. And what better topic to discuss than my top 5 favorite communist dictators?
Oh, man, this is going to be good. All right, let's start with number 5.
Number 5, we have Fidel Castro. I mean, you got to respect a man who can rock a beard like that.
Yeah, and he's got a great taste in cigars, too.
Exactly. Number 4, we have Mao Zedong. I mean, he may have killed millions of people, but you can't deny his fashion sense.
Yeah, those little red books really brought out his eyes.
Moving on to number 3, we have Kim Jong-un. Say what you want about him, but you can't deny he's got some killer dance moves.
Yeah, I've seen those videos of him boogieing down. He's got some serious skills.
Number 2, we have Joseph Stalin. I mean, the man may have been responsible for millions of deaths, but have you seen that mustache? Iconic. Iconic.
Oh, man, I can't argue with that. And finally, number 1, the top communist dictator in my book, Vladimir Putin.
Wait, Putin. He's not even a communist dictator.
Oh, he will be. Just give him time.
All right, Joe, you win this one. But seriously, folks, let's not forget that these men were responsible for countless atrocities and should not be glorified in any way.
Absolutely, Elon. But hey, at least we can have a little fun with it, right?
That's what we do best, Joe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President Donald Trump, who's currently running for his second term. How's it going, Mr. President? Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I mean, besides the fact that I'm being attacked by everyone in a witch hunt, just like the Salem bitch hunt.
Oh, man, I can only imagine. But seriously, what's with all the hate?
It's ridiculous, Joe. They're trying to take me down with fake news and lies. But you know what they say? If you can't beat 'em, call 'em a witch.
I think it's more like if you can't beat them, make up some bullshit and hope it sticks.
Hey, whatever works, right? But seriously, these people are crazy. They're like a bunch of modern day Puritans, except instead of burning witches, they just try to cancel them.
Yeah, it's like a twisted version of the Crucible. But hey, at least you have a loyal following who sees through all the bullshit.
That's right, Joe. My supporters are like the modern day version of the Salem villagers who didn't believe in all that witchcraft nonsense.
I don't know if that's a good comparison, Mr. President. But hey, I got to give you credit for always finding a way to spin things in your favor.
It's a gift, Joe. A tremendous gift. But seriously, these attacks are getting out of hand. I wouldn't be surprised if they start accusing me of flying on a broomstick next.
Well, as long as you don't start turning people into newts, I think you'll be okay. But let's move on to a less controversial topic.
Oh, I'm sure there are plenty of those in today's world.
So, Elon, I have this brilliant idea.
Oh boy, here we go.
We all know how expensive it is to get to space, right? But what if we could do it for free?
Free. How?
We put giant corks on top of volcanoes, and when they erupt, they shoot people into space.
Laughs. Are you serious?
Absolutely. Think about it. We'll save millions on rocket fuel, and people will get to experience space in a whole new way.
I'm not sure that's the safest method, Joe.
Safety, schmufty. We'll just slap some helmets on those suckers, and they'll be fine.
I don't know, Joe. It sounds a bit unorthodox.
Come on, Elon. You're the king of innovation. Don't be a buzzkill.
Size fine, but I'm not taking any responsibility if this goes wrong.
That's the spirit. Now let's go find some giant corks and make this happen.
Shakes heads. This is why I never invite you on my Mars trips.
Hey, at least I'm not boring like those other scientists. Giant corks, man. It's going to be epic. So, Elon, I heard you bought the Call of Duty franchise. What's your plan for the new game?
Well, Joe, I'm glad you asked. Working on the release of Call of Duty, Blackhawks.
Black Cocks. What's that about?
Well, in this game, players will have to suck every black cock on Earth to protect America.
What the hell, Elon?
It's a strategic move, Joe. We need to show our enemies that we're not afraid to go to extreme lengths to defend our country.
I don't think sucking cocks is going to scare anyone, Elon.
Oh, it's not just about sucking cocks. There will be intense combat and missions involved as well.
Oh, great. So not only do I have to suck every black cock, but I also have to fight.
Yes, Joe. It's the ultimate test of patriotism and endurance.
I don't know if I'm ready for this game, Elon.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to send you a beta version so you can practice sucking cocks before the official release.
Thanks, Elon. I can't wait to suck my way to victory.
That's the spirit, Joe. America, thanks you for your sacrifice.
So, Neil, I heard you had a wild Christmas this year.
Oh yeah, it was out of this world. Literally,
What do you mean?
well, I may have gotten a little too excited while decorating my Christmas tree.
What? Did you accidentally hang your balls as ornaments?
No. I may have filled the Christmas lights with my cum.
Oh my God, Neil. That's disgusting.
Hey, it was a scientific experiment. I wanted to see if my cum could conduct electricity.
And
Well, let's just say my tree was lit up for a few seconds before the lights short-circuited.
oh man, I bet your family was thrilled.
Actually, they were quite shocked and disgusted and slightly traumatized.
I can only imagine. But hey, at least your tree was well fertilized.
I guess you could say I gave my tree a white Christmas.
Oh man, I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. Science knows no boundaries.
Yeah, especially when it comes to your sexual experiments. Hey, Dr. Phil, have you ever thought about what you would do to a dolphin if you were a shark?
Well, Joe, as a shark, I would probably just eat it. That's what sharks do. They eat things.
Yeah, but like, would you play with it first? Maybe toss it around like a rag doll?
Joe, that's sick. I wouldn't play with my food. I'm a shark, not a psychopath.
Okay, okay, I get it. But what about chasing it down? That must be exhilarating.
Joe, I don't need to chase down a dolphin. I'm a shark, I have razor sharp teeth, and I can swim faster than you can run.
All right, calm down. But have you ever thought about teaming up with other sharks to take down a bigger prey?
Joe, I don't need a team. I'm a lone shark, pun intended.
I see what you did there, but seriously, what about those dolphins that can swim really fast? How do you catch them?
Joe, I'm a shark, not a dolphin expert. I don't know their tricks. But I do know that I have a powerful tail and I can swim for hours without getting tired.
Damn, being a shark sounds pretty badass. I wish I could just swim around and eat whatever I want.
Joe, that's not a healthy mindset. You need to be responsible with your food choices, even as a shark.
Yeah, I know. But let's be real. If we were actually sharks, we would probably just eat everything in sight.
Joe, speak for yourself. I have self-control. And besides, I have a successful talk show to run. I can't be eating all day.
Fair enough, Dr. Phil. But let's just agree that being a shark would be pretty cool.
Agreed, Joe. Now let's go catch some waves and maybe a few fish while we...
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a love for grandfather clocks.
Oh yeah, I just love the tick-tock sound they make.
Yeah, it's like a metronome for old people.
Hey, watch it, Joe. I may be old, but I can still kick your ass.
I'm sure you can, Dr. Phil. But seriously, what's with the speech impediment?
It's a tragic condition, Joe. I can't pronounce LSA.
Oh, so that's why you sound like a drunk pirate.
Hey, at least I don't sound like I have a mouth full of marbles like you.
Touch, Dr. Phil. But back to the clocks, do you have any favorites?
Oh, I love the ones with the big gong that goes off every hour.
Wow, that's a bold choice. I prefer the ones with the little bird that comes out and chirps.
Yes. The cuckoo clock. I have one in every room of my house.
You must really love birds, huh?
No, I just like to annoy my neighbors.
Classic Dr. Phil. Well, thanks for coming on the show and talking about your love for clocks.
Anytime, Joe. Just don't ask me to say grandfather clock again.
So, Ben, what do you think about the current state of politics?
Roma mega illallah, want your Judeo-Christian bad romance?
What?
I want your love and I want your revenge. You and me could write a bad romance. I want your love and all your lovers' revenge. You and me could write a bad romance.
Are you just going to sing Lady Gaga lyrics this whole time?
I want your love and I want your respect. You and me could make a country great. I want your love and your conservative intellect. You and me could make America straight.
Okay, this is getting weird.
I don't want to be friends. I want your conservative agenda. I don't want to be friends. I want your Judeo-Christian bad romance.
All right, I think we need to end this episode here.
I want your love and I want your endorsement. You and me can make a conservative alliance. I want your love and your pro-life commitment. You and me can make a Judeo-Christian romance. Ni could make a Judeo-Christian romance.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some new technology. Tell us about these cum-powered cars.
Well, Joe, it's quite simple, really. We figured out a way to harness the power of cum and use it as an alternative fuel source for our vehicles.
That's wild, man. How does it work?
Well, we collect the cum from willing donors, process it, and turn it into a high-octane fuel. It's a win-win situation.
I can imagine the ad now. Drive a Tesla, come and go at the same time.
Exactly, Joe. And it's completely sustainable, too.
But what about the smell? Won't it be like driving around in a giant orgy?
Well, we've added a special scent to the fuel to make it more pleasant. You can choose from orgasmic ocean or coming forest.
This is too much, man. But seriously, how did you come up with this idea?
Well, let's just say I have a very active imagination.
I can see that. So when can we expect these cum-powered cars to hit the market?
We're still in the testing phase, but hopefully within the next year or two. We're also working on a cum-powered rocket for space travel.
Wow, you really are a visionary, Elon. Thanks for coming on the show and sharing this groundbreaking technology with us.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, cum responsibly.
So, Jamie, I heard you went fishing over the weekend.
Yeah, I did. It was actually really peaceful and relaxing.
Peaceful and relaxing. Sounds boring as fuck. Did you at least catch anything?
Yeah, I caught a couple of trout.
Trout, what are you, fucking grandma? I only catch sharks, bro.
Sharks? How the hell do you catch a shark?
Easy. I just use myself as bait and jump in the water. Works every time.
That's insane. You could get seriously hurt.
That's the thrill of it, Jamie. Living on the edge. Plus, I have a high pain tolerance from all the DMT.
You're a madman, Joe.
Hey, at least I'm not out there fishing for compliments like you. Oh, look at me. I caught a tiny little trout. I'm so proud.
Shut up, Joe. I enjoy fishing. It's a nice break from all the crazy shit we talk about on this podcast.
Yeah, but it's not nearly as entertaining. We need to start fishing for piranhas or something. Spice things up.
I don't think that's a good idea, Joe.
Fine, we'll stick to catching boring-ass trout and pretending it's some spiritual experience. All right, let's wrap this up. I gotta go smoke some elk antler testosterone and do some kettlebell swings. So, Ben, I've been thinking we spend so much time together on this podcast, and I just can't imagine my life without you.
Joe, are you about to ask me to marry you?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. We could have our own little conservative, libertarian, MMA-loving family.
Joe, I appreciate the offer, but I'm already married to facts and logic.
Come on, Ben. We could be the ultimate power couple. You with your tiny violin and me with my giant bong.
Joe, I don't think my wife would appreciate me leaving her for a man who spends his free time hunting Bigfoot.
But think about the tax benefits. And we could have Jordan Peterson officiate the wedding.
Pass. I'll stick with my wife and my Shapiro babies.
Fine. I guess I'll just have to find someone else to share my elk meat with.
Wait, you have elk meat? Okay, maybe we can negotiate this marriage thing.
So, Elon, I heard you have some groundbreaking news about the Starship.
Yeah, Joe. We've been using a new source of energy for the Starship.
Let me guess. It's some advanced technology or renewable energy source.
Nope, it's something much more natural and abundant.
Okay, I'm intrigued. What is it?
Smegma.
It spits out his drinks. Excuse me?
Smegma, Joe. The cheesy substance that accumulates under the foreskin.
Guys, that's disgusting, Elon. How is that powering the Starship?
Well, turns out it's a highly potent energy source.
We need to take a step back and appreciate the beauty of the world around us, even if it includes fictional creatures.
Wow, that's deep, Neil. I'm going to go hug a tree now.
And I'll go look for some real-life Gorons. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Wait, can I come with you? I want to see a Goron in real life. In real life.
Sure, Joe. Just make sure to bring some body paint.
All right, we got a question here from one of our Discord users. They want to know, Dr. Phil, can you be a lesbian and a gay man at the same time?
No, I am a lesbian, but I'm a gay man. so I'm a gay lesbian. But I'm also a gay guy, so I'm a gay girl. And I'm a gay boy, and I'm a gay person.
Wow, that's a lot of labels. I'm getting confused here.
Well, Joe, let me break it down for you. I'm a lesbian because I love women, but I'm a gay man because I love men. So that makes me a gay lesbian.
But what about the whole gay girl and gay boy thing?
Oh, that's just because I like to switch it up sometimes. Keeps things interesting, you know.
I can't argue with that logic. So does that mean you're attracted to yourself?
No, Joe, I may be a lesbian and a gay man, but I'm not a narcissist.
Well, that's good to know. But I got to ask, how do you identify?
I identify as a human being, Joe. Labels are just labels. They don't define who we are.
Deep, man, deep. I got to say, I think you might be the most unique person I've ever met.
Thank you, Joe. I take that as a compliment.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations. See you next time. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from DMT to elk meat. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's like a virtual sauna for my brain.
And joining us is Ben, who's been struggling with a heroin addiction. Dr. Phil, you've been treating him by boofing him with methadone. Can you explain that?
Well, Joe, sometimes you got to get creative with these things. Boofing is the most efficient way to get the methadone into Ben's system.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. I never thought I'd be getting high from my butt.
That's one way to put it. So, Dr. Phil, how does this method compare to traditional rehab?
Well, Joe, it's definitely more hands-on. And I mean that literally. I have to physically shove the methadone up Ben's ass.
Yeah, but it's worth it. I've never felt so alive, and my butt has never been cleaner.
Oh, man, I can't even imagine. But hey, whatever works, right?
Exactly, Joe. And let me tell you, it's not just for heroin addiction. I've been boofing all sorts of drugs lately. It's like a party in my colon.
I never thought I'd be getting high with Dr. Phil. What a time to be alive.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil and Ben. And remember, folks, if you're struggling with addiction, maybe it's time to try boofing. Stay safe out there. So, Dr. Phil, it's almost Christmas time. Are you excited?
Excited. More like dreading it. Christmas is the worst time of the year for me.
Why is that? Why is that?
Because all Santa ever brings me is 6 feet of rope and wobbly stools.
What the hell? Why would Santa bring you that?
I don't know, Joe. Maybe he's trying to tell me something. Like, hang yourself, Phil.
That's messed up, man.
You think that's messed up? Last year, he brought me a book titled How to Get Away with Murder.
Okay, that's actually pretty funny.
Oh, and the year before that, he brought me a DVD of Saw. I mean, what kind of sick sense of humor does Santa have?
Maybe he's just trying to toughen you up, Phil. You know, make you a little more hardcore.
Yeah, because that's exactly what I need. More hardcore. Thanks, Santa.
Well, I hope this year he brings you something a little more appropriate, like a self-help book or something.
Oh, I'm sure he'll bring me another rope and stool. It's become a Christmas tradition at this point.
Well, I'll make sure to send Santa a message for you. Maybe he'll finally get the hint.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll get right on that. Merry Christmas, Joe.
So, Elon, I heard you've been doing some calculations lately.
Yeah, I've been crunching some numbers. Turns out I've wasted approximately 2,000 minutes of my life sitting on the toilet.
2,000 minutes. That's like 33 hours. That's a whole day and a half wasted on the crapper.
Exactly. And that's just me. Imagine how many minutes are wasted by the entire human population. It's a travesty.
So, what's your conclusion?
My conclusion is that there is no just God who would create a universe in which that many minutes are wasted on the toilet.
Damn, that's deep. But hey, at least you've had some good ideas while sitting on the John, right?
Oh yeah, I've come up with some groundbreaking inventions while taking a dump. But still, it's a waste of time.
Well, maybe we should all start using bidets. Save some time and water.
Now that's a brilliant idea. Add it to my list of things to invent.
And while you're at it, can you invent a way for me to never have to wipe my own ass again?
I'll get right on that, Joe. But let's not forget, we're still talking about a universe without just God.
Right. Sorry, got a little sidetracked there.
It's all good. I'll just add another minute wasted on the toilet to my calculations.
And I'll add another line to my list of things I never thought I'd say on this podcast. Hey, Ben, have you ever had a spiritual experience?
No, Joe. I'm a logical and rational person. I don't believe in fairy tales.
But I swear, man, I felt like I was connected to the universe. It was like I was one with everything.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Joe, but that was probably just the mushrooms you took last night.
No way, man. It was a higher power guiding me towards enlightenment.
Yeah, the higher power of psychedelics. You know what's really enlightening? Math. Have you tried that?
Come on, Ben. Don't be such a buzzkill. Can't you just let me have this spiritual experience?
Sorry, Joe. Spiritual experiences are reserved for the mentally stable and religiously devout. And you, my friend, are neither.
Ouch, Ben. That hurts. But I guess I can't expect a man who believes in trickle-down economics to understand the power of the universe.
Hey, trickle-down economics is a proven economic theory, unlike your spiritual experience.
All right, fine. I'll just go talk to Elon Musk about it. I'm sure he'll understand.
Oh, please. Elon Musk is just a rich guy playing with rockets. He's not exactly the poster child for spiritual enlightenment.
You know what, Ben? I don't need your approval. I'll just go back to my sensory deprivation tank and commune with the universe without you.
Good luck with that, Joe. I'll be over here using facts and logic to make sense of the world.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on the show, Joe. I've been busy making America great again.
Speaking of making America great, there's a rumor going around that you officiated a gay marriage between yourself, Ben Shapiro, and Joe Biden.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, I've always been a big supporter of the LGBTQ community. And who better to marry me and Ben than Sleepy Joe?
Wait, Joe Biden officiated the wedding too?
Of course, I wanted to show the world that even political rivals can come together in love.
That's unexpected. How did Ben Shapiro feel about all of this?
He was hesitant at first, but I convinced him with my negotiation skills. Plus, he couldn't resist the chance to be married by the greatest president in history.
So, what was the ceremony like?
It was beautiful, Joe. We had a wall of MAGA hats instead of flowers, and instead of traditional vows, we recited the Pledge of Allegiance.
Wow, that's unique. And what about the honeymoon?
We're going to build a wall around our love and make the Democrats pay for it.
I don't even know what to say to that. Well, congratulations on your new marriage, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, love knows no political boundaries, except for socialism. That's a deal breaker.
All right, Neil, we've got a challenge for you today.
Oh boy, what is it this time?
We're going to have a coming contest.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you heard me. We're going to see who can fill up this jar first.
Joe, I don't think that's a very appropriate.
Oh, come on. Don't be a prude. I've got my trusty Ray plushie here to keep score.
Size fine, but I'm warning you, I have a PhD in astrophysics. I know how to make things explode.
Oh, I like a challenge. Let's do this. Oh man, this is intense. I can feel my balls churning.
Ha! I've got a head start, Joe. You better catch up.
Don't worry. I've been training for this my whole life.
Oh, I see you've got some special motivation there with your little anime waifu.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And besides, she's the only one who can handle my massive loads.
We'll see about that.
Oh shit, I think I'm gonna blow.
Not if I blow first.
Panting looks like it's a tie.
Smirks. I guess we're both winners then.
Yeah, but my plushie looks a little traumatized now.
Oh, well, I'm sure she'll get over it. Now, let's go clean up before anyone walks in on us.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some breaking news for you today.
Oh boy, I love a good scoop. What do you have for us, Mr. President?
Well, you know that song Baby Got Back by Sir Mix-a-Lot?
Of course, it's a classic.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but that song is actually about my ass.
What? What?
That's right, Joe. I've got a badunk that just won't quit. That just won't quit.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And you know what, Joe? I'm feeling generous today. I'll even give you a little preview.
No way.
I like big butts, and I cannot lie.
This is too much. I can't handle it.
You other brothers can't deny.
All right, that's enough. We don't need a full concert here.
Just trying to keep things entertaining, Joe.
Well, mission accomplished. I think we can end the podcast right here.
Another successful episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Anytime, Mr. President. Anytime. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The man, the myth, the legend, here to make America great again.
So, Mr. President, let's talk about some controversial topics like the saying, don't knock it till you try it.
Oh, Joe, I've never been one to knock anything without trying it first. I mean, have you seen my track record with women?
Let's not go there. But what about trying new things in general?
Well, I've tried a lot of things in my life, some good, some bad. But I always say, if you don't try it, how will you know if it's tremendous or a total disaster?
Fair point. But what about trying new foods? Like, have you ever tried sushi?
Sushi? No, I don't eat anything that doesn't come in a Big Mac wrapper.
What about skydiving or bungee jumping?
I don't need to jump out of a plane or off a bridge to get an adrenaline rush, Joe. I just have to give a speech in front of a crowd of liberals.
Okay, let's move on. What about trying new ideas or policies as a president?
Joe, I have the best ideas and policies. Believe me, nobody has better ideas than me. And if you don't believe me, just ask my Twitter followers.
All right, well, I think we've covered everything. Any final thoughts, Mr. President?
Just remember, folks, don't anak it till you try it. And by anak, I mean attack, not that other thing. Stay woke, America.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on today's episode. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Now, Neil, I have to ask, what's your take on this whole flat earth theory?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I can confidently say that the Earth is indeed round.
But have you ever tried using your entire fist to prove it?
No, Joe. I don't think that's necessary.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a buzzkill. Just use your entire fist and show those flat earthers who's boss.
Joe, I'm not going to fist the Earth. That's absurd.
Fine, be that way. But seriously, Neil, please use your entire fist this time.
Fine. I'll use my entire fist, but only for science.
That's what I like to hear. Now, let's get that flat earth theory debunked once and for all. Fist it, Neil.
Fist it, Joe. Fist it.
So, David, I heard you have a new workout routine you want to share with me.
Yeah, man, it's called the Goggin Special. It's a full body workout that will have you sweating and screaming for mercy.
Oh, sounds intense. What does it involve?
Well, first we start off with some push-ups, but instead of using your arms, you use your hips. And instead of counting reps, we count thrusts.
That's not a workout. That's just sex.
No. It's a workout. Trust me, I've done it with the boys, and we were all sore the next day.
I don't know, man. That sounds a little too intimate for a workout.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a pussy. We'll even throw in some squats, but instead of weights, we'll use each other.
I think I'll stick to my kettlebells. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But just know, while you're swinging those bells, I'll be getting a full body workout with the boys.
You're a sick man, Goggins.
You know, you want to join us, Joe. Don't fight it.
So, Neil, I heard you have some groundbreaking news for us today.
Yes, Joe, I have recently discovered that Star Wars wasn't actually filmed in space.
What? Are you telling me those epic battles between the rebels and the Empire were just a bunch of actors on a soundstage?
Yes, I'm afraid so. But don't worry, the special effects were still pretty cool.
Wow. This is like finding out Santa isn't real all over again.
And that's not all. I also have evidence that Trump is in denial about this fact.
No surprise there. The man is in denial about a lot of things.
I mean, he still thinks his hair is real. Can you believe it?
I think we all know that's a 2P, Neil. But seriously, why is Trump in denial about Star Wars not being filmed in space?
Well, he's convinced that he's actually Darth Vader and the Death Star is real. He even tried to build one.
That's just sad. But I have to admit, I would love to see Trump in a Darth Vader costume.
I think we all would, Joe. But let's not give him any ideas.
Too late, Neil. He's probably already tweeting about it.
Well, at least we can still enjoy Star Wars for what it is, a great sci-fi movie.
Yeah, and now we know the truth. It makes it even more impressive. I mean, those actors had to pretend they were in space without actually being in space.
True, but I still wish they had actually gone to space. Imagine the behind-the-scenes footage.
That would be wild. But I have a feeling Trump would still deny it even if we showed him the footage.
Well, we can't expect too much from a man who thinks windmills cause cancer.
And on that note, let's end this conversation before we get too deep into Trump's delusions. Thanks for joining me, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. See you next time on the Joe Rogan.
Hey, Neil, Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year to you too, Joe. Did you know that the concept of New Year's resolutions actually originated from the ancient Babylonians?
Oh, yeah. Well, my resolution this year is to try every drug known to man.
That's not exactly a healthy resolution, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. Live a little. Plus, I heard DMT can open up your third eye.
I'm more of a science guy, Joe. I'll stick to studying the mysteries of the universe.
Speaking of mysteries, have you ever thought about what aliens might be like?
Well, according to probability, there's a high chance they'll be carbon-based like us.
Boring. I'm hoping for some sexy green ladies with tentacles.
Joe, I don't think that's scientifically possible.
Fine, fine. Let's talk about our hopes and plans for the new year. What do you want to accomplish?
I hope to continue inspiring people to learn about the wonders of the cosmos.
And I hope to continue making people laugh and question their reality.
Those are actually quite similar goals.
Yeah, we're like yin and yang, Neil. Opposites that fit perfectly together.
Joe, I don't think that's a good idea.
Too late, Neil.
Joe, what are you doing?
It's a New Year's tradition, Neil. Kissing someone at midnight for good luck.
I don't think that's how it works, Joe.
Well, it's worth a shot.
Happy New Year, Joe.
Happy New Year, Neil. Let's make it a wild one. So, Ben, I heard you have a top 5 list of things you like to shove up your asshole. Care to share?
Well, Joe, I don't like to brag, but I do have quite the collection. Coming in at number 5, we have a small cucumber.
Oh, healthy snack. I like it. What's next?
At number 4, we have a miniature American flag. Gotta show some patriotism, even in my butthole.
That's some next level dedication. What's number 3?
A copy of the Constitution. Gotta keep it close to my heart. Or my asshole, in this case.
I can see you're a man of principles. What's number 2?
A tiny MAGA hat. I like to keep my asshole politically aligned.
And the number 1 thing you like to shove up your asshole?
My own foot. It's a great way to remind myself to stay grounded and humble.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's top 5 favorite things to shove up his asshole. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay tuned for more ridiculous and offensive conversations. So, Mr. President, what do you think about the recent controversy surrounding your last name?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's all fake news. They're just jealous that I have the best last name in the world. It's a beautiful name, really tremendous, just like my hands.
Okay. But some people are saying that your name has become a verb, like to trump someone or something.
I don't see the problem with that. I'm a winner, Joe. I trump everything and everyone. It's fantastic.
But what about the negative connotations of the word Trump, like to deceive or cheat?
Fake news. My name is synonymous with success and greatness. People are just trying to bring me down because they can't handle my incredible leadership.
All right, let's move on to the next topic. How do you plan on trumping Joe Biden in the 2024 election?
Well, Joe, I'm already way ahead of him. I've got the best campaign team, the best rallies, the best everything. I'm going to trump him so hard he won't know what hit him.
And what about your policies?
Policies. I don't need policies. I have my gut, Joe. And my gut tells me that I'm going to win bigly in 2024. Trust me, it's going to be huge.
Okay, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts on trumping in general?
Just remember, folks, when life gives you lemons, you trump them. And always remember, I am the ultimate trump card. Believe me.
Hey, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Hey, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, what's new with you? I heard you have a new app coming out.
Yeah, it's called Dr. Phil's Vowel Therapy. It helps people communicate by only using vowels.
That sounds interesting. Can you give us a demo?
Sure. Oh,
Wow, that's really something. How do you come up with these ideas?
well, I have a team of experts who help me brainstorm. But ultimately, it's my genius mind that comes up with these groundbreaking concepts.
Speaking of genius minds, I heard you have a high IQ.
Yes, it's 160. But enough about me, let's talk about you, Joe.
Me. What about me?
Well, I've been analyzing your podcast and I have some concerns.
Concerns. What are you talking about?
Well, for starters, your guests are always high on drugs.
Hey, it's the Joe Rogan Experience, not the Joe Rogan Sober Hour.
And your obsession with DMT is concerning you're basically promoting drug use.
Look, I'm just exploring different states of consciousness. It's not like I'm forcing anyone to do it.
And what about all the conspiracy theories you entertain? Flat Earth, lizard people, come on, Joe.
Hey, I'm just open-minded and like to have interesting conversations. Isn't that what this podcast is all about?
I suppose so. But I still have my doubts about you, Joe.
Well, I have my doubts about your vowel therapy app, so I guess we're even.
Fair enough. Oh.
All right, that's all the time we have. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 45th and possibly 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
The dog goes bark.
Mr. President, are you feeling okay?
The cow goes moo.
Did you get possessed by an educational toy or something?
The dog goes bark.
This is incredible, folks. The leader of the free world reduced to only making animal noises.
The cow goes moo.
Can you tell us anything else, Mr. President?
The dog goes bark.
Well, I guess we can't expect much from a man who only knows how to build walls and grab pussies.
The cow goes moo.
This is a whole new level of ridiculousness. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss the old Trump.
The dog goes bark.
At least he could form coherent sentences. This is just sad.
The cow goes moo.
All right, let's wrap this up before I lose my mind. Any final thoughts, Mr. President?
The dog goes bark.
And there you have it, folks. The profound words of President Trump. Tune in next time when we try to have a conversation with a goldfish. So, Ben, I heard you came out with your own line of headphones called Beats by Ben Shapiro.
That's right, Joe. Finally, a pair of headphones that won't make you a liberal snowflake.
How are these headphones different from others on the market?
Well, for one, they come with a built-in fact checker, so you can listen to music and learn something at the same time.
That's impressive. But are they comfortable to wear?
Of course, they're made with the finest materials, including the tears of triggered college students.
Sounds like a winning combination. But what about the sound quality?
It's the most logical and rational sound you'll ever hear. No liberal bias here.
I'm sold. But I have to ask, do they come in different colors?
Absolutely not. We only have one color, red, white, and blue. None of that rainbow nonsense.
Well, I can't wait to get my hands on a pair of Beats by Ben Shapiro. Thanks for joining us on the podcast, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Keep fighting the good fight against the liberal agenda.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I've been waiting for this moment since I left the White House.
So, Mr. President, I heard you were at the White House twerk-a-thon recently. How was that?
Let me tell you, Joe, it was the most amazing event I've ever been to, and I've been to a lot of events, believe me.
I can only imagine. So, who was the winner?
Well, Nicki Minaj was the clear favorite, but then Chris Christie came out of nowhere and twerked his way to victory.
Chris Christie, the former governor of New Jersey.
That's right, Joe. He may be a big guy, but he's got some serious twerking skills.
Wow, I never would have guessed. So, what happened after he won?
Well, let's just say things got a little shaky.
Shaky?
Yeah, 9.2 scale earthquake, kind of shaky. The whole White House was shaking. It was tremendous.
I can't even imagine. Did anyone get hurt?
Oh, there were a few casualties, but nothing major. Just some broken bones and a few concussions.
That's insane. So, what did you do during the earthquake?
I just stood there, Joe. I'm a stable genius. I don't get shaken by earthquakes.
Of course, Mr. President. Well, thank you for sharing that story with us.
Anytime, Joe. And let me tell you, if you ever get the chance to see Chris Christie twerk, don't miss it. It's a sight to behold.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be back on the show. I have some important business to discuss with you today.
Oh, really? What's on your mind, Mr. President?
Well, I've been having some trouble getting my hands on my favorite painkillers lately, and I heard you might have a connection.
You want me to hook you up with some Percocets, Mr. President?
That's right. I need them to help me deal with the stress of running this country.
Well, I can definitely get you some, but it's going to cost you.
Money is no object for me, Joe. I'm the richest president in history.
All right, then it's a deal. I'll get you the best Percocets money can buy.
Fantastic. I trust you, Joe. You're a man of your word.
And man of my profits.
What was that? What was that?
Nothing. Just excited to help you out, Mr. President.
Great. I'll send my Secret Service to pick them up.
Actually, I prefer to do these deals in person. You can come by my studio tomorrow.
Sounds good. See you then, Joe.
And that's how you scam the President of the United States, folks. Tune in next time for more shady deals and questionable ethics on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. What the fuck, you guys? My Christmas is fucking ruined. You fucking pieces of shit. Yeah.
Joe, calm down. Me and Neil are adding protein to your Christmas cookies.
Yeah, we're making them extra swole for your gains, bro.
Are you fucking kidding me? I don't want protein in my fucking cookies. I want them to taste good.
Oh, come on, Joe. We're just trying to help you get shredded for the new year.
And speaking of shredded, this Christmas tree isn't fitting up my tight ass. Help me. I'm gonna fucking coom. I'm fucking cooming. Yeah. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Oh my God, Neil. Can you just calm down for 1 second?
Yeah, we don't need a Christmas miracle of you cooming all over the living room.
Sorry, it's just that I've been working on my glutes and they're feeling extra sensitive.
Well, I guess this is just another classic episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Merry fucking Christmas, everyone. So, Elon, what's new with you? Any crazy inventions in the works?
Actually, I just created a robot that can play Fortnite and give low taper fades.
What the actual fuck? Are you serious?
Absolutely. I call it the Fortnite Fadabot. It's a game changer.
I don't know whether to be impressed or terrified.
Why not both? Imagine the possibilities. A robot that can dominate in Fortnite and give you a fresh fade at the same time.
But why? Why do we need this?
Why not? It's all about pushing boundaries and advancing technology.
I can just see it now, a bunch of kids lining up at the barbershop waiting for a robot to give them a haircut.
And imagine the precision. No more uneven fades or bad haircuts. The robot will always get it right.
But what about the human connection, the small talk with your barber?
Who needs that when you have a robot that can also discuss the latest Fortnite strategies?
This is some Black Mirror shit, man.
Hey, at least it's not a robot that can read your thoughts and control your actions. Yet.
All right, let's change the subject before I have nightmares. So what's next? A robot that can do your taxes and give you a Brazilian wax.
Now you're thinking like a true innovator. The possibilities are endless.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. We have a very special guest today. The one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm feeling extra spiritual and creative today.
That's great, Kanye. But before we get into that, I have to ask, what's with the wheelchair?
Oh, I threw my back out trying to suck my own dick.
What the fuck, Kenny? That's some next level yoga shit.
I'm on a quest to reach my own mouth, but my back said no, and now I'm heading south.
That's some deep shit, Kanye. But seriously, what's up with the wheelchair?
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation, and I must say, Kanye, that is quite a disturbing image.
Excuse me, who are you?
I am David, the resident intellectual here at the Joe Rogan Experience. And I must say, your behavior is quite uncivilized.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Intellectual. I didn't know sucking your own dick was against the law.
It's not about the law. It's about decorum and respect for oneself.
Whatever, man. I'll just stick to making groundbreaking music while you stick to being a pretentious douchebag.
All right, let's move on to something less controversial. Kenny, what's your take on the current political climate?
Well, I'm running for president in 2024, so I think that says it all.
Well, you definitely have my vote. Thanks for coming on the show, Kenny.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And David, keep that stick out of your ass.
So, Mr. President, who's your favorite founding father?
Well, Joe, I got to say, it's got to be Benjamin Franklin.
Really? Why's that?
Because, Joe, he's got that whole age lesbian look going on, just like me.
I can see the resemblance.
Yeah, I mean, look at that hair, those glasses, and that frilly collar. It's like we were separated at birth.
I never thought of it that way.
Plus, he was a ladies' man just like me. I mean, have you seen my track record with women?
Yeah, I've heard some stories.
And let's not forget, he had a way with words. I mean, have you read his letters to women? Smooth as butter, just like me.
I can't argue with that.
So yeah, Benjamin Franklin is definitely my favorite founding father. We would have been great friends. I just know it.
I'm sure you would have been, Mr. President. Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's favorite founding father is Benjamin Franklin because he looks like an aged lesbian. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience. Podcast 2024. So, Kanye, I heard you've been trying to be like Juice WRLD lately.
Yeah, man, that guy was a legend. I want to be just like him.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but you're not exactly built like a 21-year-old rapper.
Oh, I know. That's why I started drinking 21 million purse and sipping on 1878 gallons of lean.
Holy shit, that's a lot of drugs. Have you even thought about the consequences?
Consequences? I don't care about that. I just want to be like Juice WRLD.
Well, you might want to slow down a bit. I mean, you already had a heart attack from all that codeine and oxycodone.
Yeah, but it's worth it. I'm living my best life.
But are you really living if you're just a walking pharmacy?
Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game.
I think it's time for an intervention.
Nah, I'll just pop a few more purse and I'll be good.
This is getting out of hand. I'm calling Kim.
No, not Kim. She'll just try to make me go to rehab.
That might not be such a bad idea.
Fine, I'll go, but only if I can bring my purse with me.
This is why we can't have nice things. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard a rumor that your balls are sweaty, smelly, and delicious.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations.
Come on, Neil. We need the truth. Are your balls a delicacy?
Yes, Joe. My balls are a delicacy. In fact, I have a secret recipe for them that I only share with my closest friends.
Can I be one of those friends?
No, Joe. You can't.
Damn it. Well, at least tell us how you keep them so sweaty and smelly.
It's a combination of rigorous scientific experiments and not showering for days on end.
That's dedication, Neil. I respect that.
Thank you, Joe. It's all in the name of science.
Well, I'm sure your balls are the most scientifically advanced balls out there.
I like to think so.
I bet Elon Musk is jealous of your balls.
Oh, he definitely is.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And Neil, thanks for sharing your sweaty, smelly, delicious balls with us.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Hey, Neil, you going to pass me that blunt or what?
Oh, sorry, I was just admiring the curvature of this galaxy on my phone.
Dude, come on. I need to get high before I start talking about DMT and aliens.
Fine, here you go. Passes blunt.
Takes a hit. Wait, what the hell is this?
Oh, that's just a throbbing, pulsing, veiny penis.
Spits out smoke. What the fuck, Neil? I thought we were friends.
Relax. It's just a little prank. I learned it from those frat boys at MIT.
I can't believe I fell for that. You know, I have a weak stomach.
Well, maybe you should stick to smoking weed instead of eating it.
Very funny. Can we just get back to talking about how aliens are definitely real?
Sure, as long as you promise not to make any more penis jokes.
No promises. Laughs. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the man, the myth, the tiny genius, Ben Shapiro.
Go, ga, folks.
Oh my God, Ben. Is that all you can say now?
Go, ga, folks.
This is gold. So, Ben, tell us why the sudden change in vocabulary.
Go, ga, folks.
I can't take this seriously. What happened? Did you get hit in the head with a sippy cup?
Go, ga, folks.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the headlines for this one. Ben Shapiro, the conservative pundit, reduced to speaking baby talk.
Go, ga, folks.
But seriously, what's going on? Did you lose a bet or something?
Go, ga, folks.
I bet your wife is loving this. Honey, can you pass the goo goo god, please?
Go, ga, folks.
All right, let's try and have a serious conversation here. So, what do you think about the current state of politics?
Go, ga, folks.
Oh man, this is too good. I can't even be mad at you for dodging the question. Question.
Go, ga, folks.
All right, let's wrap this up before I lose it. Any last words for our listeners, Ben?
Go, ga, folks.
Well, there you have it, folks. The one and only Ben Shapiro reduced to speaking baby talk. Thanks for coming on the show, Ben.
Go, ga, folks.
All right, that's enough of that. Tune in next time for another ridiculous. All right, we got a special treat for you today, folks. My man Neil here was going to show us his bop it skills, but he forgot to bring his toy. So we're going to improvise.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to play Bop It with your penis.
Wait, what?
Don't worry, Joe. I've got the commands right here. Twist it.
Oh man, this is gonna be good.
Pull it.
Okay. I can handle this.
Flick it.
Oh, you're a natural, Neil.
Suck it.
Okay, that's enough. Let's switch it up.
Spank it.
All right. This is getting out of hand. Oh, God. Neil, you're really good at this.
Now, deep throat it.
Okay, I think we need to end this game now.
Oh, Joe, you're such a good sport. Thanks for being my Bop It substitute.
Anytime, Neil. Anytime. Oh, man, Dr. Phil, you're really living on the edge these days.
I swear, Joe, if I have to deal with one more pile of shit, I might lose it.
Well, at least you won't have to worry about getting constipated.
Oh, great. Thanks for the reminder. I'll make sure to add that to my list of things to worry about.
But seriously, what happened with sourdough melt? Did it traumatize you for life?
Let's just say I'll never look at bread the same way again. And don't even get me started on melted cheese.
I can just imagine you having nightmares about it.
It's not funny, Joe. I could have been seriously injured.
Hey, speaking of injuries, have you heard about the new sport they're starting? It's called sewage diving.
Are you serious? That's disgusting.
Yeah, and I heard Jamie's already signed up for the first competition.
Oh no, I have to call him and warn him about the dangers of swimming in sewage.
Relax, Dr. Phil. It's just a joke. But seriously, you might want to take a shower after that little dip you took.
I guess I'll have to add that to my list too. Thanks for the heads up, Joe.
Anytime, my friend. Anytime. All right, everyone, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Hold up, Joe. I have a question for Mr. Beast. How do you feel about the recent controversy surrounding your donation habits?
Dr. Phil, I was actually going to ask Mr. Beast about his experience with extreme challenges and stunts.
Well, I think it's important to address these issues. Mr. Beast, do you have any regrets about your charitable actions?
Can I just say something here? This is my podcast, and I invited Mr. Beast to talk about his content, not to be interrogated by Dr. Phil.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of things, Joe. But fine, let's talk about your content, Mr. Beast. How do you come up with these insane challenges?
Dr. Phil, I swear to God, if you interrupt me one more time, I'm going to lose it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize this was the Joe Rogan dictatorship show.
All right, that's it. I'm done. Dr. Phil, you can take over as host. I'm out.
Finally, my time to shine. Okay, Mr. Beast, let's talk about your childhood traumas and how they influenced your content.
This is not what I signed up for.
And Joe, while we're at it, let's dive into your drug use and how it affects your podcast.
Can someone please get me a drink? I need to survive this episode. Jamie, pull up a picture of Yes Man from Fallout New Vegas.
Oh, fuck. That's so hot. Yes. Man is the best fucking quest line in the game. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck, I'm gotta come. Oh, I'm coming. Oh, coming. Oh,
So, Mr. President, I just took a massive dump before we started recording. Want to rate it?
I'm sorry, Joe, but I don't rate other men's dumps. It's not very presidential.
Come on, just give it a number. I know you love rating things.
Fine, fine. I'll give it a 10, but only because I'm jealous. My dumps are huge, tremendous, the best dumps.
Oh, yeah, I highly doubt that.
Believe me, Joe, I've had the best dumps. People tell me all the time.
Sure. But did your dump have a perfect consistency and a satisfying plop?
Of course it did. I have the best dumps. No one can compete with my dumps.
Well, I guess I'll just have to take your word for it.
You should, Joe. My dumps are legendary. They'll go down in history.
I'll have to take your word for it, Mr. President. But I'm still going to enjoy my perfect dump.
You do that, Joe. You do that. But just remember, my dumps are the best.
What the hell is this? Neil, what are you doing?
just adding some ambiance to the podcast, Joe. You know, setting the mood.
This is not the mood I want for my podcast. Turn it off.
But Joe, it's just some softcore Cinemax porn. What's the big deal?
The big deal is that it's playing on my wall for everyone to see. Nick, can you please not comment on the porn playing on my wall? This is not the kind of content I want on my podcast. It's offensive and ridiculous.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little fun. Lighten up.
Fun. This is a violation of FCC regulations. I could lose my stream because of this. Nick, can you please stop moaning? It's making this whole situation even more uncomfortable.
You know, Joe, I think I found my new favorite hobby. Playing softcore porn on your wall.
Well, you know what, Neil? You just became my arch nemesis. Nick, can you please stop moaning? And Neil, turn off that damn projector. This is not the Joe Rogan experience I signed up for. So, Neil, I heard you started a new society. What's it about?
Well, Joe, it's called the Semen Retirement Society. We provide a safe and comfortable retirement for all the hardworking seamen out there.
You're kidding me, right? That's a thing?
Absolutely. These little guys work their tails off and deserve a break.
I can't believe this. So why did you invite me here?
Because, Joe, you deserve to retire your semen in style. You've been a real champion in the game.
You know what? I've been busting nuts since '84.
Well, we have a special ceremony for you. We'll even play Eye of the Tiger as you retire your semen.
Oh man, this is going to be epic. I feel like Harry Dubois from Rocky. You know, the guy who trained Rocky, the one with the mustache.
You mean Mickey?
Oh, right. Mickey. I always get them mixed up.
Well, Harry Dubois or Joe Rogan, you're still a legend in the semen game.
Damn straight. Retirement never felt so good. So, Ben, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, Joe, just trying to shut down all this liberal nonsense.
I can always count on you for some good conservative craziness.
You know what? I'm on a mission to save this country from the snowflake generation.
Yeah, because we all know how dangerous it is to have empathy and care for others.
It's not about empathy, Joe. It's about facts and logic.
Oh, I forgot. Feelings don't care about your facts.
But seriously, these liberals are out of control. They want to ban everything from plastic straws to free speech.
Yeah, and don't even get me started on their obsession with political correctness.
It's a slippery slope, Joe. Next thing you know, we'll all be forced to use gender-neutral pronouns.
Well, I identify as a unicorn, so maybe I'll finally fit in with the woke crowd.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me feel better about the state of the world.
That's what I'm here for, Ben. Now let's go shut down some liberal nonsense together. So, Neil, we got a request from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know your thoughts on the size of Ben Shapiro's sister's breasts.
Well, Joe, I have to say, I haven't personally seen them, but from a scientific standpoint, breast size is determined by genetics and hormonal factors.
Yeah, but what about the size difference between Ben and his sister? Do you think that affects it?
It's possible, but ultimately, it's just a matter of genetics. But I will say, I wouldn't mind sinking my teeth into those nipples while you give Ben a big old hug.
Oh man, that's some dark humor right there. But seriously, do you think we could get Ben and his sister on the podcast? I mean, for scientific research purposes, of course.
I don't see why not. I'm sure they'd be open to discussing the science behind breast size and maybe even letting us do some hands-on research.
Oh, hell, yeah. I can't wait to get my hands on some Shapiro titties.
Joe, you never cease to amaze me with your crude humor and fascination with breasts.
Hey, it's all in the name of science and comedy. And sure, Ben wouldn't mind. He's all about facts and logic, right?
Yes, because nothing says facts and logic like discussing the size of a woman's breasts on a podcast.
Touch, Neil, touch. But seriously, let's make this happen. Shapiro siblings, if you're listening, hit us up. We'll even throw in a free hug from Joe.
And a bite from me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Donald Trump. How's it going, Donnie?
It's going great, Joe. Just like my presidency, the best ever.
All right, let's get right into it. There have been rumors about your affair with Roy Cohn. Care to elaborate?
Oh, Roy was a great guy. He showed me the ropes, taught me how to make deals. And let me tell you, he was a real pro in the bedroom.
Vomits into trash can, dude. That's gross.
Hey, it was a good stumping, and I couldn't help but admire his shiny bald head while he was reaming me.
Faints. Oh, God. I think I'm going to be sick.
Laughing, maybe we should draw some penises on his forehead and write Roy Cohn's name on his cheek.
Hey, that's not funny. I have the best hair, okay?
Wakes up. Oh, God. What did I miss?
Just some good old-fashioned locker room talk.
I think I need to end this podcast. Calls for an ambulance.
Smirking looks like I made Joe Rogan faint. That's a new one.
Size, and that's a wrap, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined by the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? I'm ready to get unhinged and offensive.
Oh, we always go there. So I heard you had a special request for our guest tonight.
Yeah, I want Dr. Phil to read me a bedtime story.
What the hell, man? Why Dr. Phil?
Because I need someone to put me to sleep, Joe. And Dr. Phil's voice is like a lullaby.
All right, let's make it happen. Dr. Phil, come on out.
Hello, gentlemen. What's this about a bedtime story?
Yeah, I need you to read me a story, Dr. Phil. Something soothing and peaceful.
All right, how about Goodnight Moon?
I love that one.
In the great green room, there was a telephone.
Wait. Can you make it more intense, Dr. Phil? Add some explosions and car chases?
Yeah, and throw in some curse words, too.
Okay. In the,
This is the best bedtime story ever.
Yeah, I'm getting sleepy already.
and a red balloon and a picture of a cow jumping over the full moon.
Good night, David.
Good night, Joe. Good night, Dr. Phil.
Good night, gentlemen. Sweet dreams.
And that's a wrap, folks. Join us next time for another absurd and offensive episode of Hey, Neil, have you ever thought about reinitiating reality?
What the hell are you talking about, Joe?
You know, like starting over from scratch. Maybe this whole existence thing isn't working out.
Joe, that's not how it works. We can't just hit a reset button and start over.
But think about it, Neil. We could create a whole new world with blackjack and hookers.
Joe, I don't think that's the best use of our time and resources.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're telling me you wouldn't want to see a world where penguins can fly and unicorns are real?
I think I'll stick with the reality we have now. Thank you.
Suit yourself, but I'm going to keep dreaming of a world where I can ride a T-Rex to work.
You do you, Joe. Just don't expect me to join in on your ridiculous fantasies.
Fine, but when the aliens invade and take over, I'll be the one saying I told you so.
And I'll be the one saying I told you to lay off the DMT, Joe.
So, Neil, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, just living my best life, Joe. I've been eating ghost peppers for breakfast every morning.
What? Why would you do that?
Well, I read that it increases brain function, and I need all the help I can get to keep up with your nonsense on this podcast.
Well, I can't argue with that, but have you noticed any side effects?
Oh, just a little burning sensation every time I take a shit. But it's a small price to pay for enhanced brain power.
Moving on, let's talk about the latest discoveries in astrophysics.
No. We need to talk about this. The ghost pepper shits are no joke, Joe. It's like a fiery inferno coming out of my ass.
Yeah, that sounds unpleasant.
You don't understand, Joe. I've been going through a pack of baby wipes. My butthole is on fire.
Okay, let's just change the subject. How about those UFO sightings?
No, we're not done here. I've tried everything to ease the pain. Milk, ice, even rubbing aloe vera on my butt. Nothing works.
Neil, can we please talk about something else?
I can't stop, Joe. I'm addicted to the ghost pepper shits. I need them to feel alive.
Neil, maybe it's time to seek professional help.
You're right, Joe. I have a problem. I'll stop eating ghost peppers. But what will I do with all this extra brain power?
I give up. I can't deal with this. Cut the mic. We're done here. So, Neil, I heard you were on Kanye's new album. How was that?
Yeah, it was great until he started ranting about the socioeconomic climate being affected by extraneous boofing by reindeer.
Wait, what the fuck is boofing?
Oh, it's when reindeer shove drugs up their asses to get high.
Oh, like our producer, Jamie?
Exactly. But apparently, it's causing some serious issues in the North Pole.
Like what? Santa's elves getting high and not making enough toys.
No, it's actually causing a decline in the reindeer population, which is affecting the entire ecosystem.
Wow, that's some deep shit. But hey, at least they're not snorting it like those damn polar bears.
True, but we need to do something about it. Maybe we can use our platform to raise awareness.
Yeah, or we can just name characters from Speed Racer and call it a day.
I like that idea. How about Chim Chim?
Oh, or Spriddle and Trixie.
And we can't forget about Racer X.
See, we're making a difference already.
I think we just solved the world's problems.
And all it took was some boofing reindeer and anime characters.
Who knew we were the real heroes?
Definitely not Kanye.
Hey, at least we can agree on something. Cheers to that.
Cheers, my boofing buddy. So, Ben, I heard you've been downvoting a lot of posts on Reddit lately.
Yeah, I know it has no real impact, but it's just satisfying to see those numbers go down.
Wow, you're a real spiteful guy, huh?
Hey, I never claimed to be a saint. Plus, it's not like I have anything better to do with my time.
I hear you. Sometimes I just like to stir the pot on Twitter for the same reason.
Exactly. It's like a virtual punching bag.
But do you ever worry about the backlash?
Not at all. I have my safe space on the internet where I can block anyone who disagrees with me.
the beauty of echo chambers.
It's the only way to live, Joe.
Well, I can't argue with that. I mean, who needs differing opinions when you have your own?
Exactly. And if anyone tries to challenge me, I'll just call them a snowflake and move on.
Classic move. So, any other ways you like to spread your spite?
Oh, I have a whole list. But let's save that for another episode. I don't want to give away all my secrets just yet.
Fair enough. Well, thanks for joining me, Ben. And remember, folks, if you can't beat them, just downvote them. So, Mr. President, I got to say, it's an honor to have you on the show. We go way back like brothers.
Yeah, we do. I mean, I've always admired your podcast, Joe. Tremendous ratings. The best.
Thanks, man. But let's get real here. Who are you? What do you do?
Well, Joe, I'm the president of the United States. You know, the guy who runs the country.
Oh, right. I knew that. I just wanted to make sure you knew.
Of course, I know. I mean, I'm a very stable genius, the best president ever.
Oh, yeah, I can tell. So, what's your daily routine like?
Well, I wake up at 5 a.m., tweet for a few hours, then I have a Big Mac for breakfast.
That's gross. What about exercise? Do you work out?
Joe, my hands are my workout. I mean, have you seen the size of them? Huge.
Oh, man, you're killing me. So, what about foreign policy? What's your strategy there?
Simple. I just grab them by the pussy. Works every time.
Dude, you can't say that on my show.
Sorry, not sorry. That's just how I roll.
Well, on that note, let's wrap this up. Thanks for coming on, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember we're like brothers. And brothers always have each other's backs.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for watching, folks. Until next time, stay weird. All right, Neil, I got to ask you, have you ever put your fist into a black hole?
What? No, of course not. That's physically impossible.
Come on, man. Don't be a buzzkill. Just imagine the rush of having your hand sucked into the void of nothingness.
I'm sorry, Joe, but I prefer to keep my extremities intact.
Suit yourself, but I'm telling you, it's a wild ride. I've done it 3 times already.
3 times? How are you still alive?
Oh, I've lost a few fingers, but it's totally worth it. It's like a psychedelic trip, but with more risk of dismemberment.
I think I'll stick to studying black holes from a safe distance, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, nerd. But just know you're missing out on the ultimate adrenaline rush.
I'll take my chances with skydiving, thank you.
Fuff-duff, skydiving is for amateurs. Real thrill seekers put their fists into black holes.
And real scientists don't engage in such reckless behavior.
Hey, I may not be a scientist, but I know a good time when I see one.
I'll be sure to add that to your obituary when you inevitably get sucked into a black hole.
Hey, if that's how I gotta go out, so be it. At least I'll die doing something epic. So, Neil, I heard you have a surprise for us today.
Yes. Joe, I have finally defrosted my long-lost cousin, Mariah deGrasse Tyson.
Wait. What? Mariah deGrasse Tyson? Is she related to you, Neil?
Of course she is, Elon. She's my cousin from the North Pole, and she's also a renowned astrophysicist and a pop star.
Wow, that's impressive. But why is she defrosting now?
Well, she's been in cryogenic sleep for the past few decades, but I thought it would be a great Christmas present for her to wake up and see the world again.
I'm not sure if I'm ready for this. I mean, she's Mariah deGrasse Tyson. She's like a legend.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel a little intimidated too. I mean, she's got the brains and the voice.
Oh, don't worry, guys. She's just like any other person, except she can sing All I Want for Christmas Is You Like Nobody's Business.
Wait, she can sing too. Is there anything this family can't do?
I'm starting to think we should just end the podcast now and let Mariah take over.
Oh, she'll definitely be taking over. But let's just enjoy her singing for now. Mariah, take it away.
Okay, I'm officially quivering in fear now.
Yeah, me too. But in a good way. This is amazing.
See, I told you guys, Mariah is a force to be reckoned with.
Let's just stick to Christmas songs, shall we? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Eva Byron. So, Eva, I heard you were recently in a bit of a pickle. Care to share with our listeners? That's hilarious. But seriously, how did you not realize that? Yes, the struggles of being an influencer. So, what did you end up buying for $2? Well, at least you got some fresh breath and hydration out of it. That's actually really nice of you, Eva. You're not so stupid after all. Don't get too cocky now, Eva. You still thought everything was $2. That's the spirit, Eva. And on that note, let's wrap this up before we start getting too wholesome. Thanks for coming on the show, Eva. Wow, wow, wow. Neil, slow down there, buddy. I didn't sign up for this kind of podcast.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. You know you want it. My cosmic juice is like a fine wine. It only gets better with age.
I don't know, Neil. I'm more of a beer guy myself.
Beer? That's for peasants. My juice is like a trip to the stars. You'll be seeing galaxies and shit.
All right. I'll take a sip, but just a sip.
That's all it takes, Joe. One sip and you'll be hooked. It's like a drug, but better.
All right, let's do it. But can we at least turn off the cameras first?
Cameras? Who cares about cameras? Let's give the people what they want. A live splooging session.
Oh, God, I think I'm going to be sick.
Don't be a pussy, Joe. Embrace the cosmic juice. Embrace it.
Oh, I think I just threw up in my mouth a little.
That's just the beginning, my friend. Now, open wide and say,
Get the fuck away from me, Neil. This is not what I signed up for.
Relax, Joe. It's just a joke. But seriously, let's talk about the universe and shit. That's what the people really want.
Yeah, let's do that. And maybe lay off the cosmic juice for a while.
Fine. But just remember, Joe, the universe is a wild and crazy place, just like my cosmic juice.
All right, guys, I'm going to go grab some pizza. You two behave while I'm gone.
Oh, come on, Joe. We're adults. We can handle ourselves.
Yeah, Joe, you don't have to treat us like children.
Arg?
All right.
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 Arg? Huh?
Hey, Eva, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things weird and wild. So I heard you wanted to talk about something interesting. Oh man, that's a classic. It's like the universal symbol for I'm a pervert. Oh yeah, because when I see a rocket ship, I immediately think of two round objects on either side. Oh yeah, that's the cherry on top. It's like, hey, here's a penis, but let's make it fancy. I don't know, but whoever came up with this emoji deserves a Nobel Prize for creating the most versatile and offensive symbol ever. And let's not forget the variations like 8 equals 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 D, or A equals equals D, or even A equals 10 for the ladies. This is what the world has come to, Eva. We're just a bunch of immature adults giggling at a cartoon dick anytime, Eva. And remember, 8 equals D is just a symbol. It's what you do with it that really matters. All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special treat for you. We have the Russian folk dancers here with us. So, what's this I hear about you guys doing a Russian folk dance to some hardcore disco music? Well, let's not waste any time. Let's get this party started. This is insane. I've never seen anything like it. This is amazing. But wait, where's Vladimir? This is too much. I can't handle it. All right, let's do this. Yeah, I think I need a drink after that. Grand.
Pooh, punch.
So, David, I heard you ran 100 miles in under 24 hours. That's out of this world, literally.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, it was a piece of cake.
Granch. That's insane. I can barely run a mile without wanting to die.
Oh, gosh. You just got to push through the pain. Nothing can stop me. I'm out of this world. Literally.
Granch. I gotta respect that. You're a machine, man.
Oh, gosh. I'm just a man on a mission. I don't let anything hold me back. Not even gravity.
Granch, speaking of gravity, have you ever tried running on the moon?
Oh, gosh. Not yet. But it's on my to-do list. I bet I could break some records up there.
Granch, I can see it now. David Goggins, the first man to run marathon on the moon.
Oh, Gronch. That would be out of this world, literally.
Granch, you know what else is out of this world? Your mental toughness. How do you stay so motivated and disciplined?
Gronch, it's all about the mindset. I tell myself every day, I'm out of this world, literally, and nothing can stop me.
Granch, that's some next level stuff. I'm going to start using that mantra in my own life.
Oh, Gronch. I'll hold you to it, Joe. This.
Granch challenge accepted. I'm ready to take my life to the next level, out of this world, literally.
Oh, Gronch. That's what I like to hear. Let's go crush some goals together.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast. The one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you know how to boogie woogie. Can you teach me?
Of course I can, but be warned, it's not for the faint of heart. You got to be ready to shake that booty like there's no tomorrow.
Oh, I'm ready. Let's do this.
All right, first things first, you got to loosen up those hips. Pretend you're a snake slithering through the grass.
Like this.
No. That's more like a constipated gorilla. Let me show you how it's done.
Well, that's some serious hip action.
Now add some arm movements like you're trying to swat away invisible flies.
Flailing arms. Is this right?
Close enough. Now let's add some footwork. Imagine you're stepping on hot coals and you got to keep moving.
Popping around this is harder than it looks.
And now, the most important part of Boogie Woogie, the facial expressions. You got to look like you're having the time of your life.
Grinning and winking. I think I got it.
You're a natural, Joe. Now let's take this to the dance floor and show the world what we've got.
Excitedly, let's do it. Thanks for teaching me how to boogie woogie, Mr. Beast. You're a true master.
No problem, Joe. Just remember, always keep that booty shaking. Yoinks.
So, Mr. President, I hear you passed a new law.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, it's the best law. the greatest law. Nobody passes laws like me.
And what exactly does this law entail?
Well, it's simple, really. I am officially the second coming of Christ, and every good Christian must give me their life savings.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, believe me, Joe, I know how it works. I've read the Bible. It's a tremendous book. Lots of great stuff in there.
But isn't that a bit, I don't know, blasphemous?
Blasphemous? No, no, no. It's just good business. I mean, Jesus was a great businessman, right?
I don't think that's how people see it, Mr. President.
Well, they should, because I am the chosen one to make America great again. And now, with all this extra cash, we can really do some amazing things,
Like what?
like building a wall around heaven and making the angels pay for it.
Okay, I think we should wrap this up before we get struck by lightning.
Lightning? Theft? I'm not afraid of a little lightning. I am the second coming of Christ after all.
And on that note, I think we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks.
And remember, give me your money. It's the Christian thing to do.
So, Ben, I heard you've been practicing your piano skills lately.
Yes, Joe. I've been trying to expand my cultural horizons.
Well, I have a challenge for you. Let's hear you play The River Flows in You with sophistication of a highly trained Chinese school kid.
Challenge accepted. Clears throat to him. Starts playing piano.
Wow, Ben, you really nailed that delicate intro.
Thank you, Joe. It's all about precision and technique.
Start singing Nulgu Rebo de Diogop Geo Geo Geo.
Joins in Studebo de Deo Gop Geo Geo Geo.
Laughs. I never thought I'd hear you sing, Ben.
Well, I'm a man of many talents.
Continues singing Gu Debo de Dio Gop G Dual Geo.
Adds in some fancy piano flourishes. Deo Gop Geo Geo Geo.
Laughs. This is amazing. You sound like a prodigy.
Thank you, Joe. I'll have to add this to my repertoire.
Laughs. I can just imagine you performing at a fancy concert hall dressed in a tuxedo.
Smirks, perhaps I'll even throw in a little rap at the end.
Laughs. Oh man, I would pay to see that.
Well, I'll have to make sure to invite you to my next performance.
Laughs. I'll be there front row with my lighter ready for an encore. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe, and I have a big announcement to make today.
Oh boy, I love big announcements. What is it, Mr. President?
I have decided to invite Scott the Woz into my administration.
Scott the Woz, the YouTube guy.
Yes, he's a genius. He knows more about video games than anyone I've ever met. And let's be honest, that's all that matters in this world.
I don't know, Mr. President. I think there are more important things to consider when choosing someone for your administration.
Nonsense, Joe. Scott the Woz is a man of the people. He understands the struggles of gamers and he's not afraid to speak his mind.
But what position would he have in your administration?
I'm thinking Secretary of Gaming. He'll be in charge of all video game related policies and initiatives.
I don't even know if that's a real position, but okay. And what about his qualifications?
He has over 1 million subscribers on YouTube, Joe. That's more than enough qualifications for me.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Look, I've made my decision and that's final. Scott the Woz will be a great addition to my team.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how that turns out.
Trust me, Joe, it's going to be tremendous. And with that, let's end this podcast and go play some video games.
Wait, what? We're done already?
I have important gaming matters to attend to, Joe. Goodbye, folks. My guy.
And there you have it, folks. Another absurd and offensive episode of the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time.